second volume from Faker. But there's a Lanson, brilliantly done. Wild Turtle taking down the mid. Sorry, Taps is going to be dead.
Here comes Faker, here comes Bengi.
I think we can do it, but it's going to be really, really hard. We can't drop one game.
뭐 쭉쭉 올라갈 생각이고 뭐 좀 더 높은 곳에서 그 실력을 보여줄 수 있도록 노력하겠습니다.
We have to win every match basically. We have to go 4-0 and then we need to be lucky with the rest of the matches.
We have to keep our morale up. We have to practice a lot and we have to perform at our best.
我们觉得我们有很大机会出现了嘛，就会尝试一些其他的东西吧，可能。
The road to the biggest event in esports begins right here.
For Day 5 of the League of Legends Season 3 World Championship! I'm Efi Shock supporter and I was going to say something about the studio audience, but they're just not loud enough. I'm sorry guys, you guys are awesome, and today the 5 teams of Group A will take the stage to continue their fight for a spot in a quarterfinals. But before we get things rolling, let's send it around the League of Legends studio, starting with Freak and D-Man over in the broadcast booth.
Thank you very much, Sox. Did you notice, ladies and gentlemen, she didn't say anything about handsome casters today. I am, of course, Lee D-Man Smith, and alongside me is going to be David Freak Turley here with me at the caster desk, and we'll be calling the first 3 games of the day, starting with Nukeduck and the Lemon Dogs, taking on Faker and SKT-T1.
And you know, D-Man, with Nukeducks and Fakers and Lemon Dogs, my punny bun is already tingling.
Okay, let's send it over to Joe, who's going to get comfy in the interview lounge.
Thanks a lot, Demon. I'm Joe Miller, and this is where we'll be talking to the winners of today's 5 Group A games and get their thoughts on the race to the quarterfinals. But before we get there, let's send it over to Quickshot and the guys at the analysis desk.
Thank you very much, Joe. And hello, everybody. I am Trevor Quickshot Henry, alongside Sam, Kobe, Hartman, Kensler, and joining us once again at the analyst desk to break down all the action and one-up each other in the predictions are the OGN cast of Monte Cristo, the evil geniuses Crepo, and of course, Counter Logic Gaming's Double Left. But before we get to today's action, let's kick off Day 5 with a look back at yesterday's 5 Group B games, starting with the showdown between Korea's Ozone and Europe's Gambit Gaming.
Day 4 of the Season 3 World Championship kicked off with Samsung Galaxy Ozone looking to right their ship.
Now the Blood Well has reactivated. It's now Diamond Bros flashes in for the kill. First blood is secured for Dandy. It's now Alex forced to flash over the wall. And that's a 2-for-1 in favor of Ozone.
After after being poked down for most of the game, a desperate Gambit forced and lost a fight. Ozone would go on to win their rematch against Gambit without breaking a sweat.
Dandy is the first target. Requiem being channeled from out of the back line. We do see Gambit securing the first kill of the fight as the Bloodwell has been popped. Genji was forced to run away. He was basically singled out by Lupa. This is a 2-for-1, and now all of a sudden, Alex is in trouble. He's forced to exhaust Dade, throws out the Hourglass, but it's not going to be enough as Mata secures the kill. Well, ladies and gentlemen, Ozone have bounced back. They have earned revenge against Gambit. Completely controlled this game.
Up next, Xpik as Ari was too much to handle in Fnatic's matchup against Vulcan.
Yellowstar's been able to save Pushy for a while. He does flash, gets away from the cocoon. Tower damage is there. The barrier bait is up. Now the tower turns onto Bloodwater. First blood is secured, but look in the background. Pekka's used the teleport. He's been able to pick up one. Now barrier is down. Pekka's low on mana. Zuna dropped to 150 HP. Final rush is going to be enough. Pekka with the double kill, 3-for-1 to Fnatic.
And with the win, Fnatic take a commanding lead in the Group B standings.
Glacial Doom comes out. Now the arrow does catch Sid. That is immense. There's been no Hemoplague yet. They've traded mid laner for support in mid lane. Now Sid forced backwards. The Hemoplague was out, only catching Pushy. That's not going to be enough to kill him. Psycho Sid's going to be the next victim as we do see the Cell division coming up. Cyanide has got a double kill in the background, and Zuna, the only member of Vulcan to survive. Vulcan calling it quits at 21 minutes, 30 seconds. Fnatic now convincingly in the lead of Group B.
In the third game of the day, Mineski continued to struggle, while Gambit bounced back strong from their defeat earlier in the day.
The slow catches Snoy and Kaigu. They instantly delete him. Knockup lands on the Kaigu. Now he's the next target. That's a double kill for Voidal. Channeling is in Edward and picking up 2 kills on Sona. It's a very, very convincing win here for Gambit. Mineski at 0-5, and Gambit holding on to the potential of making out of the groups.
The last time Fnatic played Ozone, they defeated the Korean team in just 33 minutes. This time, behind not 1 but 2 quadra kills, it took only 25 minutes for Fnatic to force a surrender out of Ozone.
Peke comes in to try and clean things up. Lupa going very low. Him and Cyanide battling as there's a triple kill for Peke, and I've got a feeling it's not over. Lupa going to have his passive pot, but it's not going to be enough to keep him alive. This is going to be the first ace of the game for Fnatic. Now they turn on towards him. Cyanide's passive pot. Dade, he's had to walk away as it will go down in the end, and they died for Dade as well. That's going to be 4 kills for Fnatic, and surely the game with that quadra from Soaz.
The surrender from Ozone, and that was another dominating performance by Fnatic against Ozone.
With nothing to lose, Mineski were trying to play spoiler in the last game of the day, but they could not spoil Vulcan's nearly perfect start.
Zuna comes in from the backside. Snoy in trouble. Smithy flashes out. Exo now getting locked up. He's already used his barrier. Can he get away? There's a flash over the top. Mindcloud. Yeah, he gets away as well as the grasping root landed. There's a stun card. TG's a dead man. Sid picks up another kill for Vulcan.
And Vulcan would have no problems on their way to the win, keeping their quarterfinal chances alive.
There it is, he's on the fountain, but he's pulled it nonetheless. Yume goes down, triple kill for Zuna. And Vulcan pick up a very one-sided victory to keep their hopes alive.
Gotta feel good there for Vulcan. They need to take the momentum from this game and move it throughout the rest of the group.
Some incredibly strong performances from yesterday's games, especially Fnatic.
Yeah, I do love me some Assassins.
Yeah, I can't give them 2 of them. And with only 2 games apiece left for the teams of Group B, let's check out the fully armed and operational standings. In first place, it is Europe's Fnatic, who's just 1 win away from clinching a spot in the quarterfinals.
In second place, it's Gambit Gaming, with Vulcan and Ozone 1 game back in third. And finally, there's Team Mineski, who's still looking for their first win of the tournament.
Now, Fnatic looked great yesterday, and unless they lose both of their games on Saturday, they are in the quarterfinals. Of the other 3 teams in contention, Gambit, Vulcan, and Ozone, who do you guys think is looking the strongest from yesterday's matches? Let's start this off with Kobe.
Well, I have to say, technically Gambit are ahead. They're 1 game up, so if they win their games, then they're in.
Crepo, what do you think?
Yeah, Gambit's playing against Fnatic and Vulcan. That's not going to be easy. I mean, that's probably realistically going to be a 1-1 record coming out of that. So they actually still have a chance to get into a tiebreaker with Ozone. But then still Gambit takes it, I think. Ozone's not looking sharp enough.
Yeah, I agree. I said I'd give Ozone that 1 more chance, and they did well against Gambit, but they fell back into some pretty bad habits against Fnatic, and at this point, I'd much rather see Gambit go through because I think they're going to offer better quarterfinal games than Ozone. But Ozone does play Vulcan and Mineski. They should be able to take up a 2-0 there. So I think we may end up in some sort of tiebreaker situation between Gambit, and that will be really exciting.
Yeah, and just because they're playing Mineski, which is like a free win, they just have to beat Vulcan, really, and that should be pretty. I mean, like, I just give the odds on Ozone to go 2-0, but I think Gambit is going to go 1-1, losing to Fnatic, because historically they've always lost to Fnatic, right? So that'll just put them at a tie, 5-3.
Yeah, and also just to talk about this, that all three of you guys have mentioned the tiebreakers. If a tiebreaker does occur, they will play a tiebreaker match. Crep will be very familiar with it, as will many of
Don't know what you talk about, Trevor.
Yeah, many of the guys have watched the EULCS. But before we get to tomorrow's exciting conclusion for Group B, we do have 5 more Group A games tonight. Let's take a look at the standings heading into those matches. OMG is on top with a flawless 4-0 record, and if they can win their matches against Gaming Gear and Team Solo Mid tonight, they earn a spot in the quarterfinals.
In second place, it's Korea's SKT T1 with Team Solo Mid sitting in the middle of the pack. And rounding out Group A are Europe's Lemondogs and Lithuania's Gaming Gear.
All right, it has been a couple of days since we've seen the teams of Group A on the Rift. I want to talk to you guys about what your key things to remember are about tonight's matches. So let's kick this off with Crepo.
In this group, we saw a lot of the 3 versus 1 dives, that entire early game metagame that was really dominant in Europe a while ago. That's not as dominant in Asia, so we have to see how the Asian teams actually deal with it and whether they learn from their mistakes, especially SKT1. We always say that they have a really good coaching staff, but I'm not sure if they improved enough.
Well, we'll find out. I mean, I did talk to Koma, the coach, just a couple days ago. He said that they knew about these flaws in the early game. They weren't going to repeat these mistakes. And he promised me after I told him, hey, your guys aren't performing up to what I expect from you. He said, well, SK Telecom fans, you're going to see an entirely different team in the second half of this group stage. So they've got to put their money where their mouth is tonight, that's for sure.
So Monte Cristo just got to take it for a new hype train.
Well, while TSM is going up against SKT1, a lot of people are discounting them already. I talked to them. They have a pretty good strategy coming in that they formulated just for today. I'm not going to give anything away, but it just comes down to execution now. If they can actually execute on that strategy, it does sound like a good plan.
Yeah, I talked to Reggie as well, and he said the last time he played against Faker was Immortal versus God, and this time he's going to make God bleed. So, well, I don't know if I buy into that because I think SKT1 has shown stronger, but TSM's first 10 minutes, their early game is shown really, really strong. It's just the fact that they don't really keep up mechanically. They just keep misplaying at really key moments, just getting themselves in these great positions and then misplaying it is really costing them.
They did have really good conceptual play in the early 10 minutes, but yeah, as he said, mechanics we'll see which TSM shows up today.
Yeah, that's the real question, making sure they don't make those costly mistakes and not losing a lane quite as badly as Dyrus did. All week long, we have been picking the analysts pick the winners of the group stage matches, which they've been doing pretty well with some mixed results. Let's actually take a look at the standings of how those predictions are going. At the top of the standings are you guys, the viewers, with an amazing record of 20-5, while the casters and Monty are currently tied for second. And finally, Doublelift and Crepo round out the bottom of the table. Just a few correct predictions off the pace. Before I get to the first picks of today, let's take a look at the schedule, guys. Up first, Nukeduck and the Lemondogs try to turn things around when they challenge Faker and SK Telecom T1. Then OMG tries to keep their perfect record intact when they take on Gaming Gear EU.
After that, Team Solo Mid looks for the first win against a Korean team when they battle SK Telecom T1. Then in our final 2 matches, Gaming Gear faces off against the Lemondogs and OMG battles the fan favorites, Team Solo Mid.
Right, and as we've been doing before every game, it is time to choose your winner for the first match of the day. This is going to be Lemondogs versus SKT. So I want to start with Kobe. Who do you think is going to win this one and why?
Yeah, I'm going to go with SKT. Their players are individually really talented, and Monte Cristo here has just assured us that he's talked with the coach and they've shored up all the early game problems, so I'm going to take them.
Yeah, I'm going with SK Telecom T1 as well. I think that we already saw them play against Lemondogs, and Lemondogs did hop to that early lead, but SK Telecom took the game home anyway in their favor. And so if they have shored up their early game, they should be able to take an even stronger win. And I feel like we've seen SK Telecom on the rise throughout the group stage, and Lemondogs has kind of been slipping downhill a little bit. That game against TSM was pretty sloppy on their part, and I don't think they played with a lot of respect. So,
yeah, I agree. SK Telecom's just probably going to win this because their mid game is so clean. It seems like they don't really make any mistakes. Even if they do get a little bit behind, which I don't think they will against Lemon Dogs because their laners are so good, they can still just pull out a victory easy.
Crepo, is it all gone for Lemon Dogs? Where's your vote?
I'm rooting for them, so I'll be voting for SKT1. And I think this majestic analyst panel has said everything there is to say.
Yeah, once again, all four of you guys in agreement. I don't think anyone is shocked by that. Guys, it is now turn for you guys to pick today's winners and stay on top of those standings.
Just head over to lolesports.com. Go to the schedule in the top right, click on day 5, and vote away.
And then head over to Twitter and let us know which player has surprised you the most in Group A so far and why.
We're still at LOL Esports, and be sure to use the hashtag Worlds. We'll be reading the best surprises later today, and if one of them is yours, you'll get a Logitech G602S gaming mouse.
All right, guys, we do have to take a very quick break, but when we return, Lemon Dogs and SK Telecom throw down in our first match of the day. The Season 3 World Championship. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere, guys.
back to the Season 3 World Championships live from Los Angeles, California. It is time for our first match of the day. It is going to be Europe's Lemondogs versus Korea's SK Telecom T1. And if the rematch between these two teams is anything to go by the day one fight they had, they're going to come out swinging.
And Lemondogs in that game came out swinging for the fences. They had a very risky, super hardcore all-in level 1 strategy that was really cool. And in the end, they got first blood, they got the first turret, they had some early control, but the mid-game control from SKT, that was too much for Lemondogs to take out. And as we saw, SKT took that game pretty convincingly. Now, coming into the game, though, Lemondogs had a really solid plan. I talked to them, their picks and bans. They basically predicted all of the SKT picks and crafted a strategy that they thought was going to counter. The problem was for the Lemondogs, they failed to execute it very well, and Faker pretty much made everything happen. He got Ahri, and he destroyed the opponent mid laner. Of course, there was a Swain picked out. It almost worked out, but I've got to sort of comment here that Faker was involved in 19 of his team's 20 kills, and anytime you see Faker get rolling, usually means SKT wins the game, and that's exactly what happened.
Absolutely, but despite how well Faker and SKT did against Nukeduck and the Lemondogs in their first meeting, the Korean squad believes they can do even better now that they have gone over their anxiety.
Well, SK Telecom, you have two factors, and it's basically Piglet and Faker that are very strong players.
레몬독스와 첫 경기를 할 때 되게 많이 불안했어요. 그 경기 때도 되게 힘들게 이겼고요.
I think their mid-game vision control is really, really outstanding. It's very hard to pull ahead of them, even if you win the early game.
The most important thing about them is like they have an edge over every team in terms of map control. I think we can all agree that Faker did like a really good job already. Like even when his team was behind, he tried everything he can in order to bring his team back, and I've been really impressed by him, by his play.
레몬독스 팀도 좀 잘하더라고요. 저희가 좀 방심하고 왔었는데 첫 경기를 하고 나서 좀 그나마 좀 방심이 풀렸던 것 같아요.
We're not really scared of any one of them. We do some respect bans, but that's pretty much it.
Yeah, interesting thoughts there from Faker. Obviously saying that they came in a little overconfident, and we had that feeling. And honestly, if you're ever going to beat SK Telecom, I feel day one was when you had to do it.
And that's traditionally been what's happened. We talked about that before the tournament even started, where in a best of 5, they will lose the first game or the first and second game and then come back. And, you know, maybe they really are the best team in the tournament, and they just had that slouch in day one. They had a bunch of close games. They lost to OMG, and they really are unstoppable. Or we just see that these guys are actually very much mortal, and that Lemondogs still have a great chance into this game.
Well, we will see. Let's check out those lineups, because starting out on the blue side, it is going to be the Lemondogs. In the top lane is Zoro0, the junglers Dexter, Nukeduck in that mid lane, Tabs as the AD carry, and Mithy is the support.
And in the red corner, it is... I'm going to wait for that applause real quick. In the red corner, it is SKT with Impact in the top lane, Bengi in jungle, Faker in mid, Piglet on AD carry. Those are not fake cheers, those are real cheers for Faker. And of course, Pumandu on support.
And that is the great thing of League of Legends. Everybody you can respect when you see absolute amazing plays. And we've seen them a number of times from Faker so far in this tournament as well. Not just in any old tournaments, in the World Championships. He's doing it when it counts, not just on single solo rank Q or something like that. It's really when it counts. What are we expecting to see from the picks and bans here? Because the first time they met, Lemondogs pulled out something special. But I'm not too sure they're going to get allowed to do it this time.
I talked to Tabs briefly before the game started a couple hours ago today, and he said they had a plan ready. Now, I don't know if it's a really cheeky plan where they're doing something like Swain again and baiting all the picks out, but just from what I've seen of Lemondogs, they're very intelligent in picks and bans. Here's the Vayne ban coming through saying either they ban Caitlyn as well or steal Caitlyn, or they're saying we know Piglet's going to play that champion and they're ready to deal with it.
Interesting, Kennen being taken away as well. Lee Sin taken off from Bengi, Shen taken away from Zoro0. These are actually all top lane champions aimed at Zoro0 so far. There's the Ahri ban. Zed may get through.
That's the real question here, is you've got champions like Zed, you've also got Fizz in there that we've seen both these guys run, and SKT are now considering what their ban is, because SKT have actually traditionally first picked Ahri whenever available. There's the insta-lock Zed. They didn't want to give away Elise.
Interesting, and well, you saw Zoro0 very happy to lock that one instantly. I'm pretty sure SK Telecom knew that was coming. There's some moment they went, we're going to have to use it on Elise. That means we're going to let Zed through. Let's see what Nukeduck can do on that.
That's awkward, though, that they banned Elise, because that's one of the other great early game junglers. And thing is, Vi, which Bengi's also known for, is a champion that Dexter loves to run. He's done it this tournament. So I feel like SKT banned themselves out a little bit here. I actually don't like the Elise ban so much because you would have predicted the rest of these. There's the Caitlyn, not Steel at this point anymore because, of course, Piglet's going to play Corki. But Lemondogs have picked their champions in fast. They saw this all coming. They're confident in their pick so far.
Well, this does show that this is a team that's researched it, obviously, after the first meeting. The fact that Corki was picked up there, flavor of the tournament, it seems, rather than flavor of the month. And Zyra, of course, alongside him. Zyra also doing very well in this tournament.
Yeah, she's actually been the most picked support that I can recall actually in this so far. So Faker, this is actually a shout out. I was talking to Faker in the Champ Select lobby, and he said, I'm going to jungle Lulu for you. He's not actually going to, but I appreciate the shout out, Faker. Riven, though, that's interesting. All right, so I'm guessing that's impacting the top lane. They've already locked in the Jarvan jungle. That's interesting. We haven't seen her a lot in high-level competitive play.
Yeah, we haven't seen her at all this tournament. That's the first show in this tournament, so that notches it up to, I believe, about 48, 49 champions used so far. Sona looking like to be the support alongside that Caitlyn. So strong lane that will be up against Corki and Zyra. Maybe going to try and push them out of that lane or force them into a 2v1.
Yeah, here's the interesting thing really is early on, Caitlyn and Sona's going to have a better lane here because they're just going to deal damage from farther away and have undodgeable poke. But once levels start coming in, once you hit level 6 or even level 5, Corki starts doing a lot of damage to the Caitlyn and can weather the storm, as it were, and it starts to get more difficult. So early laning would go to Lemondogs, but as, like, if it is a 2v1 and they swap back into a 2v2, that goes to SKT's favor.
Well, we did see, of course, yesterday, Fnatic using that Corki, and actually the power, the damage that they can do early on kind of wasn't really respected by, I think it was Dade, wasn't it, that got caught out a few times. The final pick coming out, this is going to be for Lupa, it seems. Oh! Wow, so take us through the picks, because where the heck is Faker going to be playing? He's not going to be on Singed, he's going to be on Riven.
This is a counter pick that no one saw coming. Faker, knowing he's up against Zed, and now I take everything back that I just said. Because they're like, oh, we know you're going to... Because they removed Elise, which is the other champion that Lemondogs had first picked, saying, we know you're going to go for Zed here. We'll counter pick you with Riven, and Riven's going to stomp on that matchup. Faker's going to want to fight Nukeduck, and Nukeduck's not going to like the results.
Well, we'll see how it works out for them, because Lemondogs, well, they could switch it around. What do you see from Lemondogs? Because let's not forget, they could decide to switch it to a 2v1 in that mid lane.
And 2v1 mid you can do. The one downside you have for 2v1 mid is that you can't deny experience. And you can't even 3-on-1 dive it either. So a lot of your options are actually removed. But at the same time, you then free up your lanes to roam around. Unfortunately for Lemondogs, Sona's not a great roamer. She's not like a Zyra or a Blitzcrank or a Taric or an Alistar where you make plays. She just... I can go hear the jungler as he steals a red buff away. So it'd be okay to 2v1 mid, but not optimal for Lemondogs.
So that is the teams, and while the teams do load onto the Rift, let's take a look at what you guys at home have voted for this one. According to lolesports.com, 79% of you guys at home have voted for SKT, and of course, all the analysts, guys, went for the same team, so everybody's on the same page right here.
Right or wrong, we're all in the same boat, so everyone high five your monitor for me. We all agree with each other, that's nice. Except for the 21% of you who went for Lemondogs. You guys are unrepresented here.
Well, to be fair, Lemondogs generally don't get the vote anyway, so they're going to be fairly used to this anyway.
What was the stat, like 25 out of their 28 games in the regular
it's something
season?
ridiculous. The main one was against Fnatic, of course, when they played in the European LCS summer season. It was like 96% voted for Fnatic, instead Lemondogs still came out and won. So they don't care about the vote. Of course, the analysts, they all care about the vote, because obviously everybody's chasing the viewers right now, and the viewers, well, they're all on the same page. So everybody believes SKT Telecom could be taking this one. We'll see how it works out, because we are getting into the Rift. On the blue team, it is going to be Lemondogs, and the red team is SK Telecom T1. This is game day 5 of the group stages. One more day to go, ladies and gentlemen. Tomorrow is the big Super Day straight in there. Faker's going to get caught out. Can he get taken down? Yes, he will. First blood going down to Taps.
All right, well, I'm going to start taking back a lot more things that I was thinking. I'm going to rewatch that on my screen. Basically, he just gets jumped on by Lemondogs, and it's just a bunch of crowd control falls onto his face. So just like last time, Lemondogs got first blood, this time a bit earlier than before. This actually might be one of the fastest first bloods of the tournament. It was definitely before 1 minute in. Now, remember that last time SKT did come back from a horrible level 1 and from an early first blood deficit. But Tabs having Boots now in the lane means that the 2v2 is going to be brutal. The fact that he bought Boots tells me he's looking specifically for the 2v2 more so than before, because with movement speed, he can abuse the range disparity he has against Corki.
Well, it does seem that SK Telecom are not going to be outdone by this one. You can see the 4-man invade possibly down the bottom. Lemondog's doing the same, going up the top. They had something funky planned out before. Remember, against OMG, it worked heavily in their favor, also against SK Telecom, but this time around, they've already got that first blood. Let's see if they can take anything more from this one, Freak, because this, at the moment, is going to be a standard red exchange.
It is just starting out as a standard red buff steal on both sides, and I don't think much is going to happen for this one. The only thing we've really shown so far, and actually Nukeduck kind of showed that they were going for red, which isn't a big deal. The only thing we've shown so far, though, is that Zoro0 is going to be committing himself to that bottom lane and will be put into a 2v1. SKT, I think, are going to get the better side of this because Corki is going to be able to survive that early game lane deficit, and then we'll see what the junglers end up doing with these lopsided lane matchups.
Well, Nukeduck happy to go in towards that 1v1 lane. You said it's going to go heavily into the favor of Faker. We'll see how it works out, Riven versus Zed in that mid lane.
And really the first blood assist for Nukeduck doesn't change very much. It's just a Doran's shield and maybe like 1 or 2 more potions than he would otherwise. But the really fun thing is going to be what Impact does with his teleport, because he went and took the double golems, and then he can show up to his lane late with a bit of an experience advantage, and I want to see how that pans out for him.
Yeah, with that teleport, of course, he's going to be heading back towards that top lane. We'll see how it develops. Bengi in that mid lane. Nukeduck taking damage from Faker already. Jumping straight on him. Straight up melee fight in there. But of course, the main thing is it's Lemondogs that have initiated this lane swap. So they wanted to have Tabs and Mithy in that top lane up against Impact, while Zoro0, you can see down this bottom lane, up against Piglet and Mandu.
To me, I think that was supposed to be sort of a mind game, and SKT won that mind game here. But at the same time, there's a 3-on-1 looking for the top lane, but it's right in front of Bengi.
Well, Bengi's going to find Dexter. They've both got the double buff on, and Dexter's going to lay down a lot more damage to Bengi. He's going to get more to come. Instead, just forces him away. Mithy comes around the backside. Impact is on that turret, but no aggression on them just yet, which means the tower damage is not going to become, but surely in this 3v2 position, they can't go aggressive here.
These guys won't be able to dive that turret easily, even though they're trying to kill the minion wave behind the turret, having the next one flood in. All they're doing is sort of buying time, but Zoro0 is going to have a rough time 1v2 regardless here. There's not much getting done by Dexter.
Well, at the moment, it's a rough time for Faker in that mid lane. He's taking a lot of damage out from Nukeduck at that. Meanwhile, Zoro0, he's fending off the bottom lane. All the lanes being pretty much hyper-aggressive. Zoro0 keeping them at bay. Dexter's coming around. He's going to just steal away those wraiths. He knows Bengi is still having to defend that top.
That's actually a really smart read. Good counter-jungling by Dexter. Now, you mentioned Faker as well. I'm surprised by the Doran's Blade opening because he knows Nukeduck can deal damage to him and wear down the health bar. And with Faker having no way of regaining his health back without having to auto-attack things and be in Zed's attack range, it's been making a really rough situation here for Faker.
Well, it's something we've seen in the past. Obviously, with the Orianna, you think he goes with that Chalice instead of going defensive. He wins these matchups ordinarily. Maybe he's bitten off more than he can chew against Nukeduck so far, because the CS, you can see, it's 27-16 in that mid lane. Big gap disparity building up for Nukeduck, and Faker's just had to go back and buy. So he's been sent packing early on by Nukeduck.
Alright, so he's going to come back to lane with an extra Doran's Blade as well as a potion, and that should be a little bit more to help him survive the lane, but of course whenever Nukeduck goes back, he'll be able to buy a couple of long swords, maybe even 3 if he wanted to sort of bank up for a while. And it continues to make that matchup difficult for Faker. I guess I got the read wrong. I feel like he's going to keep going Nukeduck's way, but maybe at level 6, just with the ulti, there's some grand power spike that Faker gets.
So what do we see from these lane swaps? Oh, tell a lie. Nukeduck's getting aggressed on. He is going to use that Living Shadow to get away. Faker came straight back to lane, put the pressure down. Nukeduck was backing off before that. Bengi was just laying in wait as well. Back to my point, though, the 2 lanes that have swapped. You can see, obviously, Tabs and Mithy in this top lane. Who is gaining from this lane swap the most?
Well, the top lane turret's at half, the bottom lane turret is also at half HP, and you actually see that Impact is having a slightly better time of last hitting. He's at 19 compared to the 13 of Zoro0. Now, on the other side, though, Dexter's had a little bit more time to run around the jungle. He's just basically counter-jungling and looking for opportunities, whereas Bengi's more or less camping for his top laner, and that's a bit of a disparity.
But this is it. Faker running up towards that top lane. The ward's going to spot him, but is it going to be too far deep in towards that lane?
He's already ghosted.
A 3-man dive. You can see Mithy already flashed away from this one. He's going to get caught out. Mithy's going to be the sacrificial lamb. Tabs will get away, but that's Impact picking up the kill on Mithy.
That's a good pickup right there. It's when you've got a lane matchup like that, you didn't even need Faker to make that happen. It was just these guys were pushed up so far, Tabs was unable to land like a 90 caliber net or something to slow down the Singed advance, and there's just no tools there for Sona to run from that.
Well, Nukeduck going aggressive on towards Faker there when he comes back to lane, forcing him back the long way around in towards that turret. Of course, he does pick up the assist goal that did everyone in the SK Telecom camp right there. So 6.5 minutes gone, still very even. That first blood on Faker counteracting right now because he's been up there and helping out. But Nukeduck's doing a pretty good job in this mid lane. He's kept the CS advantage still in his favor, still around about that 15-20 minute mark. But now Faker's going to surely start coming into a bit more power spike.
It's going to get a little bit better. Riven, I think, scales a little bit harder off of early attack damage than the Zed does. But the one bad trade you saw against Nukeduck was because Faker had gone back and Nukeduck hadn't yet. So you've got a one-item advantage here for the Zed that honestly should keep Nukeduck in favor.
Well, we do see Dexter paying a visit towards those Wraiths once again. He's managed to take the camp away. He could go to those at the top. They've tried that 3v1 exchange, and that tower is low in the top lane. Of course, the red buff's just spawning. He may steal this one away. Bengi is doing the exact same in the bottom lane.
Thing is, it's not going to be the buff's not going to be available, but Bengi can look for a dive here. He ran through a ward in the river, so if Lemondogs are spotting this, they should be okay.
Mithy getting caught by the tower there. Impact's hoping to try and chase on this one. Has got Fling available in the moment. Tries to get the slowdown on him. He does. Dexter comes back around there and forces him away. Bengi, though, coming around towards the mid lane. We can see Nukeduck. He is pretty deep on this lane, feeling very confident up against Faker. Will he be too confident and push forward? No. It looks like Bengi is going to back away.
And Nukeduck's doing a very good job of, as I say that he actually uses the shadow, but it's because he saw Bengi go back into the jungle. Nukeduck's doing a very good job of holding on to his W cooldown, making sure he has it if he needs to escape. He's not wasting it away. And a point with Mithy actually that I really like is normally Sonas do not learn their speed buff at level 4. Mithy did here to run away from Singed, and of course there's also a gank being set up by Dexter here.
But the problem is, he's going to actually land on towards Impact. Has he gone too early though, Dexter? Because coming along the top is Piglet and Mandu. They're about to join this fight. Oh, and he flings Dexter straight in there. Dexter's got to run past it. He's going to get locked up. The tower does go down, but that is going to be a dead jungler for Dexter.
That's really unfortunate. He should have seen that when a turret goes down, the dual lane often swaps back. They have to be right in range there, but Dexter that was not a necessary dive. He should have known that there are people coming in to support that top lane.
Teleport down the bottom from Impact. That's going to force Zoro away from the turret. He was pushing up aggressively there. Nukeduck, he's going to see Bengi coming around the mid lane. Of course, that's going to give away their position, but the top lane's where they're going to be pushing. Mithy and Tabs will return to that top lane, so they're happy to keep a 2v2 now.
This will be the interesting thing because there's a BF sword picked up now for Tabs. I know I said earlier that like level 6 or 7 it gets really great for Corki, but there's a giant damage lead right now for the Lemondogs AD carry. So looking for that matchup and dealing damage, no, I tell a lie, he swaps back to the bottom lane. Just kidding, they still want to do the 2v1 pushes. All right, so Lemondogs still going for the 2v1, still trying to deny. And of course, now they've got the numbers advantage on the Dragon side of the map.
Yeah, it does look like, well, Mithy warding out, it seems that they want to get in towards that position. Impact, we've seen him on Singed a number of times. He's happy in this position. Obviously stepping in towards this tournament, but his Faker's going to get aggressed on. Dexter comes in there, tries to turn it back around on towards Nukeduck. Where's the damage going to go? Faker manages to avoid it. Nukeduck's now in trouble. He's trying to put the pressure down. Bengi playing good defensive linebacker there.
And ultimately, Faker burned more than the Lemondogs did out of this one. He lost both his summoners, whereas Nukeduck still has Flash. Ults come back from cooldown pretty quickly. But this top lane is getting rough. Piglet and Mandu are pushing that turret down so fast that I don't know if the Caitlyn Sona will kill the opposing SKT turret nearly in time.
Look at that. The communication there. Impact's realizing that Faker's going to go back. There's a wave of minions about to be pushed on towards that lane. Instead, he comes up, puts down his smoke, and manages to pick up a couple of CS. His bottom lane, of course, was pushed up heavily. That means Lemondogs are going to be putting pressure on towards that bottom tower, but this top tower, it's going to go down. This is going to be the second turret of the game for SK Telecom.
I'm very impressed by the moves here by SKT because you normally consider Caitlyn such an incredible turret pusher, and yet despite all of that, SKT has just built a turret lead out of this one. And honestly, they have the ability to roam back down and contest Dragon if they want to, or just keep putting pressure on sides of the map that doesn't allow a Dragon attempt for Lemondogs.
Yeah, at the moment, you can see Impact, of course, just shoving that wave back along there. There is no tower defense for them. Zoro is having to return to that top lane. He's still keeping up the CS. Himself and Impact are still keeping it pretty even, despite the fact they've not been up against one another, but the mid laners, that's where the power's really going to start coming from, Freak. And you can see they're starting to have a bit of a build disparity between the two. Obviously, Faker looks like he's going to be rushing for Pain. Maybe he's going to go play the Rune King afterwards. I don't know. He's got Brutalizer. Nukeduck in the meanwhile he's rushing out for that Blade of Rune King.
Yeah, there's a couple of different builds you can see from Rivens. I've seen a million different ones. So some people can rush a Last Whisper. Some guys can actually go for an early Bloodthirst or Ravenous Hydra. We'll see where he goes. Of course, early Brutalizer is standard. Now, of course, Dragon being picked up, SKT got their turret. They roam back down. Lemondogs are not ready to stop this one, though. Crescendo comes across. Bengi just jumps in. Mithy goes down already.
Yeah, you can see them immediately. Dexter's going to come back around. He catches 3 of them, gets flung straight away. Zoro Zero comes in. Can they get the damage down? No, they can't. That's going to be a double for Piglet. Zoro Zero goes down as well. And now Nukeduck's in all sorts of trouble. SK Telecom are cleaning up here. This is going to be the 4th kill. And wow, they just dominated Lemondogs there. 6-2 in kills.
Lemondogs limped into that fight kind of one at a time. Not a well-constructed battle at all. You saw them just getting picked off one by one by one. Nothing really coordinated there. SKT grouped up, had the forethought to group for the Dragon. Watch this fight. Mithy just gets straight up caught, has to basically waste Crescendo, doing nothing. Flashes away. Watch, they've got 2 members here fighting alone, having to run away. Then Dexter shows up into 4 people, still has no one really supporting. Zoro comes in from the back, and it's too little too late. 2 people are dead before the fight really begins. And you could just see SKT grouped up. They chase down Nukeduck all together, and they don't let Tabs get free shots from the back.
So SK Telecom in full confident position right now. Once again, they're just systematically taking the bottom and top, taking that Dragon away, taking away a 4-for-1 fight as well. So big advantages gained by SK Telecom. What will they turn this one into? You can see obviously Impact had that Rod of Ages. Trinity Force just being completed by Piglet. Big power spikes starting to come out from the Koreans.
And at this point, Corki has spiked massively. It's 13 minutes in, his Triforce is done, and this is normally a strength of Corki's. He spikes really hard in the mid-game. Trinity Force is pretty easy to complete, or at least piece together. But now he's just ahead of the curve in terms of gold as well. Tabs is sitting on a BF sword. If he wanted to go Infinity Edge, he's barely half the way there, but the mid lane's getting dived.
You can see Nukeduck, he's going to get away from this one. Piglet and Mandu pulling that pressure down. Just off to the side was Bengi, and actually, I was wondering whether he was going to head up towards the top. The 2, Zoro Zero and Impact, it's actually really the first time they've been up against each other in lane.
And the actually difference in builds is interesting because I actually like Impact's build more. Zoro built to split push. He's going for a Sunfire cape, but aside from the Giant Spell, it doesn't help him fight against Singed very well, who's also got a level lead. So Impact's going to have a wonderful time at this 1v1.
Well, Impact just trying to run on towards him. He's trying to keep that poison flowing, which he does. Impressively, that's actually his ultimate is not running, despite the fact it sounds like it is. It's just a spectator issue right there. Tabs getting caught out in the bottom. Bengi pushing in towards that mid lane. A lot of pressure on towards the middle turret. This is going to be the 3rd one of the game, and Piglet goes aggressive straight afterwards. Onto Nukeduck. You see that burst spike of damage. Remember, he has that Trinity Force. Dexter with the Assault Battery, but he's gone too deep. The rest of his team are not on the same page. Mithy can't help him out, and now it's a big push from SK Telecom in the mid lane.
Figures just gonna eat the trap, no big deal. The mid-game spike is here for SKT. They've rotated everyone down to the mid lane, and notice that they got the rest of their lanes pushing in order to get this to happen. Impact went all the way down to the secondary turret. Bottom already got pushed out as well, and this 5v5 is just stronger for SKT. They can take any turret they want.
Well, it seems the Lemondogs can't really defend this one. They're trying to clear that wave. Zoro Zero is trying to be that big tank up front. They do finally force SK Telecom away. I'm not too sure whether it's forced or whether SK chose to actually just back away from that one.
Well, they've got a bit of time to wait anyway because their minions ran out. They're not strong enough to just backdoor turrets in the face of their enemies. So Faker gets to roam to the bottom lane. He knows he can run away. Textor's ultimate is down, which is the only way Faker gets caught here. So you can see him actually take a fight if he wants to, but could also run.
He may also turn this one around. We've seen him do it before, and Faker wants a piece of Nukeduck. Not going to happen. The ultimate pops from Nukeduck and finally gets him down, but he needed the help from Mithy. Otherwise, he would have gone down.
That was a bit overconfident. Faker was sitting on about 2,000 gold. He had bought up a BF sword and boots his speed after coming back to base. If he had those items, he'd have won that fight. So you're right that Faker didn't get caught. He happened to go back into the fight and got overconfident. So, which was what he talked about in the video. Said I won't get overconfident. Seemed to still happen here, though.
Seems to still have that confident flow, and why not? Because right now they are 6-3 up. Zoro Zero gets caught and spotted out by that Phosphorus Bomb with Piglet. The ward gets placed in there. Bengi going to be taking away this blue buff from Nukeduck. It's not going to harm him too heavily because not a lot of heavy mana champions, if many at all.
Yeah, there's no real need for the blue buff from these guys. It actually works incredibly well on Vi. Getting more abilities out is pretty massive for her. But in the end of the day, it's just SKT taking blue because it's taking map control. These guys are very, very good at taking control of the mid game and not letting their opponents breathe. You're seeing Impact not even let Zoro last hit minions here, just body blocking them with himself. Of course, Zero trying to freeze the lane if he can, but I don't know if it's going to mean much. He's going to get Fling to take damage.
Just going to fling him back over. Impact causing a nuisance of himself, and the rest of the team are gathering in this mid lane. You can see Faker and Bengi there. Mandu just off at the side. Piglet joins the top lane. They're going to go aggressive. They fling Zoro and they may have the damage to burst him down here. He's on that turret. He's a big tank, but he's not quite got enough. Gets away with it just about Zoro there. Now you can see the transfer around. Can the rest of Lemondogs try and chase on towards it? Impact is low. Piglet is low, but there's no one really there to respond.
And look what just happened there. Impact sat there tanking the turret against the main tank of Lemondogs, saying, Bengi, Piglet, just keep hitting him. He'll fall down eventually, and forced the defending team away in a just 2v1 turret dive. That is what SKT are doing here. And now I want you to pay attention to the pink wards. The ward control is now what's important for SKT, because if they want, they can set up a trap at Baron and force Lemondogs to face check into it if they don't want to just play the siege game.
The Dragon fight coming in 45 seconds time will certainly be one of the pivotal moments in this game. You can see Tabs, he's got that Infinity Edge built up now. Piglet, meanwhile, getting towards that last Whisper, trying to gain in there. Faker chasing down on towards Nuke. They realize if they can take him down, he's in all sorts of trouble. He's going to try and turn his ultimate down. Flashes away from this one as well, but that will force him away from the fight. He's got 25 seconds to go back and come towards that Dragon, or it's going to be all over. And Zoro is nowhere to be seen for this one. This is surely a Dragon for SKT.
Yeah, there's no way Lemondogs could challenge for it, even if they did have all 5 members around. Instead, Lemondogs are making the best of a bad situation, trying to get Zoro some farm at the top lane. With the Sunfire Cape, he will push fast, but of course Impact has teleport, so if SKT want, they can just defend the turret without much issue, and of course only sending a couple people to take the Dragon to keep the bottom lane pushed as well. SKT are confident they've got the control to 2-man objectives and defend the other ones with 1.
Here's an interesting perspective. Zoro up against Faker in that top lane on the golems. Has he got the damage to take him down? It seems he may have. Scares Zoro out the lane and takes the golem.
Exactly. This is just Faker, who is massive. His team is ahead. You've got 3 turrets and all the dragons. Faker has 5,900 gold to the 4,900 of Zoro. Even though their minion kill scores are reasonably close, 1,000 gold lead has been built up from globals, and that's going to happen for every member of SKT. Each single person there can outduel their counterpart.
So we see Dexter backing off himself, trying to create situations throughout this one, but simply put, it's not worked out for him. Went a little too aggressive in that top lane early on, and it seems to have just swung like a pendulum for SK Telecom ever since then. You can see that mid lane turret already taken a lot of damage. Tabs is desperately trying to keep them off this one. SK keep coming back, keep returning to this mid lane, and just getting that little poke on it every time.
And that's what, honestly, these guys are doing. Is you saw Mondu actually put a plant down because turrets will hit plants before champions. And so he's like, yeah, just get 2 free attacks, we'll back out in time. There's really no rush for SKT. These guys scale into late game just fine, and they're constantly clearing away the jungle as well. There's really no pressure for them to win fast. They can just keep building a lead and take the advantages as they show up.
SK Telecom trying to set a trap here, but I don't believe Lemondogs are going to fall for this one. They're not really looking to ward out that Baron just yet, although will they? Dexter taking a look towards it. No, instead puts a wise ward down there. Zoro is the one that's trying to do it. He may get caught out of position. SK Telecom going to dive for this one. Tabs gets caught out. He gets dropped down completely. Dexter's going to be the next focus target. He's trying to get away from this one, but Nuke's out of position. Tries to use a living shadow to get away. Cataclysm closes him in there. Goes on towards Piglet. Just gets dropped where he stands by Faker. And SK Telecom clean up. That's a 2-for-0 easy victory there, and that is going to be an inner turret.
That is going to be probably some more as well. With 2 members down, there's no way Lemondogs can defend their base or a Baron. And the thing is, that jump in was not required by Lemondogs. Good job by SKT to set up the bait, and good patience by them as well. But Zoro got a ward onto Baron. He knew there was nothing actually imminently being taken. Lemondogs thought they could surround Impact, not realizing where the rest of SKT was, and because Mondu has an Oracles, he guaranteed his team was in darkness, and Lemondogs face-checked anyway, and they got those kills.
I think we're going to see a return. Myth is going to get focused on, has to use that crescendo, gets cleansed off instantly by Piglet. Ace in the hole comes out, blocked out by Bengi, not going to find its target. Impact continues to chase, keeps the whole team away. Lemondogs can't go near their own jungle right now.
They absolutely cannot. There's too much damage potential here. There's no catch potential, although it is going to be the top lane turret now taking siege, despite the fact that they could keep baiting Baron. it's SKT looking for pushes constantly.
Faker taking a couple of tower hits there, got stunned out by Zoro0. Lemondogs looking to maybe try and chase on this one, maybe sensing a little bit of an advantage, but meanwhile the mid lane, you can see Impact, he's just running rings around that inhibitor turret. Somebody somewhere has to deal with Impact.
Yeah, he's just going to keep the push going, and of course he still has kept his teleport up for an incredibly long time, despite the fact that he could have used his summoner spell to stop the push in the top lane, to get into fights and whatnot. SKT are leaving it up as a resource. Their rotations, something we keep talking about, their mid game and their rotations for SKT are so good. They're playing it on foot, and then if something really does happen that's crazy, they can use that teleport later on, but they're letting everyone else take rotations in the meantime. So I've got to say that's a good set of plays here by the Korean squad. They're definitely looking good coming into the second to last day of their group.
Well, I think back to way back into the MLG New York days when I was alongside Monte Cristo, ironically, when we saw the Koreans first bursting onto the scene in North America, and they absolutely shredded everyone. And back then, they were still 2-3 steps ahead of people. And it seems that still we yet to catch up with them. Certainly the Lemondogs at the moment, they just seem lacking in when it comes to SK Telecom's sort of positioning. They just seem to put the pressure on all of the lanes to be in perfect position to just set up those ganks.
It really is. It's the ward control game. It's a lot of these teams are not familiar with what to do when the enemy team is constantly in fog of war. All these moves come through because you don't see the other team. They don't see where SKT is, and they walk into one brush too many. Same situation. Pink wards, Oracles running near Baron. They see, oh, well, Lemondogs are actually in the mid lane. Okay, we can take it now because they didn't check last time.
Yeah, and you can see Impact's just keeping vision on them, knows that they're nearby. Mandu's just off the side. They sneak and hide in there, so Zoro0 has to come all the way in there to check it. Goes in, goes too deep. Stranglethorn separates them out there. Dexter goes in. Assault Battery already used on Mandu. He gets dropped down by Faker. Faker turns it back around. SK Telecom are pretty low right now. If Tabs can gain a good position, he may be able to start getting some damage down, but instead, Impact and Piglet completely separating them. That's going to be Nuke not going down. Now we can see Mithy and Tabs running for their lives away from Impact and Piglet.
And again, another fight well played by SKT, forcing Lemondogs in. That's a kill on the Mithy. He's just going to go down. Singe chasing, not something exactly new at this point in this game. And it's just over and over. It's SKT setting up fights that they can easily win. Lemondogs runs into them, onto the Zyra ultimate. It spreads apart the team. SKT get another clean team fight win, and they take another turret off of it over and over again.
Methodical play from SK Telecom. 24 minutes coming into this one. The first inhibitor of the game will go down. It's 12-3 in kills, 5-1 in turrets, and well, you can see that 9,000 gold advantage building ever so more. Tabs having to use the 90 caliber net to try and escape the oncoming horde of SK Telecom. Just about getting away from there. Everybody seems to be on point right now for SK Telecom. We talked about it at the start of the show. Just you had to pick up those wins on day one, maybe catch them a little bit disoriented, but they seem to be coming in today full of confidence.
Exactly. The SKT are just a team with so much control and knowledge over how to play the game. And Lemondogs, being a bit of a new squad, they're a little bit green. They haven't quite ripened yet. These guys have more future to play, of course, for themselves. We talk about what happened with Mineski. They said, you know, we're happy to be here. We're learning a lot, and these are really smart teams to play with. And again, to the point where a lot of these teams haven't played against supports like Mandu, who just create fog of war the entire time and never let you move. Lemondogs get to experience that now and say, this is the kind of game that we could evolve ourselves into. This is the kind of game that we could compete against if we learn the play style. And they'll keep learning.
Zoro0 having to use Dominus, going to try and turn it around. The aggression on towards him. Assault Battery on towards Faker. Have they bitten off more than they can chew? Faker's going to try and run away from this one. They got Slice and Dice in a moment. No. Gets to the turret. The rest of SK Telecom join in there. Teleport coming in from Impact. And now they're closing the gap. They catch the grasping roots on towards Dexter. The fling comes in. Dexter goes in to his death and demise. He will go down. It's Faker that picks up the kill. Ace in the hole not getting through there. Faker does go down. Nukedog picking up the kill there. Nukedog too deep, all on his own. He's going to get taken down. It's Mandu that manages to close it out. It's a 2-for-1 to SK Telecom.
And there is a 7-0-3 Corki with a bunch of items, going to continue to lead the charge here. A 4v3. This might be the game-winning push. There are super minions here. Just kidding. SKT looking for the top lane.
And just look at Impact's build. He knew what he was up against. It's all about the melee and armor damage, and just goes straight for that Thornmail, building into exactly what he's up against in their opposition team.
And that's just so smart in general. That we talked about it a little bit with Zoro0 going for the fast Sunfire cape. He's actually going into a bunch more armor as well, realizing that Faker and Piglet are the most damage, but he's never even had a chance to fight against Impact, who's had an easier build path and really no counter building for him either.
And it seems that every time Lemondogs try to create that situation, SK Telecom are there, they're reacting, they're already into position. You saw it, obviously that started off with Dexter and Zoro trying to create a situation, trying to get into Faker, but the rest of SK Telecom reacted so quickly.
Well, think about what they're trying to catch right here. The only guy who can really engage is Dexter on Vi, maybe a flash from Mithy. But you're trying to chase a Singed, which is like rule number 2 of League of Legends, don't chase Singed. Or chasing a Jarvan who's going to flag toss away, or Faker on Riven who's going to press Q a bunch and get out of range, or Korg who's going to Valkyrie. Like every single one on SKT has really good disengage tools. And then when you dive really hard because you're Zed and Renekton and Vi, Stranglethorns shows up. There's really, like, sort of categorically in a team fight, SKT has all the tools they need. In addition to the fact that they've played the mid game so well, SKT I think have done remarkably from second 0 all up till now.
Well, it is going to be the Baron for SK Telecom, not a person from Lemondogs anywhere near that half of the map, let alone coming in to try and get it placed. But look how many ping wards are down and around that area. They have full vision control of the entire area of Lemondogs jungle.
And that is SKT earning that Baron. For the last 10 minutes, they've had that area pink warded and Mondu's had an Oracles, and every time Lemondogs, sticks their nose in there, tries to chase him down, and gets kicked back for it. And finally, SKT trained them to not look for Baron because it's gone bad every single time. Of course, now SKT have Baron, and we're probably going to see them push in for another win here.
Well, he did manage to avoid a couple of puns there, Freak. I'm disappointed in you. Sniffing the air right now is SK Telecom to see if they can find Lemondogs. And it does seem that it's going to be another free inhibitor turret. There was no fight put up from that one because Lemondogs realizing they can't fight for this one. Look at that. Tabs putting damage onto Impact. He's just laughing at him in his face openly, realizing that they can't do anything about this one. The battle for the Nexus turrets will follow. Faker goes in on towards Dexter. Zoro goes aggressive. The ace in the hole comes out, does manage to land onto Faker. Zoro gone way too deep away from his Nexus turrets. Where are you going, Zoro? Get back to your turrets. You do see the Cataclysm coming down. Crescendo lands down there. Mandu taken low. Tabs tries to get in. He's gone too deep. Impact gets in towards him. Zoro will eventually go down to Faker. They realize it is all over. Bengi manages to get the kill onto Tabs. Zoro continues to chase away from this one. Gets a little bit of lifesteal off those walls. Slice and dices away. But he's not going to get anything more from it. Mandu goes down. The rest of the base will follow. And it's SK Telecom taking away their first game of the day here on day 5.
And the moral victory for Faker at the end. He takes down Zoro. Nexus falls over. This is SKT looking to secure one of those 2 playoff spots out of the group. They're a game behind OMG, but a game ahead of TSM. Now 2 at this point. Let's make it happen.
Confident performance from SK Telecom. And remember, first blood went down within the first minute of the game. It was Faker that actually got caught out, but it wasn't to be for Lemondogs once again. SK Telecom looking so strong here in day 5. Can they go all the way? Of course, the position's all up for grabs in this group. Big important game up against TSM later on, because that will really be that decider for second place. With OMG 4-0 so far in that group, you're going to expect them to maybe pick up another win today.
It's definitely likely. If we kind of expand our look down to the playoff race, you do have to look forward, as you just said, to the SKT-TSM match. But when you look at this game, SKT, they looked pretty much like SKT. All right, kind of a silly play at level 1. Faker got a little bit aggressive, got caught out. All right, fine. But that didn't hold SKT down. They played the standard controlled game. I think they got lanes that they wanted. They got the first turret kill. Bengi camped for his top laner, and actually, with a couple lane rotations, picked up some kills that way as well, and just built a lead. Took a really good dragon fight in the mid game, and then controlled Baron, and that gameplay carried them through the game.
Absolutely fantastic stuff. SK Telecom, they pick up their first win of the day. Let's get over to Quickshot and the guys at the desk to break it all down for you.
Thank you very much, D-Man. First of all, congratulations to SKT. Let's talk a little bit about the game. Let's go all the way back to the picks and bans. We seen the Riven locked in after SKT had given away that Zed to the Lemondogs. Crippa, you were talking about a little bit, and Monty actually mentioned that SKT were talking about the fact they've scrimmed as playing Riven against Fnatic. But talk to me about the matchup a little bit and your thoughts.
I just think this was a bait. Nobody in this tournament at this point will get Zed for free or by accident, so they actually knew perfectly what they were going to do. And as you saw, Riven was a pretty decent matchup. We couldn't really evaluate how it went in the hands of these 2 players due to the deficit early. Faker had to blow his summoners on Faker Playmaker, but he was face shaking the bush.
It was a pretty terrible play by Faker
Yeah, it
at
was
level 1.
no respect again. Like
Yeah.
you have to respect the brush at least if you can't see who's inside. But from a deficit, he played really well. Got back into the game, had a really good roam top. Maybe we'll touch on that later. Yeah, just solid play by Faker.
I think
afterwards.
this is the best game for him to kind of have a wake up call where like he need, his ego kind of, or maybe not his ego, but his overconfidence can be toned down because he still won. And maybe this is like the best time to have a wake up call. Like maybe I can't just be Faker all the time, no matter what.
Well, that said, we also saw how the rest of his team can carry right there, and you can see that it was really a decision for them once Faker got down. When he roamed top for that gank, when Lemondogs was pushed up to turret in top lane, they intentionally gave that kill to Impact. Faker peeled off, and they waited for Singe to pick that one up. So at that point, they knew Faker was behind, and they were focusing on buffing up their other lanes. And that was Piglet's first professional game on Corki as well. He obviously had a pretty dominating performance. So there's a lot of threats on this team.
I want to highlight something that they also did with Impact in particular, because after that level 1 start, we did the traditional sort of red buff trades that we see fairly often at this level of the game. Mandu was helping Impact steal away those double golems. He then recalled, ran back to lane. So not only was it taking that camp, Singe would have been sitting in a 1v2 lane doing nothing anyway. It was a great start and something that we don't see all too often at this level of play.
But that's a kind of play that really abuses the fact that if you're in a 2v1 lane, you're going to be freezing the minion waves. And if you know that, you can take that assumption that pro teams make and make plays elsewhere on the map at level 1, come back in time to pick up that experience.
There's basically two ways to people play a 2v1 lane. Either they push the wave on really quick, and on the second wave, they'll stack for a little bit, second wave pushing the tower, early harass on the tower. Then there's the alternative where they slowly push it, and until the point where no more creeps are dying on your side, then they push it in. That's like a stack 3 or 4 waves. Generally, they synergize that with the jungler. If you know a team plays a lot like that, they will abuse the fact that their jungler is open. We've seen Darian do it as well in the European LCS match against us. We had no idea where he was. He did Wolves and Wraiths, and then went back to bot lane.
Yeah. I have to say, overall, it seemed like SKT was able to make their adaptations quicker. Lemondogs also made mistakes. It wasn't just Faker here making some questionable calls. Lemondogs, they went for that dive after the bottom 2v1 situation. SKT1, their duo had already recalled, so they were definitely going to make a lane rotation. And then Dexter puts himself behind the turret, cut off from his allies, and it all went downhill from there.
Honestly, from Lemondogs right there, if we think about they could have had more dragon control in the early game. They really focused on keeping control over SK Telecom's red in the top jungle, and I feel like they could have made a potentially good dragon play, but they made that decision instead, and I think that cost them in the long run.
And I think this is a great game to illustrate why SKTT1 is just kind of stronger right now than Lemondogs. Like Lemondogs team comp, Renekton, Zed, Caitlyn, that's such an early game oriented team comp. You have to pull ahead early game and then you can snowball it from there. They actually did pull ahead early game and shut down their enemy team's star player, and they still weren't able to close it out. SKTT1 still, even at a deficit, was able to win dragon fights and take objectives.
Definitely something every other team in this group and in this tournament will have to keep their eyes on. And after that game, let's actually take a look at where the teams sit after the very first match of the day. OMG are still sitting at the top of the table, undefeated at 4-0. They are one game behind SK2, are currently sitting 4-1. TSM, the last, I believe, potential team that can actually make it out of these groups. We'll have to see how their games go later in the day. And of course, Lemondogs now 1-4 at the bottom of the table. All right, guys, one game down. One game you all got right. Congratulations. Yay. Now let's see who you guys like in our second match of the day. This is going to be OMG versus Gaming Gear EU. And I want to look at Kobe for my first prediction here. Who are you putting? Where are you thinking?
I'm going to have to go with OMG. I mean, Gaming Gear, they really had trouble finding wins anywhere, and OMG right now are at the top of the group. It's pretty much just follow the numbers here.
I agree. I think OMG is looking strong. They haven't dropped a game yet. They've proved that they can play both very aggressively in terms of dives and a little bit more passively as well. So we've seen dimension from their style. I like them a lot going up against Gaming Gear.
Crepo?
I'll have to go with OMG as well. It's a really small David against an even bigger Goliath. I don't think they can take the game off OMG.
Yep, we're all in agreement. Probably OMG. One interesting thing I learned about them, though, from Tabe Royal's support is apparently this is like one of the only Chinese clubs or teams not to ever stream. They almost never stream as like individuals, and they practice like anywhere from like 12 to 14 hours a day, the most of any Chinese team that he's ever heard.
Well, we'll have to see if it works out for them. It is so far 4-0 in the tournament. Guys, we do have to go AFK for a second, but when we return, OMG looks to keep their world record perfect when they take on the Wildcards Gaming Gear EU. Plus, the man, the myth, the mid laner, Faker, will join us to talk about the team's great start to the day. Don't go anywhere. The League of Legends Season 3 World Championship will be right back in 3.5 minutes.
China's very interesting. They play this very fast, aggressive style.
Trying to get into as many fights as possible.
Very much focused on dives.
Randomly, they'll all just group 5 and look for a 5v5. And if they don't get a 5v5, they'll dive you and they'll take your tower.
And they don't hesitate to blow 2 or 3 ultimates in order to secure a single kill, because then they'll turn that into an objective afterwards.
That kind of unorthodox super aggression as a team of 5 is going to catch a lot of teams off guard.
They basically demolished everyone else in the group.
因为我们坚持自己的对游戏的理解和观念。
analysts are now measuring how fast does the team lose the OMG than how good they played.
It's going to be 38 minutes, 49 seconds. It's a very long game for OMG in terms of averages.
I think because they're isolated from the rest of the world, people don't generally look to China for strategy.
就是在坚持自己的那种风格，也没有说去研究别的国家的风格。
不关注我们，我们就默默的成长吧。我觉得太受关注，肯定就要被各方面的人去研究吧，有利有弊吧。
Welcome back to the Season 3 World Championship, coming to you live from Los Angeles, California. In just a few minutes, Gaming Gear EU and OMG are going to square off. But first, I'd like to welcome SKT T1's mid laner Faker to the interview lounge. First of all, Faker, we want to talk about Riven. Not a champion that we see every day. Talk to us about the Riven pick.
페이커 선수 먼저 인터뷰 라운지에 오시게 된 걸 축하드리고요. 첫 번째로 리븐을 선택하신 거에 대해서 먼저 여쭤보고 싶은데 리븐은 평소에 잘 선택되지 않는 챔피언이잖아요. 왜 선택하셨는지요?
일단 제가 리븐은 거의 한국에서 거의 안 했거든요. 근데 북미 서버 와서 처음으로 솔로 랭크에서 돌려봤는데 되게 재밌고 또 여러모로 좋은 챔피언인 것 같아서 한번 써보자 하고 대회에서 한번 픽 해봤던 것 같아요.
Riven, I rarely played Riven back in Korea, and I started playing Riven a lot once I came here this month, and played her during a solo rank queues, and I found her a lot of fun. She had many utilities and awesome skills, so that's why I chose her.
So let's talk then about the next step in the game after the Riven pick, which was the Riven death at level 1. What was going through your mind after that happened?
그러면 이제 그 리븐을 선택한 것 다음에 일어난 일, 그러니까 리븐의 죽음, 퍼블을 당하셨는데요. 퍼블 당했을 때 어떤 생각이 나셨나요?
일단 퍼스트 블러드를 당했을 때 되게 불안한 건 없었고요. 그냥 좀 게임 끝나고 코치님한테 혼날 생각이 많이 났던 것 같아요. 그래서 그 점으로 좀 불안했었는데 또 경기가 잘 풀려 나가서 괜찮았던 것 같아요.
When I died, I wasn't worried about the outcome of the game. I was more worried about my coach grilling me about, giving first blood. So in that sense, I was worried, but, I was fine after.
So after the abysmal start, I think we'll call it, what happened? How was that game turn around, in your opinion, for SKT?
일단 최악의 시작이라고 일단 얘기를 할게요. 최악의 시작 다음에 경기를 돌렸는데 그 경기를 돌리게 된 그 주요 이유가 무엇이었나요?
일단 저 때문은 아닌 것 같고 저 빼고 탑의 임팩트랑 피글렛이 너무 잘해줘서 게임이 쉽게 풀렸던 것 같아요.
I'm pretty sure it wasn't me. Top's Impact and Piglet played really well, and I think their play turned around the game for us.
So, in the 2 days that you've had, as downtime almost, what have you guys done to really prepare yourself to take that next level and make sure that you qualify, for the playoffs coming forward?
거의 이틀간의 휴식 기간을 가지셨는데 그 이틀 동안에 이제 그 다가오는 경기랑 이 롤챔에 대한 어떤 준비를 하셨나요?
일단 저희 SKT는 거의 이틀 동안 쉬지 않고 계속 연습했는데 아침, 밤 계속 연습했거든요. 근데 저는 긴장 안 하는 법을 배웠어요. 그동안 긴장을 어떻게 하면 안 할까 하고 연구를 많이 했는데 그래서 40초 만에 퍼스트 블러드를 당한 게 아닐까 하고 좀 그런 점도 있네요.
We stayed around and just practiced day and night. We prepared. But one of the things I really tried to work on was to not, feel the pressure and get, tighten up. And I think that's why I gave first blood. I was too relaxed.
Well, thank you very much, Faker, and good luck in the rest of your games, and good luck making it to the playoffs there as well. So let's get on with the games and send it over to Demon and Freak for the second match.
Thank you very much, Joe. It is indeed time for our second match of day 5. China's OMG up against the international wildcard team, Gaming Gear EU. And like their perfect record would indicate, the last time these two teams faced off, it was, of course, OMG that came out with a victory.
Yeah, surprising result there. And, of course, both these teams, they have a very similar style. It's early game aggression, and then you go into team fights. OMG just did it better. 16-3. They built the early lead, then they took control of the game, and they just closed it out. It was a by the book, and by OMG standards, pretty reserved game, actually.
Well, let's face it, Gaming Gear, they shouldn't be feeling too bad about this because OMG has absolutely dominated all of the teams in Group A so far, and leading the way has been their AD carry, San.
And this would have been actually a surprise coming into this because he wasn't the MVP of the team, but he leads the group stage with a KDA of more than 20. He's even got second place in kills with 34, even though he's played less games than everyone else in Group B. So the guy's been putting out great performances, only has 3 deaths despite all his kills. He's putting up really good numbers.
And clearly focusing on the game there as well with his head down. So let's take a look at those starting lineups. In the blue corner, it's going to be OMG. In the top lane is Going, Lovelin, that jungler, Cool, the mid laner who has been quoted as being the best mid laner in China, by the way. San as the AD carry and Big Pomelo as that support.
And of course, in red, it will be Gaming Gear EU with NBS in the top lane, Alunir in the jungle, Mazarin in mid, Deadly Brother on AD carry, and Inspiro on support.
So, coming into picks and bans, what are we expecting to see from this one, Freak? If you look at the history between these two teams, it was Zed, Lee Sin, and Elise being taken away by Gaming Gear. OMG went for Shen, Thresh, and Corki. Are we expecting anything different? Of course, you got to think to maybe the Gragas, the Orianna that Mazarin's played.
Exactly.
And of course, you know, OMG, well, look at what Cool's been going towards. He wants to get that Zed. We know he does.
Yeah, and we'll see what ends up coming through with this one because you have some shared champions and some champions that neither of the guys, or only one guy on each side is going to run. So it just depends on what they feel like running here because you're going to likely see the assassins come through from the OMG mid lane. That's why you see the Ahri ban come out. And it's really up to what they want to run because we've seen teams run new strategies. We've seen them run the same strategies.
Well, either OMG have done their research or they just hate me because they banned my favorite champion, Ziggs, out, which is not really a ban that you tend to see.
It's not. I don't know if that was really on purpose. Honestly, we kind of have to see what they want to go for here. OMG, I think coming into this, it's their first game of the day. They should be looking to play something a little bit comfortable, I think. They should make sure that they're on point. They've still got important games to play both today and tomorrow. And as long as you pick up a couple of wins, you help guarantee that you keep that first place spot. So I wouldn't expect something too crazy from them. I think play standard, make sure you're up to speed here is the way to go for these guys.
We'll see how it is. They are coming in with that perfect record. Kennen being taken away. There is the Zed ban. So Gaming Gear on point with the bans, targeting that mid laner Cool. We'll see what the final 2 bans do come out with.
I half expect Fizz to come out as well at this point because you know Cool will be happy to play the champion if you run that. And unless Orianna or Gragas gets banned, you can kind of let the Ori or Gragas get picked up and just take the other hero on Mazarin. But Fizz is one I haven't really seen him play successfully, so that would be my guess, but it really depends on where these guys want to go with it.
Corki was the final ban, as you mentioned. Flavor of the tournament seemed to be having a very good record so far within this tournament. Zyra, of course, also up there. We'll see what the final choice for Gaming Gear is, though. Will they go for that Shen ban, or will they allow it through? Going may try and take that one as his first option.
Yeah, I know Shen and Zed were the 2 champions that have been picked or banned in every game up until today, and of course we did see Zed played last time. So it is actually a Caitlyn ban coming out. That's actually interesting to me. The Shen, of course, already hovered over, and why not? When you look at what OMG does, having a tanky guy to initiate the frontline tower dives, whether it's in lane or into a team fight, or to just accentuate someone else when they go for a tower dive, whether to give them the shield so you can make it a 3-on-1 dive somewhere else, or just to win the mid lane duels when that mid lane is so assassin heavy. He works with so many things that OMG wants to do.
Well, let's not forget Twisted Fate is available as well. Orianna and Aatrox are being selected by Gaming Gear. Twisted Fate alongside Shen could be a dangerous combination. Or, with the AD carries both being banned, we could see the Submarine come out. We could see Twitch in there.
You never know. I don't think we've seen him yet this tournament. I'm trying to remember if I have. I don't think we have so far. But yeah, the Ori and Aatrox, these are already two champions the Gaming Gear ran last time. I spoke to Playing with Comfort. This is exactly Comfort. They actually first picked Ori last time. Yep. They did the exact same thing here. It's Gaming Gear looking to play their type of composition. And then, of course, same thing for OMG. Elise got banned last time, as you mentioned. Here's the Fizz coming out. Here's the Shen coming out. And the likely Elise lock-in, of course.
It looks like it will get locked in for Loveland. So actually, currently OMG picking their own champions in their own positions. They don't need to know any switches, any trades that could happen. Instead, we're going to have a change around. Looks like Jarvan may be the choice. 6 seconds to go before he locks that one in. There it is. So, okay. Jarvan and Fizz alongside Shen.
It's interesting to me that they actually went for the Jarvan over the choice of Elise, but it's really up to you. Of course, he's a great ganker as well, and actually brings a little bit more team fight utility, which does play to the style. And I think when you fight against Gaming Gear, whose only real hope to beat you, it would probably be in really good team fights if they get really good engages. Having someone like Jarvan who's just going to do a better job at team fighting, I think speaks to a strong choice in their sort of pregame strategy. And like we're seeing, OMG's playing pretty much to what's stand for them. They're going to play their game here.
Waiting for the AD carry, jungler, something like that. Actually, Aatrox probably will be that jungler. Of course, they could go for a top laner. They know they're going to be up against Shen. Will they switch it for that 2v1 lane swap? What are Gaming Gear going to go with? Nasus, maybe that champion of choice. We still... I don't think whether MBS played Nasus throughout the wildcard qualifiers. I don't believe he did. Zyra is going to get locked in, nope. So that could be in the jungle for Alinea, but I've got a feeling Aatrox is going to stay for Alinea because he's more aggressive as the jungler.
Yeah, and it's actually interesting to see that the Nasus is now more of a assumed top laner. Yeah. And it's especially a good matchup against Shen. In fact, Aatrox is a good matchup against Shen as well if they want a 1v1 there. So Shen has very, very low kill threat. So if you play a late game scaler like both Aatrox and Nasus, they get to sit there and farm up and be a huge threat in the game overall. And then in the case of Aatrox, if you did run for that matchup, you can interrupt the Stand United with the ult, whereas Nasus can't do that. That said, if you just run teleport on Nasus, then you can mirror those roams, those globals, and you're okay. But in either case here, I think Gaming Gear made a really good choice with their top lane pick, regardless which one they go for.
Well, could we see a tip of the hat towards their Chinese comrades, which is Royal Gaming? Tabe's been running that Annie so many times, and actually he's already said in an interview, if he doesn't get banned against me, I'm going to be playing it in the quarterfinals. So we'll see whether he sticks to that one. Annie, or Big Pomelo. The crowd are chanting for it. Yep. It's almost like it's a new Teemo. There it is. It's going to be Support Annie.
All right, there we go. Support Annie coming through. And you're right, you talked about actually Royal Club running it so much at Tabe. And actually, Annie was practically first picked in almost every game those two teams played against each other. And you normally only first pick something away when you're worried about the other team running it as well. So here's the Annie coming through. I can't imagine it's a rare pick for Big Pomelo, who's got to be able to know this one. And this is good. And the thing is, it's not something that really tips their hand too much, because it's something you would expect to come out of that region. It's not a huge surprise. Yeah. So even though it's a new champion, the first time we're seeing it so far, it's something that teams would have seen in research. So they're not really displaying too much.
Okay, again, going the opposite route. They want to stay as far away as possible, going with that Zyra and Tristana combo. So, will we see 2v1 lane switches coming out from this one? Because I'm not too sure they want to go up against that scary lane. Big Pomelo is going to be looking to be very aggressive. You can see Flash Ignite as well.
Mm-hmm. I don't have a wonderful read on just exactly how Annie has all her lane matchups. I've never played against it myself more than like once. So as far as lane matchups, I don't know 100%. But I've got to imagine Ezreal, not really the strongest laner overall. You can hide behind minions and not take Mystic Shot damage. That Gaming Gear would actually be okay to 2v2 these guys. What's actually really worrisome is when Jarvan shows up, because Annie's stun is 1.75 seconds and is targeted, so you're not going to like flash dodge it or anything. And Deadly Brother right now is running with Barrier, not Cleanse. So if Annie lands the stun, Loveland shows up with a Jarvan gank, and you just kind of die. And that's pretty likely to happen in this game.
Be interested to see the words of Krepo after this one, because I know he's played it a number of times in just in ranked queue rather than actually going balls deep and going for that European LCS matchup. So we'll see what he says about that one. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's check out as the game loads up to see what you guys at home have been picking for this one. According to LoleEsports.com, it's a big number. It's 93% of you think that OMG will end this match with a perfect record intact.
And of course, the analysts picked it as well. And with Support Annie, how can you argue? It's going to be a fun show. And you know, even though we all come in expecting OMG to win, I think one of the fun things is going to be all the moves the support Annie gets to make, because Flash Tibbers is basically Flash Crescendo, just awesomer. And her landing is, you know, instead of plants, you throw fire at people. You have kind of a Zyra-esque landing
You get a big
phase.
teddy bear.
Yeah, it's awesome. You have 625 attack range, which is actually the longest of any conventional supports. I'm calling Annie a conventional support, by the way, so, you know, for what that's worth. But a lot of poke potential.
In China, she
It
is a conventional support.
Straight up, and York's a conventional jungler. Like, these things exist for a lot of the regions. And it's ultimately going to be, at the very least, a learning experience. But also, you can't completely count out gaming gear. Theoretically, if every team just reversed their records from the first half of the group stage, everyone could end 4-4 and we could, you know, have a big tie. Unlikely, but...
Let's not give the production heart attacks just yet, shall we? Let's stick to what is likely to happen, which is, as you guys vote, 93% going for OMG. We'll see if that works out, because it is OMG as the blue team. You can see Big Pomelo already building that stun up, getting ready for this level 1 engage. Remember, OMG, the Chinese teams as well, Royal Club, we'll see in the quarterfinals, have been known to be overly aggressive in these level 1s. They are not afraid to go very deep into the opposition jungle. Gaming Gear themselves are set up ready and waiting for this, expecting the red invade, but it is the blue.
Yeah, and this is going to be what happens when you've got support Annie. She has an on-demand 1.75 second stun. And when you've got going there on Shen, he has an on-demand 1.5 second AoE taunt. So you can lock up the entire enemy team for 3 seconds and hit them with things. It's going to work pretty well for these guys. Big Pomelo, of course, already spamming his Incinerate on the fountain. I've actually seen him typically recall after the invade completes to get a full mana bar when it goes back into lane. But of course, these guys just have control. It's run as a group of 5, put wards down, keep invading because they can't touch us.
Have they been seen? Not yet. Yes, they have. They've passed by that ward at the red buff, and look at where Gaming Gear going. They're going straight for the blue buff. They realize that they know that they're on the red buff, so instead they're going for the invade of their own. So it's actually going to be a blue-red trade.
And there's actually not enough time for OMG to get back and contest this buff unless they walk straight there because they know about this. This is actually, oh no, this has been pinked. Yeah, okay, they saw OMG go by. So that was actually a pretty cheeky move by OMG. If it weren't for that lizard ward, they would have caught these guys out right here.
Well, it wasn't to be. Instead, it is going to be the blue buff for OMG. And instead, it's just straight up ward coverage. So despite all the tension and excitement, nothing came of it.
Nothing happened at all. Actually, for what it's worth, a lot more money was spent by OMG on this. They've actually also, interestingly enough, gone for a more unconventional lane swap. They sent Cool solo in the top lane, and oh, this is so good for him too, because he's going to fight a low-threat top laner. NBS here on Nasus is not going to shove Cool out of lane, whereas Mastered would have had a pretty good time as Orianna against Fizz. So OMG getting good matchups everywhere.
And also they get going, went and got those wolves, and he's going to be going into that 2v1 bottom lane. Shen, standard 2v1 bottom lane, like you mentioned. So pressure on MBS in that top lane. Alonair getting caught out by Lovelin, already aggressively. Lovelin going straight in towards that jungle. Now they're maybe going to come around. Blue, luckily for Gaming Gear, has not been taken just yet. I thought it had already gone, but it has not.
Yep,
Instead,
and this is...
Inspiro, he doesn't really fancy this one.
No, he can't. And this is the thing that happens when you've actually got a high-impact early game support in the mid lane, is you can run around, roam, and with all those aggressive wards that OMG put down, they spotted the jungle route, ganked him at his second buff into enemy territory using that Annie to make sure it happened, and now OMG get 3 of the 4 buffs at the beginning of the game.
Mazarine in that mid lane doesn't want anything to do with Annie right now. He can flash stun, throw that ignite out, and of course with the aggression of San as well, already the highest KDA in the group stages so far, as you mentioned earlier on. He's not afraid to go aggressive either. MBS getting caught out. Good turnaround from MBS back on Cool though.
That's actually the deceptive thing about NASA. They're going to go in.
They're going to see the Wither down there, actually missing the slow. Does manage to get the knock-up. Is it going to be enough? Cool taken very low. Has to flash away there. So good trade by Gaming Gear.
That's the deceptive thing about Nasus. His Q is actually some pretty good damage. The bottom lane getting jumped on as well. But of course, it's just a gank for one person.
They're trying to turn it back around though. They do manage to get the grasping roots on towards Lovelin, forced away. So good defense work from Gaming Gear so far.
And this is a lane that's very hard to kill. So unlike the Ghost Singe we saw last game, there's not a lot of real kill pressure from a Shen. The damage output is just not high with this group. It does, however, give Going a lot of time to sit and be safe and farm. Look that he's at 12 versus 14 in minion kills. He's not getting pressured at all.
Well, it is this mid lane. That's where the pressure's being relayed. You can see it's already down below a third health. San continuing to keep that pressure down. Big Pomelo going around, trying to throw those wards out, keeping coverage, making sure that Alanir doesn't come looking for those kills, as he so often does to help out Mazarine in that mid lane. Going, is he going to go Shadow Dash across Inspiro? No. Dodges out the grasping roots as well. Zyra so far, as I mentioned earlier on in the last game, has been very successful. You can see 13 wins, 6 losses, and banned out 3 times. So very successful support champion so far in the World Championships.
Yeah, absolutely. She just does a lot for these teams, especially when you consider that it just works against aggressive diving teams. Of course, Levlin still forcing the moves.
It's keeping a lot of pressure on him here, of course, with that red buff burning, ticking away. Alanir forced to back away from the and having to chug through those health pots to get back to those rates. Mid turret, down to half health now. OMG keeping that pressure on. They may dive this.
Yeah, he's just waiting around on the side. Just even though he didn't go for any early combat items, the level lead he gained from the level 1 ward pattern and the support anti-roam has just made him huge. Deadly Brother, pretty hurt there.
Good shadow dash on towards Deadly Brother, not quite inside the tower range, which is what he was aiming for. Cool, just using that playful trickster to hop around the mid lanes where the pressure's still being applied. Gaming Gear desperately fending off this mid lane turret push.
And that's worth pointing out is even though you can't really easily dive the mid lane, the fact that Levlin kept finding a Lunair prevented him from defending that turret with his mid laner Mazarin and allowed that turret pressure to come in so much more. Levlin wasn't ganking the mid laner, he was ganking the jungler and removing her from the lane.
Cool continues to farm the top. This is going to be the first turret of the game going down. OMG will take this one. Gaming Gear not able to defend it out here, and you can see they wanted to pick up a kill. They're disappointed, it seems, OMG there, looking to see if anyone would go aggressive, but Gaming Gear rightfully and respectfully backing away from that turret.
Yeah, and this is what we saw from OMG last time they played Gaming Gear, was aggressive plays that weren't overly aggressive. Levlin's been ganking a Lunar in the jungle, forcing him out, preventing him from defending, and then not dying, not getting too aggressive, but making moves that are paying off over and over and over again.
Alanir tries to dive in. Gaming Gear tried to go aggressive. You can see there's 4 members of Gaming Gear in the mid lane now. They've let that bottom line completely open. So going getting free farm in the bottom. He's going to be pushing on the turret because you do see Inspiro getting caught out. He's going to go down. First blood comes in. It's Sand that picks it up again.
And the ward that you see on your screen right there is the reason, or part of the reason they got that kill right there, is, again, aggressive ward coverage and as well as the aggressive moves. OMG get rewarded for that kill with just absolute control over the dragon. I don't see anyone stopping this.
That will be the dragon gain. Cool had come down to help out, but he's going to be backing off towards that top lane. So NBS, well, he's been up and farming on his own for a while. Has managed to build himself a tiny lead against Cool, but Cool will slide back in here, back towards his turret. Not going to feel any pressure from NBS, I don't feel. NBS himself, gone for that Negatron cloak, building in towards this lane in the top here up against Cool.
And this is going to be interesting because you can have the duo lane of OMG swap into the Nasus now that Dragon's off the table. The location of your champions on the map doesn't matter for 5 minutes, and they can just go in for a fight here.
You can see Stan United coming out. He's going to Shadow Dash across. NBS getting locked up. He's not going to be able to escape this one. Ghost has been popped, but it's all she wrote. Cool is going to come in. Are they going to let him get away? No, they're not. They're going to gift it across to going.
So even despite the magic resist, the magic damage lane of Fizz plus Shen can do that, and that's exactly what Fizz does for a team. Is you don't need to use it to turn around a gank, you can use it to force a gank. That Stan United coming in, the crowd control getting the kill. Very well played.
Heading down the river was Cool, warded out though by Gaming Gear, already realizing backing away from that mid lane. Down in the bottom, we do see San and Big Pomelo keeping Mazarin very much away from this wave, keeping him well zoned out. Mazarin has hit level 6 though, so we'll have that shockwave available. However, unfortunately for him, Big Pomelo is about to hit 6 as well, which means Tibbers on the support will be available in a moment.
And this is just the aggressive version of what a Sona lane at level 6 does. You get the stun, but a lot more damage to follow it up. And of course, look at this mid lane, they're getting surrounded.
Absolutely, Deadly Brother caught out, Shadow Dash taunt straight in there, and Cool will be finishing off this one. Oh, Willie knocks him away with that ultimate. Lovely's trying to desperate chase on towards Inspiro. Deadly Brother now, slow getting on towards him from Alanir. Inspiro will go down on the side, but how will they do? Alanir trying to keep going away from him. Will try and walk away from this one. Going, just keeping him at bay. Has to jump away from it, but he did save Deadly Brother. He got away towards the top.
That was a good escape right there. Tristana, actually, the Buster shot does have an area of effect onto it. It damages only one target, but will knock back multiple champions in the area. And once the two melee champions were on top of each other, Deadly Brother got to push them both back. But of course, you're still seeing the dives work for OMG. They're still playing the aggressive lane. All their moves are working with no penalty.
It's nearly a 4,000 gold advantage just coming into the 10-minute mark so far. And OMG, you just saw Big Pomelo, look where he's placed all those wards. Around the blue and actually in the lane of Mazarin. Mazarin already taken low. Coming around the side, he's going to be cool. Closing in towards him. He has got that shark available. As he needs it, throws it out. Mazarin gets caught out with that slow. Going to bounce on. Playful tricks to finish it off from Cool.
That was a great play right there. A standard roaming play. And we talk about how important getting that first mid lane turret down is. How important killing that turret. And you saw it right there. They've got better ward control. You got Cool roaming through the enemy jungle. That's really not even their jungle anymore. OMG, again, looking for aggressive moves, surrounding enemy champions, and constantly pushing lanes, and then moving in to surround people.
OMG looking to take their second blue buff from the opposition jungle already. Alanir being bullied away from this one by Lovelin. Lovelin being kept well away from it. So that will be the blue buff being taken away. Cool will have that one. San continues his farm in the bottom. And speaking of farm, 92 CS to 70 of Deadly Brother. Deadly Brother falling behind here.
And what's interesting as well, though, is that this laning phase, as you talk about them falling behind, the laning phase also, in addition to the dives, is just going so well for OMG that even though we're only 10 minutes into the game and you feel like, well, why aren't they pushing it? It's because it's really only 10 minutes into the game. These guys can play it pretty slow and just destroy Mazarin like this.
Mazarin not got a chance. You saw the big Tibbers there using the Chinese panda skin. Well, what else would they use? That is going to be the turret going down. It's San that picked up the kill. Domination here. Lovelin comes in. MBS manages to sidestep but gets caught out by that Cataclysm. Has only got Ghost available, so he can't flash out of this one. He's going to get locked up here. San looking to try and close it out. No mana on him. Lovelin will be taking this one away. One more hit. There it is. It's 6-0 now to OMG.
This is the gameplay you expect from these guys, and it's cool because even though we talk about the sort of the Chinese death squad, the 5-man roam who groups up and dives things if you won't fight them anyway, they don't need 5 people. OMG are doing this with 2 or 3. They're actually holding their lanes. Going stayed top, didn't use Stand United. The bottom lane you saw from Big Pomelo and San just stayed down there. It's one guy at a time saying, I can kill you. Here's Cool, one guy at a time, going to the top lane.
Heading towards that top. Alanir is up there, but he's got Go going alongside him, who's already feeling confident. Alanir already down to half health. Has got, of course, that Bloodwell available, but he flashes away from that shark popping out. And it will be OMG forcing them away from the top lane.
Yeah, and it's going to be a lot of minions that are missed, even though it doesn't result in a kill. The aggressive play results in a bunch of golden experience going away, which, heck, is worth it. Just the same, that top lane turret, of course, taking a bunch of damage. Now, looking back at the Gaming Gear side, though, they've been just trying to hold their lanes up. And for what it's worth, they have a really good late game. They've got a Natsu who can sit there and farm. They've got a Tristana to try to rely back on. The problem is, though, they're down 6,500 gold. If they don't stop the bleeding, they're just going to turn pale and fall over.
Yeah, you can see OMG keeping that pressure down. Big Pomelo going in towards the opposition jungle. Once again, warding out that red. You see Lovelin throwing down those pink wards, keeping control of that red buff area. Perfectly timed once again. San continues to push their mid lane on his own. He's feeling so confident on that Ezreal and actually forces Alanir away and towards that turret. Mazarin coming back in there, but he's so far behind in farm already, just against Cool, let alone anybody else. That's going to be the red buff for Lovelin. And OMG systematically taking control of every little bit of resource on the map.
Oh, absolutely. These guys, they're playing the controlled game. This is what we kind of expected to see coming into this is, all right, play your best. You don't have to show anything crazy, but just play the game that you expect will intimidate your opponents. And it's what they're showing right here. They're playing an intimidating game of nothing has gone wrong. They aren't missing minion kills. They aren't missing champion kills. They're just doing everything correctly.
The trade from MBS there, being pressured by Going. This is going to be a 2-man dragon, just the second dragon of the game, I might add, and it's actually, obviously, with Lovelin tanking it up, Big Pomelo putting the damage down, San's going to come down and help out, Cool was just off the side. All 3 lanes being pushed right now, and the dragon being taken away is going to continue to stretch that goal further and further in OMG's lead.
Exactly, 8,000 gold. Now you've got an attempted counter-gag here by Luna. This might work.
They may try and go towards him. They are going to slam on down. Going, of course, does have that Stand United, so he's going to try and wait to see if he can use it instead. That's all, every little bit of knock-up, but instead he's just walking away from this one. They simply don't have the damage.
Didn't have to burn Flash either, so it was actually Gaming Gear who burned more summoner spells in this one. And even the gank attempts aren't quite working here. OMG going to keep making moves. His top lane is now in their sights.
Big Pomelo comes in, has got that Tibbers available. There it gets slammed down. Alanir, passive pop. Big Pomelo tanking out that turret. The turret itself is low. Oh, perfectly timed. True shot barrage comes across from San. San comes in just at the end. Mop up duty. Big Pomelo manages to pick up the kill on MBS as well. The turret will follow. Full control, OMG.
And that only took 4 people from OMG. You still had Loveland holding up somewhere else. Now actually fighting Mazarin. And jungling beating mid laner is kind of happening right now.
This is not good. That's going to be a shockwave coming out. Loveland actually choosing to back away. No, he isn't. Who am I kidding? He's going to go straight in towards Mazarin. He tries to push the lane instead. Puts out that Dragon Strike. One more hit will do it. Mazarin has to flash away from this one. The jungler beating a mid laner is not a good sign for Gaming Gear EU.
Not in the slightest. Loveland is level 9. He is tied with Mazarin. He's above basically everyone else. Deadly Brother sitting here trying to last hit minions, and to his credit, he's got over 110, but it's not enough. This build is going to take a long time for these guys, and OMG are still the team in control. So you look at them and they say, okay, they've got another game to play today, but they're already looking this good. OMG might very well 8-0 this group.
Let's not discredit Gaming Gear too much, because this is a team that's gone through the wildcard tournament, the developing nations. They're up against OMG, who have topped the Chinese LPL for 2 seasons straight. Absolutely dominated that league, and that's a league that has Invictus Gaming and World Elite, which you guys would have seen here at Season 2. And, you know, World Elite went and won IPL 5 after that Season 2. They are a very good team. We saw them obviously at the All-Star Championships as well, taking second place. So the Chinese community we know is very strong. And when a team has topped that league for 2 seasons straight, you're expecting them to be pretty damn good.
And they are pretty damn good. They're putting on a clinic here for how to play an aggressive game. It's the style, I think, is actually the strongest way of playing League right now, is put the pressure everywhere, roam around, control the vision, and make things happen. And it's a more aggressive version of what SKT is even doing, where they're controlling wards but letting the teams run into them. It's OMG running in right now.
Mazarin into all sorts of trouble. The Urchin Strike comes in. Playful Trickster pops on his head. And that's Mazarin going down. Going just tanks up that turret. Now he's going to turn up towards Deadly Brother. There goes out the Shark. He's going to slide back in. And that's a double kill for Cools.
Yeah, that's going to work pretty well. It's just picking up more and more. 4-0 and 3 on him. Taken down. It is Rosanna's first death. Deadly Brother's done a good job of surviving this relentless assault. But unfortunately for him, it's OMG now looking into the base.
That's 2 turrets going down. Teleport from MBS. Is it going to be too little, too late? Look at the burst coming out from Cool now. True Shot Barrage rattles across him. San's going to try and get locked up. The turret is doing damage on him, but it's not going to be enough. And OMG pushing through, going to take down their first inhibitor turret of the game. And the inhibitor, well, that's going to follow.
Yeah, only 17 minutes into this one, OMG have already cracked the outer shell. Dive coming back in.
Cataclysm on towards Mazarin. He's already been troubled by Loveland. This time around, he's got the help of his team. Stranglethorn's only catching out going. Aluna dives in there. Doesn't manage to get on towards Loveland. Taken very low. They just couldn't get their first kill of the game. It's now 13-0 for OMG. They're going to back away, but they get the inhibitor.
There's not quite enough health bars for this OMG squad to keep pushing in. The enemy team is still, of course, scaling up with golden levels and whatnot. So, and it's OMG playing aggressively and then not playing too aggressively, though. It's the restraint that's also equally impressive because they keep looking for these kills. They play so bloodthirsty, but they're not crazy about it. The fact they've got 0 deaths, despite the fact they've been diving turrets, that's the impressive thing, is diving turrets and not dying while doing so just shows you the level of confidence but also control this Chinese team has.
Well, TSM are going to be watching on at this game. They have to play OMG and SK Telecom later on in today, this group stage. And of course, don't forget OMG. They're looking the most impressive in this group so far. SK Telecom obviously were clean favorites coming into this one. But so far, OMG have really impressed me.
They really have. And here comes another one from McCool.
Urchin Strike on towards Alanir. He's going to get locked up. That's going to be the passive being popped out. The Bloodwell, well, it's not going to be enough because Urchin Strike finishes off once again. Lich Bane glowing, thinking of going for MBS, instead backs away.
Yeah, the Ghost getting him a little bit too far out of range right here, but goes in over the wall.
Goes straight in anyway. MBS just not tanky enough to go up against him. He's only got that Spirit Visage built up. He's not been given the free farm turret at the top there. Big smiles on the faces of Gaming Gear, I might add. They're actually enjoying the time despite the fact they're obviously being taught a pretty solid lesson by the Chinese champions, and so far it is all going one-way traffic. 14-0, the perfect game is on.
Yeah, they see if they can do it. 0 turrets, 0 dragons, 0 kills. Nothing given away to this enemy squad right here. The bottom lane, now the target, but Gaming Gear's here to defend.
There's the Shockwave, pulls in Lovelin and Going. MBS goes in, tries to be aggressive. Lovelin goes leaping, diving through there. Oh, a Shadow Dash catching 3 members, followed up by Tibbers on top. Big Pomelo might go down. There is Mazarine picking up the first kill for Gaming Gear. San manages to close down MBS. That's a kill. Lovelin manages to get in towards it. Cool picks up the kill on Alania. But OMG, they went too deep, and it was Big Pomelo and Annie who went down and ruined the perfect game.
To be fair, though, they still took a fight that was a 2-for-1 plus a turret. You've got to say, even if you die, sometimes it really is worth it, whether you type it in chat or not here. OMG now, the second inhibitor going to be theirs, and the minions might just be enough to close the game out at about 20 minutes.
The damage from San there, just 2 shots nearly taking in Spyro's health off the map. And it is Gaming Gear EU that are in all sorts of trouble now. 20-minute mark goes in, 2 inhibitors down, 7-0 in turrets, 16,000 gold behind. OMG looking so strong to close this one out. Team Solar Mid are going to be looking at this one. Where do you see weaknesses so far in OMG?
Big question. I don't see a lot, to be completely honest. The only thing I really saw was the fact that they had spent a lot of wards early on at level 1. You can only buy so many at the beginning of the game. And if you can capitalize on when those wards time out, or the fact that the enemy support doesn't have many left in lane, you can make those same ganks yourself. You can also try to read OMG and say, we know what kind of ganks you look for. We know you're trying towards certain things, but if you pull a Fnatic and hide in random brushes and then turn ganks around, there's a lot of predictable moves you can still plan around.
OMG continuing to drive on. Super minions up that mid lane. Cool. Just sidestepping Alania. Oh, there's no passive available for Alania here. He's just going to get eaten by that shark. We do see Lovelin sliding on in, trying to lock up NBS. Instead, Going's going to keep that top lane. It's been a game by the numbers from OMG here. They're thinking of going for the 3rd inhibitor as well.
Yeah, they might as well take it out. 21 minutes in, they've got the control, and of course the enemy jungler being dead doesn't make it suck, and here comes the potential. More diving.
A dive comes in, there's the True Shot Barrage sliding across. Good shockwave from Alanir. From Mazarine. Not going to be enough though. Big Pomelo does go down. 2nd kill of the game. They try and lock up onto San as well. He's just continuing to pad out those KDA stats as he gets yet another kill. 6-0-7 now for San. That's going to be the 3rd inhibitor of the game going down. OMG looking so strong here in the first game of the day on day 5.
Flashes in, looks at the damage. Deadly Brother almost goes down, but the push is in for the Nexus.
Alanir's the last man standing. He's keeping them away. Deadly Brother stacks himself up. Spyro trying to keep them away. OMG actually pretty low here. They may not be able to close out the game yet like they're trying. Lovelin will take down the first Nexus turret. They're catching on towards Going. Can they take him down? No, they can't, but they have to defend this Nexus turret. The inhibitor will be next. Will they manage to get it down? No, the minions can't do it. And OMG back away. Gaming Gear live to fight another minute of this game.
And just like Gaming Gear, the crowd is pretty much ecstatic about this game as well. And I've really got to hand it to them. You said it earlier, how they were all smiles. But Gaming Gear's attitude coming into this one, I think, is really the right one. We've seen teams blow up over losses. Gaming Gear, like, we're losing, but we killed the legendary Fizz. We got that one. Our base is still alive. And it's the kind of thing you like to see. We are playing games after all, and having fun is what it's about when I'm playing games. If my teammates in solo queue were this happy when losing, I would play more solo queue.
You would play more solo queue. We'd all play more solo queue. Cataclysm on towards Inspyro. He's getting locked up. Lovely manages to keep him locked in now. The exhaust was already used. The rest of the team come in to support. San gets himself another kill, and who else would do that? Deadly Brother sidesteps out there. Oh, that's going to be a Shadow Dash drawn straight on towards him. It's another kill for San. He continues to pad out those stats at the moment against Gaming Gear. Good shockwave once again, pulling him in. Alanir tries to follow it up, but it's not going to happen. Fizz diving on towards the fountain, towards Mazarine. He will lock that one up. Shadow Dash coming in towards Alanir. Oh, taking a pillar laser from the fountain. Not quite going to be enough. The Nexus turret will go down this time around. They're chasing on towards MBS. He's going to get locked up. There's the stun. It's San with another. He's now 9-0-7. The Nexus will go down. It's OMG that pick up themselves the 2nd win of the day. It is day 5, and they are now 5-0.
5-0. Oh no, cool, throwing away kills. That's all right. Zon adds about 5 to his KDA from that game. Mid-20s, good place to be for a tournament series, isn't it?
Absolutely fantastic performance by the Chinese champions. Like I mentioned, in the LPL in China, they topped it in spring and summer, so it's the equivalent of the LCS, exact same format, I might add as well. So you guys, you know exactly what that is all about. They have dominated over in China, and right now they are looking to try and dominate the Season 3 World Championships. 5-0 in the groups. The only team so far to go undefeated in this World Championships.
Yeah, these guys have put on a very good performance, and you've got to realize that everyone else will be turning their heads and saying, OMG are very serious contenders here. And now both times that OMG has played Gaming Gear, it was, we're better than you in lanes, we're better than you at rotations, and then checked aggression. Every move has been a sort of worth it move, where even if they died, it was a 2-for-1 plus a turret, or for the first 20 minutes was just a free kill with nothing to pay for it. And that is, at the highest level, the type of play you expect from OMG.
So 2 solid performances so far on day 5. Let's send it over to Quickshot and the crew, though, to break down OMG's near perfect game.
Thank you very much, D-Man. And the first thing that I really want to talk about is the composition that we've seen OMG running. I think, you know, individually they showed that they were stronger players, they work better as a team, and there's not too much to dissect from a gameplay mechanism just yet, but I think the composition, it was very much Royal-esque, who is, of course, in the quarterfinals. Doublelift, do you want to comment on this one?
Yeah, I've actually never seen Big Pomelo play any sport. I thought top
He has.
Oh, he has?
Yeah, he has. Not well, I will say that.
Okay. I feel like he pulled it out in this game specifically to kind of strike fear into his opponents, trying to show like, oh, I can play any support. If you're not comfortable playing against it, you have to ban it.
He did have 50% of his team's deaths, though, so I don't know how people are going to be.
Yeah, and with that, to break down that anti-support a little more, when we talk about it being Royal-esque, that anti-support does so much work when you have it in the mid lane with an AD carry. And typically we see it with Twitch on Royal or with Ezreal. And it just gives you so much control over your enemy's buffs, because that hard stun, that engage in the jungle, leads to some really nice early invades, and it gives you a lot of options for diving the mid lane early as well. So typically we see a 2v1 in the mid lane when that anti-support is picked, and that's kind of why.
I kind of agree with Monty there. Like, I've played anti-support a bit in solo queue and on various Smurfs. It wasn't as effective as I'd hope it to be in the bot lane 2v2 sometimes. It has good strengths, but sometimes it's not as good. But then if you put it in the mid lane, there's where the strengths of anti-support really shines. Really good harass. Doesn't need for sustain, because 1v2 you don't need the sustain at all. And as he said, going for the buffs, jungle control, you have a stun on demand, and that's really, really big in a 2v1 play.
Just before we get Doublelift's point, as you can hear from the crowd, TSM has just taken to the stage, so we'll get to their game in a second. But what did you want to add about OMG's comp or the team, how they're playing?
Yeah, well, I just wanted to add that as an AD player, if you're playing against something unconventional like Annie support or like any sort of kill lane bottom, which Annie kind of brings, because she's just got so much kill potential, you're really uncomfortable. Like, I know I would be very uncomfortable laning against something I've never laned against before, because it's only popular in China specifically. And it's just like, it's something that you're going to have to always consider. Do I have to ban this? Do I have to like lane swap against it? So I don't want to lane against something like that if you're playing AD.
One of the things I do want to highlight about what OMG have just done is not only have they showed the ability to seriously control games, but the ability on the champions, Cool playing Fizz in particular. This is something that every other team is going to have to consider. Talking about picks and bans and thinking, well, if we get the likes of an Uri in that mid lane, Cool might happily play that Fizz and try to shut you down.
Well, right. And
yeah.
We touched on this a little earlier, but with OMG all but sewing up their spot into the quarterfinals, of course, there could be some wild stuff that happens, but I think we're all anticipating that they're going to make it at this point. This is where you start to mind game really hard. And so striking fury into your opponents with some of these picks is very important, and I think we're going to see that as this group closes out. And OMG just looking like the strongest team top to bottom that we've seen so far in the group stage, hasn't dropped a game, and they haven't made the same kind of early game mistakes that SK Telecom has made right now, so they're looking great.
I'm excited to see them. They will be playing TSM in our last game of the day. That is a little while away. Right now, let's take a look at the Group A standings. At the top of the table, undefeated is OMG at 5-0. SKT is sitting one game behind at 4-1. TSM 2-2. And now they're really going to be stepping up to the plate to try and challenge for that quarterfinal spot. Lemondogs and Gaming Gear rounding out the bottom of the table. All right, before we get to the next game, let's take a look at some Twitter responses. Earlier today, we asked you guys which player has surprised you the most in Group A so far and why. And here's what you had to say. At Twinkie of Doom, that is the coolest Twitter name I've ever heard. He says, Nuke Duck's inconsistent play and inability to carry thus far has surprised me the most. Now, this is a harsh one,
yeah,
but I can't really fault it.
I feel like that's a little bit
too harsh.
Too harsh, because if you think about the group that Nukeduck is in, he's playing against Reginald, who's incredibly aggressive. His playstyle is really unorthodox for mid lane. He's gonna catch any mid laner off guard. You even saw him do well against Faker. And just look at it. He's in the same group as Faker and Cool, the Chinese MVP. This is a really hard group to be playing mid lane in, and I think Nukeduck hasn't been playing that bad. I mean, like, yeah, he's gotten shut down a couple times and made some bad plays, but the mid lanes in his group are just so hard to deal with.
And he did bring out that Swain as well. So he's been trying some new things, trying to inject something else into the matchups at mid to try and turn it in their favor.
I think he still played pretty well in a various amount of games. Yeah, sure, he maybe did something about people consider a throw, but there wouldn't be anything to throw if he didn't really win his mid lane as hard as he did. And he's a very strong mid lane player, and I think their team synergy just wasn't on point, and his other teammates definitely didn't outclass him either. So I think that was a little harsh from Twinkie of
Little harsh. All right. Well, Nukeduck's got some pats on the back here from the analyst desk. At Fluxion, he says OMG's jungler Lovelin was amazing with Lee Sin landing almost every single Sonic wave. Definitely OMG's playmaker.
Yeah, I love his Lee Sin, but I also really liked his Aatrox. Ganking after one buff is something not a lot of people do. He's definitely throwing some stuff that other junglers just haven't. They've gone away from it with all the jungle changes, and he's not scared to pull off those types of plays. I really love Lovelin as a jungler. That being said, he was also one of the top supports in the world as well.
I really like the fact that they used Lovelin had such great game sense, and they said, hey, Big Pomelo and Lovelin not working out of their current positions. Why don't we just go ahead and cross those over? And it actually has worked out really well for the team. Lovelin's mechanics obviously on point. His decision-making still superb. And I feel now he can affect the flow of the game in a way he couldn't before. And it's been really successful for OMG.
Definitely been working on 5-0 in the group right now. All right, the third tweet from Blemish. He says, Reginald surprised me the most by being such a passive Gragas versus SKT Tier 1. Not used to him not diving in first with his team. I would tend to agree with that as well. He does tend to be very in your face.
I don't agree with the flack that Reggie got for his Gragas game. I think he actually played really well. And in fact, if Faker, there was like a video of Faker flashing to kill a minion to hit level 6 so that he could escape a gank.
Yeah.
And if Faker wasn't so good at the game, like, Reggie would have killed him. Reggie actually was incredibly close to killing him. The cocoon missed by like an inch off of Faker. And then if Reggie had killed Faker, then everyone would be like, oh my god, Reggie's playing so great. I think he actually had a really good Gragas game, but people just kind of blindly, I don't know, hate on him.
Yeah, I think Reggie played pretty well that game, actually. I think the major reason they lost wasn't his play. It was just some mechanical screw-ups throughout the game. And also, Trevor, I actually didn't get a chance to tweet this, but I'm really impressed by a player in Group A called Doublelift, because in 5 game days he still hasn't lost a single lane yet, which is really weird.
I'm a god.
I knew that was going to come one of these times.
I hate you, dude. The only person I lose lane to is like Marn, Complexity, bot lanes, Velocity Esports. I always lose to those teams. I'm so sad.
MIA is your kryptonite.
Exactly, dude.
Well, I'm going to have to work on getting better at that one. But for everybody that did send their tweets in, congratulations. You guys have won yourself some Logitech gaming mice, and you guys earned them.
All right, we still have 3 more games today, so keep hitting us up with your surprise players. We'll be at LOL Esports, and be sure to use the hashtag Worlds.
All right, we're about to get into our next game of the day. It is match number 3, and it's time for our experts to draw upon their considerable experience with all the pertinent information, and then, in Crepo's case, flip a coin. Guys, TSM or SK Telecom, who's it going to be? Kobe?
Now, this one does bug me a little bit because I want to go with TSM, but I have to take SKT. I talked to the guys. They've regrouped, and they think that they do have a pretty good game plan coming against SKT this time, but I don't know if they're going to be able to actually execute it. So many of the North American teams have been making these mistakes that we keep calling out.
Yeah, and the thing that all of us have kind of latched onto was TSM's first 5 minutes of the game. They could have won the game right there, right? But SKT knows that too, and I feel like it's much easier to fix that as SKT than for TSM to capitalize on what they've done well earlier.
Where's your apple pie now, Doublelift?
My apple pie, the apple pie is dead, dude.
Apple
I'm done.
pie is
apple
dead.
pie is dead.
Apple pie is
Freedom
dead.
is dead. The
Doublelift
Declaration of Independence is
2013.
dead. It's all gone, dude.
Crepo, where's your prediction?
I'm going to go with SKTT1. Yeah, I think that they're slowly fixing their early game issues. Although I have to admit, having the crowd behind you is really nice. And I did. So I went outside to greet the fans as they were coming in and asked every person like, who are you cheering for, or who are you rooting for? And about 90% of them all said TSM. So it's definitely gonna be the home crowd cheering for them. And if they get a snowball going, they can maybe use that energy to.
They're gonna need to latch on it. 2-2 right now. There's no more room for error for TSM here. Final prediction.
SK Telecom, T1, got to go with them as well. We still see that they haven't fixed that early game Faker's brush check. I know, I saw Koma, their coach, after that game. He looked really, really unhappy. So, but the problems persist, right? The problems persist. So we still haven't seen that clean early game. But even so, I think that TSM's just a bit outmatched here.
So we do have a little bit of time here before the players are fully ready on stage. I want to talk about some of the things that TSM's going to need to do right in this matchup. They did some things well the first time they played SKT, but Dyrus just fell so far behind so early. So my question to the panel here is what does TSM as a team need to do to challenge SKT?
They can't be afraid. You can never be afraid of a team when you play at this level, because if that only means you're going to play reactive, and if you're going to play reactive against SKT, you're probably going to lose. And you could see that in a lot of their games so far. They didn't care who they were playing against. They had those 2v1s going. I really hope they get the LA matchups again, because SKT1 is still learning 3v1, and TSM is way more experienced than that. And if they get the execution right, that could mean at least it's going to be at least an equal early game, if not a better early game for TSM.
You know, you actually stole my point, so I hate you. But kind of going off of that, I was talking to Cloud on the first day when Vulcan was screaming SKT, and I was like, what is the difference between Faker and every other mid laner? Because I was just curious, what was ManCloud's opinion on that? And he said, Faker has no hesitation. If he sees an opportunity, he's confident enough that he can pull it off. He'll do it instantly without any hesitation. And I think that's the difference between TSM and SKT right now, because if TSM's not confident in their ability, they're not going to capitalize on every possible play that they can make.
That's a pretty good point, actually, because after the loss to SKT previously, there was some discussion among the TSM team about the communication of wards, and that's why they got into some of those face-checking situations. So if the team is not communicating that well, which has been a problem with TSM, then they can't make those very decisive movements, and that will cost them.
Well, we're about to find out if they have been able to fix the problems here for TSM, because we are about to jump to a very quick break. But when we return, Reginald and Team Solo Mid take to the Rift for a rematch against SKT and Faker. Plus, OMG support Big Pamela will join Shox in the interview lounge. Don't go anywhere, guys. The Season 3 World Championship live from Los Angeles. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to the Season 3 World Championship, coming to you live from Los Angeles, California. We're just minutes away from our third match of the day, Team Solomid versus SKT T1. But first, I'd like to welcome OMG support Big Pomelo to the interview lounge. Welcome, congratulations, amazing victory. Tell us about the Annie support you ran. How do you build her? How do you like to play her? Because it's something we've seen from Rael's Tabe a lot.
他问的问题是你为什么会选择安妮这个辅助？你是怎样用这个辅助的？因为之前在那个皇族的比赛中，他也看到有人选择安妮这个辅助。
因为我们觉得这个辅助很强，而且我们在某一些阵容上会用到它，所以就使用了。
I think Annie is a pretty OP champion, and it really fits our team for the team fights, so we choose this champion.
So that's what you ran with. Tell us how the game went for you guys. Coming into this, GG, the underdog, and it went very well for you guys. How did the game go for him?
你觉得那个现在这场游戏，包括之前这些游戏打得怎么样？自己？
我觉得我们队伍对这次比赛很重视，然后我们每一个人发挥都很好，而且我们的团队之间配合都很好。
They really pay a lot of attention on the games, and we focus on our teamwork and coordination, and we have good performance for each of our players. So that's why we had a very pretty good results now.
Okay. Now, in the qualifiers leading up to here, you had Koma playing as support. You now have the first spot as support. How happy are you with your performance up to now?
就是之前是由那个达七来做辅助的，然后现在换成了你，那你是觉得你打辅助打的表现和发挥是怎么样的？
首先我觉得他也是一个很强的辅助，但是我来打比赛是因为我们都是来遵从团队的要求，团队需要什么我们就来表现团队需要的那一面，所以我觉得我打得还不错，然后他玩得也很好。
I think Kama is a very strong player as a support, and our selection of the player is based on the arrangement of the team, and we try to do the best for the team.
Okay. Now, you guys are 5-0 right now, a very big chance to be moving on to the playoffs, and you're going to be up against TSM, the home team here. How do you think that match will go?
你们现在打得不错，然后你们即将要打 TSM 了，然后也是美国的主场队伍，然后你觉得你怎么看待接下来这场比赛？
我觉得 TSM 在美国的人气非常的高，然后我觉得他们也是很强的队伍，特别是他们的下路。但是我觉得我们队伍还是要发挥我们一贯的风格嘛，比较凶狠，然后稳，就很稳的风格。我觉得我们应该还是能战胜他们的，肯定能战胜。
I think TSM is a pretty strong team. It has a lot of supporters in here, especially for their bottom lane. It's very powerful. And for us, we're just trying to keep up our style, the aggressive and fast style. And we do have confidence in our team.
Okay, thank you very much. Looking forward to that matchup later on. And for now, let's head over to D-Man and Freak at the caster desk for the battle between SK Telecom T1 and the crowd favorite, Team Solomid.
Thank you very much, Shox. And now it is indeed time for our third match of the day. North America's Team Solomid up against Korea's SK Telecom T1. Before their match, back on day 3, we talked a lot about the war of words between Reggie and SKT. Reggie criticized the Korean players. SKT's coach said he would silence Reggie and the crowd once and for all. And while SKT was able to walk away with a win, I don't exactly think anyone here in the audience has lost faith in Reggie and his team.
No, not at all. And in fact, to the crowd's credit as well, they were just as loud for SKT when they made some good moves as well. So I do like that a lot. But this match was really, really close. 21-13 is a pretty close kill score. But unfortunately for TSM, a lot of early individual mistakes pushed SKT ahead. Now, both these teams started out with early game tower dives. Dyrus pulled back. He didn't get caught out by it, but Xpecial actually pulled turret aggro too early and failed the 3-on-1 dive. Dyrus himself actually then came back into his lane, got camped, and had a really rough time of it, had a really, really bad Rumble game, whereas Impact, getting those ganks at the top lane from SKT, had a much better time of it. And then once they had the early game lead, honestly, SK team just closed it out. They set a bunch of traps, TSM walked into them, SKT closed out the game.
And this rematch, well, it could almost mean the worlds for SK Telecom. A win against Reggie and TSM would nearly guarantee them a spot in the quarterfinals.
That's right. So if SKT wins this match, the worst they could finish is 5-3, and the best TSM could finish is 5-3. Now, SKT would then have a 2-0 record over TSM and own the tiebreaker. So what would also have to happen is that not only does TSM have to win out if they were to lose here, then SKT loses out if they win here, but then OMG has to also fall down to 5-3 and make a three-way tie, and that would be the only hope for TSM if they don't win this game here.
Absolutely. So, while the odds of making a quarterfinal seems stacked against TSM, if Reginald has proven anything over the last couple of years, it is he's not afraid to put the work in or take the risks necessary to reap the big rewards.
I'm Andy, TSM Reginald. I play mid lane for TSM, and then I'm the owner of TSM, and I also manage the business side as well.
There's nobody like Reggie in this scene. The last person that even came close was Hotshot, and he's already done.
I've been playing the game for very long. I just started to play it because I was good at it.
When we first started playing it, it's beyond our wildest imagination, thinking that it could even reach this size.
Think about it this way. I've been playing League of Legends since there was only 100 people playing the game. And now 32 million people are playing it on a monthly basis. So Dan started a blog, and so we would just constantly try to teach people how to play the game, and we started to build a following since then.
Not many people are that ambitious. He saw a huge opportunity and he took it, and he did really well with it. Really ambitious, really smart, so big risk, big reward.
We're the only team that has made it to Worlds 3 times so far, and I mean, it's been a tough road. Like, every single time we've been to Worlds so far, we've always fell short.
The weight and the tasks that he has to deal with on a day-to-day basis is getting really heavy.
We're playing 12 hours a day. I'll spend like 2 or 3 hours on the business side of things, and then at the same time, I have to keep the girlfriend happy. And at the end of the day, I'm just taking a lot of hours away from my sleep, and it's very, very tiring and time-consuming.
Reggie is a very, very impressive person when you consider all of these things and that he can play at a top level at the same time.
He's gonna have to make a choice. You know, do I find someone to focus on the business, or do I find a player so I can focus on the business?
I'm very passionate about my brand. I'm very passionate about being a pro player. If I'm giving up one, I'm still going to be TSM's coach. I'm still going to be their analyst, and I'm still going to put in as much effort as possible.
We're an immigrant family. We came here with the clothes on our back and $50. And so growing up, it was not hard, but it was never really easy.
I'm really happy for what I've accomplished, but I'm not satisfied. I follow sports where a lot of professional athletes, they end up going bankrupt. My maturity with money came from, I would probably say my mom, mainly because she was basically a single mom raising 7 children. She would cook meals for us. She would try her best to save money, and she would never buy things that she didn't need. But from my perspective, I'm always working on the entrepreneur side of things. I'm always trying to look to invest my money wisely to make sure that I have a safe and secure future.
He's only like, what, 21 years old now? That's just amazing for that age. I could never imagine doing that. All I want to do is just sit on my butt and just play video games all day.
I'm definitely very proud of him. I've seen the transformation and the growth, and he continues to push that.
I was extremely lucky and blessed that I was given this opportunity through just playing a game. At the same time, I created the opportunity by really working hard, but that's how life is. You're not going to find success if you don't take risks.
It really is an amazing story, and you and I have been around, luckily enough, to see Reggie effectively grow up in the scene. And you cast your mind back to Season 2, he was talking of retiring then, and the pressure is still on him.
It is, and he talked about at the very end about taking the right risks, and those risks have paid off for him. He's done an incredible job making TSM a great team, and here they are, fighting for a quarterfinal spot on the world stage. I gotta say, as far as running a gaming team goes, this is a pretty good place to be.
Yeah, 3rd year running. So let's check out those lineups. On the blue side, it is TSM. So the top laner, of course, is going to be Dyrus, the odd one in the jungle. Reginald in that mid lane. Wild Turtle as the AD carry, and Xpecial the support.
And in the scarlet letters is SK Telecom T1 with Impact in the top lane, Bengi in jungle, Faker in mid. There's the, yep. Piglet on AD carry and Pumandu on support.
So these guys met last time. It was a pretty close run match, but it was SK Telecom that came out on top. They turned it around in that mid game, and that is really their strong point once they turn that game around. What is TSM going to do differently in this match to try and turn things around?
They've got to basically remove those little mistakes they keep making. This is actually kind of what separates the really top teams from the almost there, like the S tier from the A tier, is that obviously these guys are good enough. We've seen Dyrus win lanes against people as good as Impact. We saw Reginald hold up against Faker, right? Like, we thought that was actually going to happen coming into that in a straight up 1v1. So that skill individually is there, and the strategic skill is there. It's SKT makes way less mistakes than TSM. If TSM gets that good run where they make right choices, they're fine.
So the bans coming through thick and fast. Caitlyn being taken away as the first ban by TSM, along with Orianna, Vi, and Shen taken away. So no Zed-Vi combos like TSM ran the first time around, and maybe that was what they were looking towards, which has already been countered. You can see the fact that Zed is yet to be taken away. Ahri also available, so one of those is about to get through this ban phase.
And the thing is, last time these guys played, SKT first picked Ahri the second it came through, and Reggie played Gragas. This time around, you know Ahri or Zed are going to come through, both of these champions that Reggie likes. And SKT basically gets to say, look, do we give them one? Do we choose which one do we give them? Do we pick a matchup somewhere else?
Ooh.
And for the second time, they banned Fiddlesticks, so they give Reggie Zed here. He's going to lock that in. Of course he will.
So Reggie went for Zed. Renekton being thought of here, actually, by impacting that top lane. Went with Singed the last number of times, and Corki may be going to come out. Obviously, they've no reason to go for Ahri now because they feel it's going to be safe.
Exactly. There's no reason to really rush this. Now, when you were Fnatic, Soaz got to run it, but although Dyrus has been growing his champion pool, he's been playing some Karthus recently, for example, maybe he learned Zed as well, and suddenly TSM goes, surprise, we're going to play Ahri Zed together. I just think it's very unlikely. So you're right, SKT gets to hold back, play a very, very safe bottom lane. This does, however, give Xpecial Thresh whenever he wants it, and that is a scary thing, because now you're SK2 who relies on pick comps, and you've given TSM the ability to run a pick comp.
Yep, there you have gone with Sona before, remember, of course, but Corki coming in there. What are we expecting Wild Turtle to go with? Because we've often seen him on Caitlyn. Hell, I seem to recall that was his first pentakill champion. Caitlyn
Yes.
back in the North American LCS, which I obviously had the privilege to call, but what are we expecting to come out from the AD carry support? You've already talked about Thresh. Do we think something different is going to come out?
Yeah.
Is it going to be the Rat?
Twitch is actually a very good call here, because it does a number of things for these guys. So first off, depending on how well equipped your opponents are, Twitch actually makes for a very good split pusher because you can stealth and get out of there. And if they have an Oracles or Pink Ward, then it's harder or whatnot. But because Thresh is still available there, because Thresh can still be locked in for Xpecial, Twitch has an escape suddenly.
Ooh, well.
Yeah, we saw this last time. Maybe it's going to happen. Maybe he goes Ahri. So we'll talk about Twitch for a second, though, because now with the Thresh Lantern, he has an escape tool here. And so despite Twitch being an unsafe AD carry, he's not Corki or Ez or whatever, he can put out crazy damage but also get out of fights. And so he has now this, he's sort of this glue for the team fights, is that TSM can play picks, can use Elise and Zed, but they can group together and rely on Wild Turtle as well.
Well, of course, using that Lee Sin for Bengi, as our champion is used to. We've already seen Riven, Faker already earlier on. So what are we going to see? Are TSM going to pull a rabbit out the hat? Are they going to pull something different out? Will it actually be Dyrus on that Zed? Will Ahri suddenly make appearance? Annie being hovered over there briefly. Karthus.
Yeah, and
Dyrus.
Yes, and this is... Oh!
There is Annie.
Oh,
again, 2 games running.
That's interesting. I did not expect the one to come through here. I was talking about Thresh before. That's actually really interesting, because now TSM have turned their composition around. So it started out saying, you expect us to go for Thresh, we've got Zed and Elise, look at all these things we're going to do and we can keep Twitch alive. Now TSM are like, yo dog, we're gonna go for 5v5s. And with Elise, she can tower dive very, very well. We actually heard the interview from Bicamelo saying, yeah, when you bring out support Annie, it's really, really good. Monty Cristo talked about the 3v1 dives in mid lane. And Elise can make that happen, plus the Annie can make that happen. And you've got a 5v5 team. You've got Karthus, Twitch, Annie, all this area of effect damage is going to make it really hard for SKT to to fight a real 5-on-5.
And that's, you think of the damage that the position is coming from. Where do you focus? Because you've got a Karthus in there putting Defile down Layways. You've got a Twitch, which you normally ordinarily focus. Meanwhile, Zed's running wild around you. Are we going to see SK Telecom locking in Jax the first time of this tournament?
Yes, and that is important. That is a pick that these guys must run right now. Jax is one of the best counters in the game, potentially the best counter in the game, to a champion like Twitch who must auto-attack you and doesn't get away himself. Jax turns on the dodge, jumps on his face, and he will solo Wild Turtle. Wild Turtle will have a terrible time in team fights, in addition to the fact that no one's going to stop Impact from split pushing by himself. So SKT can go rely on Impact in team fights, and they can rely on him in the mid to late game as well as his side lane split pusher. And just to add more menace to that, he's going to fight a Karthus in a 1v1 who has no way of punishing him.
And let's not forget, obviously, Jax with that Trinity Force coming in will be very strong. All right, ladies and gentlemen, as we're waiting for these two teams to spawn, let's see who the viewers think is going to walk away with this one. According to LoL Esports, well, it's very close, ladies and gentlemen. 57% of you think that SKTT won. The crowd is not with TSM. Well, the crowd here is definitely with TSM, that's for sure. But you guys at home, you have confidence in the Koreans.
Yeah, and they did it last time, and the vote margin makes a lot of sense, because despite all the hype coming into it and how easy it was to say, I mean, yeah, TSM, but they never beat a Korean, and how all the hype was there behind SKT, that last game spoke volumes. TSM are like right there. You make one or two less mistakes and you're right there to pick up the win. The first ever Korean win for TSM. There's a real chance this is now their playoff hopes. They've got to win this one.
Well, a 0 for 15, is it
Yeah.
now?
Yeah.
This could be the first time. Bayleave, I believe, is the term
Bayleave.
that a lot of people have been using. We'll see whether it works out for them. TSM, Reggie, just talking to him beforehand alongside Doublelift. They know the pressure. They know they have to win this game, or they're potentially out of the tournament. It is all on that team you can hear in the background. TSM as the blue team coming into this one with all the pressure of the North American supporters on their backs. Meanwhile, SK Telecom, they've already won one today. They are feeling pretty confident coming into this game.
Hold on, TSM runner Brush and Faker's nearby.
All
right, his team checked for it.
He's not going to find out. Piglet does take some damage from that early invade, though. And as it stands, they may continue pushing on here. SK Telecom getting in towards TSM jungle. Dyrus is just off to the side. He's in a dangerous, dangerous position here. Is anyone going to lock in towards him? No exhaust use. Counter-Strike may be close enough. Slow was there. But instead he turns around, puts some layways back on Impact.
And there's pink ward control now for SKT. And I'm trying to think if TSM actually saw Mondu run around there, because they could have known that he had a pink ward and then saw him again without a pink ward and inferred that there was vision control over that buff. TSM can play around that fact. They could sweep the ward out or simply make an invade of their own somewhere else. And we can see, actually, still a lot of teams close together at this level 1.
Very tense stuff here. SK Telecom trying to get that ward control. Mandu is the man forward at the moment. And even now, you can see SK Telecom, they are unsure of the risk, backing out. They did get that ward down at the red buff. And it seems that everybody is safe to back away from this one. Piglet is making his way down this river. And yeah, he's wisely getting over to the far edge of this time around.
Yeah, TSM actually, I'm trying to think if they would actually spot the champions coming through. There's not enough vision there, so they don't, TSM don't guaranteed know where SKT's dual lane is going. TSM are basically locked into the lane assignments right here.
So Mandu does put that ward in river, backs away. Red buff will be going across to the old one. Red buff has gone across to Bengi, meanwhile, in that top lane with a little bit of help from Impact. So, lanes will be standard. We've already seen the mid lane. Faker on Riven up against a Zed. That was for Nukeguk last time around. This time it is Reginald for TSM. We'll see how that develops. But right now, there's a gank potentially on this top.
Dyrus does not know this is happening. Bengi has this for free.
Dyrus has got flash available along with exhaust, and well, he's feeling the pressure. The crowd are cheering him. He's trying to get away. He gets caught with the counter-strike after the flash. Exhaust goes down, but that will be first blood for Bengi.
Well played by Impact. The flash stun catches Dyrus just in time. Oddman with a smart move does grab his own blue in time, but I don't think he can necessarily get to the other side of the map and get SKT's blue. So that gank was for pretty much no cost here.
Absolutely free kill in that top lane. Karthus, of course, very weak level 1, which is why they made full attempt on that one. Impact, of course, did use that flash ignite as well, so a lot of summoner spells burnt both sides, but more importantly, First Blood and that big chunk of change going towards SK Telecom. Odd1 looking towards this mid lane, seeing if he can create any opportunities for Reginald on Faker.
Odd1's not going to be around there just yet. This lane does have kill potential, though. Twitch has high damage, Annie has high damage, and Sona does not have any escape tools. It's not hard for TSM to force that bottom lane down. We've seen it work before. But on the other side, you talked about the Odd1. What's important here is Bengi, because he got First Blood. He could rush Boots of Mobility. He could rush a Doran's Blade for more damage with his ganks. He could do a lot of things. And last time TSM did well, last time actually SKT, generally speaking, had some early game deficits, but with an early game lead this time, life will be difficult for TSM.
Bengi already going aggressive, round at the golems already, going to take those away, potentially pay a visit to the bottom lane. He's got the double buff still on him. Meanwhile, we see the Odd1 coming around this mid lane, throws out the cocoon, flash from Faker used.
Yep, and we can look at the mid lane and look that Reginald is basically tying Faker right now. There are some minions still for Faker to kill, but that matchup, by being a counter gank, is still close. But here's Bengi finding the Odd1.
His spider senses were tingling. He catches on towards Bengi.
He's not in range to Q.
Down. Hasn't trying to put more damage down. The rest of the team, look, coming around the bottom. Special was coming up there. Didn't have stun available, but does force the flash from Bengi.
Special was too many spells away for having a stun up there. He'd been using his spells in the lane already, but that was all kinds of crazy. The stun landed and Dragon ran too far away for the second part of Q to be used by Bengi. That could have been close to a kill, because remember that Bengi had to use his flash to get away there.
So, Faker back in this mid lane. Has got a CS advantage building up over Reginald, and the Odd1 once again paying visit. This time he's deeper in the lane. Remember, flash was used before. See, Odd1 tries to close that gap. Not enough. Dyrus, meanwhile, in the top lane, puts that wall of pain down. It is going to be enough to keep Impact away, but he is low on health.
Dyrus is only down to one potion. No, sorry, he actually has 3 potions left. So Dyrus is spending a lot of money to sustain back up in this lane. But with that expenditure, he is keeping up in minion kills. Both these champions in the top lane are very good late game scaling champions. Both of them will do very, very well to carry a team fight. So we're going to kind of have to keep track of what happens there, because Dyrus has a global whilst Impact has to run around to help his team.
Faker's positioning on those dives from Riven has been spot on so far, not drawing aggro from that turret. Now he's going to go back. We'll see what he comes out with. Both mid laners started out with that Doran's Shield. I think this time around we're going to see something a little bit more aggressive. He hasn't gone back, he cancelled it actually. But this top lane, Impact, obviously with that kill assist he got earlier on, has been controlling Dyrus pretty heavily. It is a strong lane, and Jax, you know, if left to farm alone, could be deadly. Odd1 though, trying to set up the gank here with Dyrus, but he's so tight to that turret. So many times we've said, don't dive on towards the Jax. Wall of Pain catches on towards him. It's not going to be enough damage, I don't feel, from TSM. And that will be Impact backing away, but he's low on that turret.
They get a lot of pressure on this, which is pretty important. Dragon is not yet on the table, but as soon as Reggie hits 6, he's likely going to look to push Faker out of lane. He's to level 6 now, actually, so when Faker comes back, we might see Odd1 get his smite cooldown, roam back to the bottom, and look for a play to shove Faker out of lane, and then go for a Dragon. Reggie's picked up pink wards to help secure this.
Reggie's gone full aggressive. You see the 2 longswords, but a Doran's Blade and a longsword for Faker instead. So he's feeling he needs that little bit more hit points. Probably expecting that from Reginald, actually. Meanwhile, Reginald is roaming. There's no wards in this bottom river area.
And you're not really seeing SKT react to this one. Reggie might get in for this one and pick up a kill.
Piglet and Mandu. Mandu hasn't hit level 6 yet. Crescendo not available. And we do see the aggression. Oh, he's backing away. Does he feel it? Special flashes. Tibbers goes down. He's going to be stunned. No, it's not Tibbers. I tell a lie. It's just the straight flames. But they all backed away, and that was a little too aggressive. You know, we heard Crepo talking about the aggressive plays, just giving away that tell.
That was really awkward by TSM. Reggie had already left that brush and started running back to the mid lane when Special went in. SKT had already spidey sensed that Reggie left lane and said, hold on guys, he hasn't been back to lane in a really long time. They played it safe. Reggie left, and then Special went in.
Straight away. Just before that level 6 this well, Piglet going aggressive in that bottom as well, using that Valkyrie cross. Reginald just being pushed away by Faker, and again, perfect positioning just outside that tower range But look at Bengi, so deep, so aggressive, countering all the time on the odd one. This time he may try and steal away that blue buff. Smite's not available for him, and I think he's just realized that the odd one is close by.
And look at the amount of respect he just gave there. Even though they're both level 5, he's got teammates nearby, Bengi doesn't go for that just because he realized he might get caught out. Neither has Smite. Maybe they just go for it anyway.
They may well do. Faker's coming around the side. Level 6 just hit by Dyrus, but again, that is a blue buff steal. Dyrus actually only just hit 6, by the way. Impact already at 7 before he got there.
And look how big that minion kill lead is now spreading. 18 minions for the top laner for SKT. So all those plans that TSM had aren't really working out right now. Impact is constantly shoving. If his team wanted to actually rush Dragon, he could do that by running down the map.
Yeah, Piglet pulling up a bit of a CS lead as well in that bottom, and you can see it's already developed to nearly 20 CS. We did see Wild Turtle, of course, missing out on a wave, which would counter for at least 6 of those. Piglet, they are holding that lane. They are not backing away. Dyrus, in the meantime, is going to have Faker knocking on his back door. He's coming straight in there, uses the exhaust on Impact, but it's not going to be enough. Hasn't got the damage down, and Impact, is the tower damage going to come down? It just might do it. Requiem's going to come down. Yes, he does. Gets the double down the bottom. Goes down in there. Piglet's also going to go down. A Wild Turtle picks it up, and TSM suddenly turn it 3-on-1.
Such a beautiful play by TSM. The crowd backing them for that. And of course, now with the numbers lead, yes, we will take a Dragon. TSM happy to do that one. This puts them in a very close game right here.
Holy cow, where did that come from? Faker goes to the top. He tries to work on that turret. He should take it down. But meanwhile, TSM, they're looking to try and take advantage. They had their blue stolen. They're seeing if they can do the same.
And they've got control over it. The Abba did not have to use Smite at all, so he used it for the blue buff to secure it. But of course, SKT, Faker, knowing he had control, doesn't actually stay for that top lane turret. He would take too much damage for it. It's actually too much of a risk to go for it. SKT aren't taking massive risks. They're just getting fights turned around on them.
So let's check out this fight. This is the bottom lane. Expect the Dyrus ulti to come in any second.
And look at these stealth from Wild Turtle. It actually de-aggroes and lets him come back in late onto Piglet. And just having Tibbers just means so much in that.
And that crescendo from Mandu missed.
Oh, it did.
That crescendo missed on X Special. Just why you got that stun lock in there. So, well, Dyrus again getting jumped on. It's a big difference between these two. There was last time, but now that Catalyst has been picked up by Dyrus, he's feeling a little bit more confident, got a bit more hit points, but Impact still in control of this lane, I feel.
Yeah, I like actually that Dyrus went for double Doran's Ring instead of Tear. It gives him enough health to survive some of this burst, but Bengi is right there, likely to still kill him when the lane pushes down.
And that turret's got no health left on it. The moment that wave comes in, Dyrus has to try and keep that wave cleared as much as possible. Impact is low, though. If he goes for this one, he may actually risk his own health. There's no exhaust. Now you're going to see him. That's a good kick in. Dyrus is dead.
He is going to go down. He's likely to not land the damage on the Impact. In fact, just goes for the minions like that. Dyrus making sure to get at least something and try to protect his lane.
Well, that will be Impact getting away from this one. The odd one, he's going to come up this way and just protect that turret. He's going to skitter on in there with the rest of his spiders. He should be safe to defend this one and puts a lot of pressure down on towards him. Uses that smite to make sure he does clear it out. So, let's take stock of the situation, Freak. How are the lanes developing? Because still, the gold is just 300 between the two.
Yeah, so okay, the game is close. Wild Turtle had an early deficit against SKT, but he's starting to pull back. The early pushing has been turned around, and Wild Turtle's on his way towards a Blade of the Ruined King, which will actually allow him to survive team fights against Impact as well. You can see the scoreboard for yourselves. Minion farm across the board is going better for SKT. It's the fact that TSM are controlling some globals a bit better that's keeping them in this. It kind of looks like TSM would rather end the laning phase because none of those lanes are going well for them.
She was seeing the odd one sticking around in this lane for a little bit. Dyrus now returning to them. Requiem will be available shortly. There he is back in towards that lane. Needs to keep that farm going on. Reginald putting some pressure down, but Faker actually turning him down. A lot of damage. Reginald goes aggressive, pushes the ultimate. Gonna get caught out. Faker gets him down.
That was unfortunate. Reggie thought he was about to get jumped on. He actually expected to juke a spell with his ulti. Unfortunately, that was not good for Odd One.
The Odd One realizes he's in the wrong situation. Bengi trying to get around to him, has got his ultimate available if he can get the other side. And the Odd One skitters away and gets away. Dyrus has come down to join the party, but it's not going to happen. There's no party for you, Dyrus.
Yeah, it's a nice idea to roam down to help your teammates. We actually see a lot of the top teams pull a top laner down to roam. The Chinese teams especially will pull them down for ganks. But at the end of the day, all Dyrus is really doing is holding a turret and losing his own at the top lane. So kind of too little too late. Unfortunately, couldn't really help his team.
Yeah, that will be Impact taken away, and that will be the first turret of the game that will drop in. It's SK Telecom once again starting to get that little bit of control that we've seen so often already.
And Dyrus just has a long way to go until he's really useful in this game. He'll look for a gank with Odd1, but I don't see Jax getting chased down here.
No, he's already backing away from that one. Knew what was coming. Just trots on away. Wild Turtle taking away these golems in this bottom lane. Has fell a tiny little bit behind Peglet in terms of CS, but building different items. Obviously, Wild Turtle we do see going towards that Blade of the Rune King. Piglet, of course, going for that Trinity Force.
Yeah, so what's going to happen here as the game progresses is in 2 minutes we'll have a dragon fight, or at least teams starting to take ward control for it. The early mid game has gone SKT's way. They've gotten better ward control, they've gotten better ganks, and that's going to make life very difficult for TSM. Yeah, Reggie's not going to get much out of that one. But ultimately, because lanes have been winning, because SKT are going to hit item thresholds sooner, SKT get to control the next few minutes of this game unless TSM make a crazy move.
They found Bengi. Bengi in the jungle. He's going to walk straight in towards Xpecial, who has that stun available. Will he go for it? Yes, he does use that stun. Odd1 manages to get the cocoon down as well. There's just no damage to back it up because Wild Turtle wasn't close enough.
And Piglet and Mandu were well in position. If Wild Turtle went up, he get caught by a crescendo and exploded. Turtle needs this turret to stay alive. And until Xpecial charges his stun back up onto Annie, he won't do much.
Impact diving on towards Dyrus in this top lane. Exhaust was used already from Dyrus. He's keeping that lane waste down and the tower damage. And Impact, though, is starting to feel very, very confident in this lane.
Yeah, he's able to just like jump in there and burn summoner spells from Dyrus and say, all right, it's exhaust. I'll show up again the next 4 minutes and you won't be able to stop me.
He's sticking around. Dyrus has realized he can't back away as well. He's starting to suffer for that mana as well. Needs to get that Rod of Ages completed as soon as possible, which is what he's hoping to go for. Wild Turtle continues to keep that farm. Piglet's been pushing that lane fairly heavily. And actually the ward control from SKT was so strong earlier on. There was a lot of pink wards on the map, but as it now, they have all timed out. So we'll see where they lay out that carpet of surveillance once again.
And it's really worth pointing out how well SKT, especially Mandu, are actually warding that bottom lane because they know Annie Twitch Elise has so much kill potential, and yet that gank has never actually happened. It was a misplayed 2v2 that had SKT die, but despite the fact that Corki and Sona are pushing over and over and over again, Mandu has kept that team safe with ward coverage and never allowed Odd1 to get in.
This time around, Dragon spawns. TSM took it last time, remember, after the great plays. This time around, Bengi is close by. The rest of SK Telecom closing in. Impact already running down from that top lane. He may be too late. TSM are going to start this one off soon. Dyrus is not there.
This is a huge risk. I don't think this goes well for TSM. Impact's already coming down, and SKT are stronger right now.
They are stronger, but instead they may choose to go for that global objective in their mid lane. They're going to come in. Crescendo does land. The Piglet's taken very low from this one. The ultimate from the Reginald not quite enough to take him down, but he's forced out of the fight.
Requiem where? There it is. And
boom! There we go. Dyrus picks up the kill. Impact tried to get that counter strike down. Meanwhile, TSM, they're taking away the second dragon of the game in the mid.
Well, color me wrong. They dove in hard. They used the Zed Elise Twitch part of that comp as a pick and just all-in Piglet. SKT weren't actually ready to fight that, and TSM got a free kill, and off that kill managed to take Dragon. That's incredibly flexible by that TSM lineup. The first half of that lets you get individual kills, and they can still fall back in team fights. So watch this. Piglet just gets straight up jumped on, and it's the Requiem at the end of the day. They know they don't have to overcommit. They know Requiem is still there, and it's just Dyrus being safe enough to guarantee the kill happens. But watch this jump in. He goes for the flash and just misses it. Just misses the stun. Impact nearly saves his teammate.
So close, but it was a flash. Tibbers once again from Xpecial that started all that off. They weren't quite ready for the reactions to get away from this one. Cocoon on Impact. Impact's been pushing his top lane the entire time. Almost got that Trinity Force complete, but Dyrus picking up those kills has helped him out. You can see he's got that Rod of Ages and Sorcerer's Boots completed now.
And I want to compare the individual gold straight up because Dyrus is 5,500 to Impact's 5,400. There's actually a small lead for Dyrus, despite getting honestly pretty ripped on in his lane. But we talked about the global in that top lane. Impact has to run down, whereas Dyrus presses R. That has given a lot of help to TSM. And to think to the TSM lineup, they've been running globals since forever. They're so comfortable with a Karthus running around, not running around as the case may be, and making plays.
And we can see the gold. You can see it's just 100 gold disparity, but actually there's a big swing because Reginald's nearly 1,000 gold behind Faker now. Meanwhile, the two bottom lanes, Wild Turtle and Xpecial, they've got a 500 gold lead over their counterparts Piglet and Mandu. So we'll see how that works out. Faker goes aggressive on towards Dyrus, and Dyrus quickly responds with that Wall of Pain.
But unfortunately for Dyrus, the cooldown difference is massive between Exhaust and the Blades. So that's still going to be a window that Dyrus has to be afraid of. In about a minute and a half, Faker can just re-engage.
Reginald trying to be sneaky, but he's actually stood right on top of a ward, so we do see Bengi and Faker sticking around here, maybe going to try and create something. I don't think they're going to go for Dyrus just yet, because they know the Odd One and Reginald are just off waiting in the wings.
They are. This is kind of the thing, is TSM, they've got enough presence of mind, and they've actually started to wrest ward control back as well from their past few kills. TSM are able to play a bit more confidently. They just got to worry about getting outnumbered here on this blue buff.
This is all about the blue buff fight now. Dyrus needs this blue buff, honestly. Needs to keep that cooldown there, and the rest of SK Telecom are close by. There's a two-man down the bottom, so it is going to be a straight-up 3v3, and honestly, this is all melee for SK Telecom. TSM may have an edge here.
They do, I think. Actually, they're a little bit stronger right now. And this is so difficult. Impact goes in, but it's a little aggressive by him.
The Cocoon goes out there. There's a lot of aggression on towards Impact. He's taken low. The counter-strike working out, but it is Impact. Will he go down? No, he won't. The Odd One will get the kill in the end. It's a 1-for-1. The Odd One tries to get away. Bengi comes in, tries to flash in there, and not quite going to catch on. A 1-for-1, but it was a tight one.
That's not too bad of a trade, but of course this gives SKT control over this top lane turret. Dyrus comes in to help, but this might be a turret kill.
He doesn't have the exhaust, remember, he's already used it. Faker knows that, tries to go aggressive, double flash on towards him. He's going aggressive, he's going in towards the inhib. He's 2 towers deep trying to get the kill, and now he's going to get taken low. Requiem's not going to be enough to finish him off.
And it's going to be them going back in for the Odd One.
Back in the Odd One, he's taken low, has to repel away. The tower hits coming in towards Bengi. Dyrus goes back in. This could be a double. Faker's going to give the tower damage down. Requiem standing there. Will he come out? He's got it available.
Is it going to be enough?
Is it going to be enough? Not for one, but he will get Bengi.
That is too aggressive by SKT. Overconfidence has been kind of the word of the day for these guys. Faker gave up first blood, face checking a brush. He said, yeah, I really got to check that. I'm playing silly. And then dives way too deep there and baits his teammate, giving Dyrus another kill. And this just freed up the map now for TSM. This is not good from SKT.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves. SKT took the inner turret on the top lane during that play.
Sure.
That's a big thing straight there. But you saw TSM, they took their first turret of the game along that bottom. 1.5 minutes to a Dragon. I feel we're going to have another tussle.
But the thing is, even though SKT are trading objectives, I think trading objectives is what TSM wants. TSM's late game is better than SKT's. All right, Jack's the Nightmare, that's fine. But SKT's lineup is entirely physical damage. It is not hard for these guys to build a Randuin's Omen or something and say, okay, we're going to ignore you now, BRB being better scalers. Whereas TSM have a lot of physical damage, they've got a lot of magic damage, and Wild Turtle, heck, even has true damage for what it's worth. I really feel like TSM, by playing a more controlled game and not face check random brushes, will just kind of automatically build advantage here that SKT has to work around.
They may have missed it back there, but I think when the Odd One went in aggressive towards the end, he went back and got Home Guard on his Sorcerer's Boots, just to make sure he could make that play.
Yeah, I think that was a really intelligent play. I've seen actually, every once in a while I've seen moves like this. I know Vulcan in the regular season had one where they like aced the enemy team, all recalled, bought Home Guard, and rushed Baron, and it was like the sexiest Home Guard buy I'd ever seen in a competitive, because it let them get Baron 8 seconds faster than they would have otherwise. It was a really great play. SKT, though, you look at them, and they're still playing the mid-game vision control game. They're still trying. Problem is, Odd One and Xpecial are extremely dangerous.
Ooh, Xpecial. Danger, danger. Is he with that Oracle? 22 minutes gone. Just 100 gold tipping between these two teams right now. This is the closest it has certainly been between these teams. Xpecial is clearing out those wards. SK Telecom are just off at the side. TSM are here in a 4-man position. Wild Turtle's not with them right now. And SK Telecom are going to go all 5. They're going in, jumping on towards Dyrus. He's in all sorts of trouble. Remember, Requiem is down. That Defile's not doing enough damage. TSM are getting wrecked here. We see one going down. It was X Special. The odd one has to back away from this one. Reggie is in trouble. He's running for his life, but it's going to be a double for Impact and a 3-4-0.
That's a 5v4 team, but here comes Wild Turtle.
Spray and pray going down, but it's not going to be enough. He dodges the counter-strike. That's going to be one kill. Impact goes down. Mandu's going to be next. Can he get on towards him? No. He's going across wards. He's visible, but he's going to get away. It's a double kill with the poison tick. Now they're going for another. This team, meanwhile, in the mid lane, Wild Turtle's pushing the tower. Oh, they're going to get on towards it. Piglet's going to turn this one back around. The Repel comes out, but it's only a matter of time. He's not got enough. Piglet picks up the kill.
Not a great move there. Wild Turtle looked for a pick on the Bengi. Bengi got out of this one. The Turtle gets a little bit of damage here. Good dodge by Bengi. I feel like he'll live.
Dodges out of the Sonic Wave. Bengi taking a lot of damage as well. Wild Turtle is certainly putting a lot of hurt down on SK Telecom.
And if it weren't for the fact that that teamfight was 4v5, that would have been a TSM teamfight victory. And that was the problem. That is the SKT mid-game rotations and mid-game decision-making that tends to make them win games. They found a 5v4 and they jumped immediately onto it.
And remember, Requiem was not available in that fight. That could have been a big difference as well. It was used earlier on, and it is available now. So, still very, very tight. That Dragon is up. There's a pink ward from SK Telecom in the river. There's a bunch of wards from TSM in that river. But as it yet, neither team fancies going for it. You can see Dyrus, he wants to shove this bottom lane out. We see the mid lane, both trying to shove that lane. TSM, they may just try and focus that mid lane turret because Wild Turtle took that very low there.
But TSM's gonna want to wait about 20 seconds before they fight a real team fight because spray and pray is incredibly important for a team fight. If Twitch attacks from normal attack range, Faker and Impact will reach him. But if he attacks from spray and pray range, he's out of reach, and that's a difficulty. At the same time, 10 seconds after spray and pray comes up, Crescendo comes up. So pretty soon, SKT is also on full power.
TSM have that full power. All ultimates now available. Tibber's also just back up there, and you can see they're already trying to push in. We see Piglet down that bottom lane. He's trying to push in, try and keep that wave back on towards that turret that Dyrus has already shoved on. Both of these teams, this really is teetering on the edge. This could be the team fight that turns it.
And what we just didn't see right there was the fact that TSM has no good hard engage. Corki was spotted bottom. TSM are the stronger 5v5 team, and if they had the ability to, could have dove that mid turret right there and just taken no prisoners. But the problem is, Elise lands a cocoon? Like, that's not the best real engage without Flash being up for Tibbers here for Special.
Yeah, indeed. That seems to be their main engage point. Pink ward goes down. Bengi with that Oracle is going to go for it here. They're going to start the Dragon off. And this would be SK Telecom's first one. Wall of Pain goes in there. That is going to be the Dragon. Impact picks it up. Now they're going to engage. Impact getting caught out. Getting that cocoon. But, well, SK Telecom, could back away from it, but instead they're going to choose to pursue. They don't really get a lot of damage on TSM. They're going to use positional differences here and try and push in towards it. TSM backing out there. Catching the stun used out there. That's not a good use. Impact may well jump on him. Counter-Strike's going to go down. X Special gets locked up. He goes down. Spray and pray coming across, but the Crescendo's going to work out. Reginald does get in. He gets Faker down. That's going to be another one. We see another support dropping on the back there. Wild Turn's going away. The Ignite will finish him off. Impact will pick up the kill. It's a 3-for-2 to SK Telecom.
TSM were so afraid to start that fight, they didn't get a good AoE stun from Annie. She stunned only a single target. SKT can keep pushing in.
They're going to take down the middle turret. They could keep on pushing for that inner one as well because they have their AD carry of Piglet and Impact in there, both with those Trinity forces. That turret is just going to tumble.
There's so much damage still available for this lineup right here. Dyrus also had run out of mana by the end of that one, so he's trying to regen back up and show up for his team. But SKT, this is one thing they are very good at, is once they win a fight, they take a lot of objectives for it as well. So suddenly 4,000 gold puts SKT up right here, and it's their decisiveness to say, we'll go for Dragon. We think we can get it before you engage. It worked out there, and now with the gold lead, they can get a lot of vision control here.
It just seemed that TSM just didn't want to pull the trigger.
No.
They just weren't quite sure. They kept backing away, and SK Telecom sensed it. They smelt blood and just went straight for the jugular.
I'm surprised too, because that SKT lineup was grouped up fighting against the Dragon. TSM go for a chance Baron, but the team's going to recollect soon.
Piglet was down the bottom. That's what they saw, and now TSM thought about going for it. They realized they're not in that strong position. The fact that Pumandu managed to put that ward just over the wall the second they started it, they seemed to sense it.
That was pretty fortunate here. Of course, Vangi also has a Sight Stone. That was actually his first buy right here, was Machete, Sight Stone, and Boots 1. And he's been making plays and also helping to get ward control with that Sightstone, it's been a big deal for these guys. To be honest, with very few exceptions, SKT has never been surprised by a TSM move. They've been in control here, and they've actually chosen some very smart fights here, the Korean team.
So let's have a look at the items then, because these two teams have took themselves a bit of a step back from this team fights. They're realizing dangerous situations have developed. The AD carriers, they have itemized very differently. We're seeing from Wild Turtle, you can see Blade of the Ruined King, which went earlier on, and now that Infinity Edge. Meanwhile, Piglet has been off on his own for a while here, gone with that Trinity Force Last Whisper and the Hex Shrinker that both him and Faker stacked in quite early on.
And that's actually a pretty smart move there. They invested in some early magic just to make sure they didn't get bursted out. But there's the dive on the Faker, some good damage.
Full-man crescendo from Pumandu there, managing to catch him out. Faker taking a lot of damage. That's a turret for a turret. TSM may keep pushing, but they have to deal with Impact. He's just going to keep wrecking those turrets in the bottom lane.
And that was the issue we spoke about in the pregame, is no one is really good at dealing with Jax 1v1. It would have to be Reginald, but I don't even think Reggie would win that battle. Look how fast that's falling over.
Well, it's the most satisfying sound in the game of Jax beating on one of those turrets, and he does back him away. Piglet's going to defend off this top, so TSM, they tried to create an opportunity, but again, SK Telecom, they saw it coming.
Yeah, and now TSM are playing, I think, a little bit too afraid. A giant minion wave was stacked up in the top lane there, and Crescendo was down for SKT, and TSM said, let's just all retreat, let's not go to the top lane and punish that turret and use the minion wave. They're just going on full retreat, licking their wounds, and letting SKT dictate the pace now.
Reggie's gone up 1v1 with Impact, but I don't think he can do this. I don't think he can fight him, and he's not. He's backing away from this one. Imp is going to go all in, but the tower's already gone down. Tries to get away with it from the Living Shadow, flashes out. Impact's not having any of it. He wrecks him. He just lost 900 hit points. That's all he lost that whole fight.
Yeah, and here's SKT with the rest of their team just happily controlling the Baron. Look at all the ward coverage on the map around them. They'll get this before TSM gets in range.
That's going to be the Baron going down. SK Telecom with a 4-man. Dyrus not going to get close enough. Impact, he is a machine right now. He came in as a substitute, replaced Hom for SK Telecom. Tell a lie, that's a lie. That's a lie, that's a lie. Impact's been there all the time. I'm talking about Ozone. Instead, he's taken an inhib down, and he's just demolished that entire bottom lane. He's taken all 3 turrets in that one single push.
No one stopped him at all right here. The Cocoon on Faker won't mean much. TSM has to wait for Reginald. The problem is now TSM has to wait for way too much. They stopped trying to dictate the pace in the mid game. They froze up and stopped doing important things. They let the split push happen from SKT, then they let Baron control happen with the wards, then they let Baron go down, and they still just didn't do anything. TSM stopped making moves, whereas SKT started turning it on, taking control of the map, and never looking back.
Black Cleaver on Faker. That has been completed. More importantly, Impact is just... Well, there's nothing that can stop him, honestly, because he's got that Thorn Mail now completed, so that means that Reginald and Wild Turtle don't want to get near him. Dyrus can't really do a great deal towards him either, because he's lacking in the ability power right now, because he had to go for that Zhonya's, and I am unsure how TSM are going to dig themselves out of this situation.
Well, I think the first thing that needs to happen is probably not the Aegis for the Magic Resist aura. I think getting the ability to have Odd One and Reginald just straight up kill Piglet would help, but here comes the fight.
Oh, Reginald went in for that one, made the call. It may not have been the right one because Mandu got the crescendo across. That's going to be Wild Turtle trying to get in there, but he does manage to get the kill on Faker. Backs away. It's a 2-on-2 so far, but it's special being focused by the AD support. He's going to use the cleanse. Dyrus after Zhonya's Hourglass can't get on towards Piglet. He is going to have Requiem available in a moment, but I'm not too sure. Will it get anyone? No. Piglet's already life-stealed it back. And that was a 4-for-2 exchange, and it was TSM that went aggressive on a Baron up SK Telecom.
I think that was the only choice they could have made, though. It was a 5 versus 4. They saw Impact in the top lane and said go, but they said go 10 minutes too late. They had already given up so much of their base, so many kills, and the Baron, as you mentioned. SKT are just very far ahead right now. It shouldn't take much for them to close the game out.
No, you can see systematically removing every tower from the game. All 9 outer turrets down. And now, of course, the inner ones on the inhibitors starting to fall. 2 inhibitors already down for TSM. They are up against it. We've only seen this a very small handful of times in professional tournaments, a team come back from this situation. It is looking grim for TSM, and SK Telecom, they are looking to make it to the quarterfinals here.
And all that you want to look at now is how willing is SKT to dive. And in fact, they don't really have to dive. They can actually just walk in with a big super minion wave, and they'll probably win the team fight outright. all that TSM has to hope for is, well, look, we have waves of minions coming into our base, and the Karthus and Twitch. Those guys do scale very well. It's very likely too late, but that is just in the back of their minds as that 2% chance that these champions carry them. SKT just has to play a smart game where they rely on the super minions and go in with a wave, and it should be the same fights we've been seeing the whole time. SKT are in the lead. They just have to make sure they execute right from here.
They certainly have done so far, that's for sure. Everybody from SKT went back, purchased themselves a lot of items, because with that 11,000 gold lead comes with it a chunk of items. Impact got that QSS, so he's making sure he's not going to get locked up anymore either. Infinity Edge popping in for Piglet, so lots of damage across the board. Bloodthirster also picked up by Faker. And you see there the timing, well, we are pretty much on it. 33 minutes and 25 seconds is the count, 33 minutes and 35 seconds the average time for SK Telecom, 35 minutes for TSM. I believe we're going to be hitting one of those markers.
I believe it's going to be a little bit bad for TSM though, as SKT moves on in. They've got everyone bought back up, full health, full mana, no Baron buff, but that doesn't necessarily matter. And they look for the easiest place of ingress. There's no turret here at the top lane, and they can get basically 3 times as many super minions now flooding into the base with his inhibitor falling over. Here they go.
Here they go. Faker's going to be the focus. He is going to go down. The pop will come out. Reginald will pick that one up. Dyrus drops in the meantime. Piglet comes in around the side. He takes down Reginald. Requiem will come out. He's going to count on towards Impact, who gets cocooned up, locked up by the Tibbers, but is still going to survive. You can see he's just life-stealing back off those minions, and that will be the 3rd inhibitor of the game for SK Telecom.
And there's no more spray and pray for Wild Turtle. This should be the game-winning push here for SKT.
Impact taking up, using that counter strike to defend all the attacks. He's going to go down. Wild Turtle will pick up that one. Bengi going in. He's gone a bit deep. He's low on hit points. Oddworld might be able to get on towards him, get that damage down. The turret hit not going to be enough. Special getting locked down. Piglet just wrecking now. Picks up the double. Can turn it into a triple. Yes, he will. And that will be the game for SK Telecom T1. The 3rd match of the day, and they go 2-0 for the day.
And if SKT can win one more game tomorrow, they guarantee themselves a spot in the quarterfinals. They'll be playing for the top 4 and on if they can keep winning. Very close game to the first 20 minutes, but from there, SKT just churned it up, made the moves, took control, fought the right battles.
22 minutes into that game, they were equal on gold. And every team, honestly, in this tournament will be looking at what happened there and thinking, SK Telecom, they are strong mid-game, let's not get about it, but that was all on that one singular fight around the Dragon mid lane.
Yeah, it was. That was TSM looking forward and then saying, I don't trust our engage. And by waiting too long, there were a lot of things that actually fell down there. So Wild Turtle had popped his stealth. He was going to have 5 seconds of attack speed plus spray and pray. Huge damage there. You had the ability, you had Wall of Pain actually down in the Dragon Pit. Magic Resist Shred to allow Karthus and Annie to do more damage. You had Tibbers up along with the stun being ready for a special. But because that all waited, Wall of Pain was down. Dyrus ran out of mana. Wild Turtle no longer had attack speed. Annie wasted her stun charge on a single target stun on Jax or Riven, and not on Tibbers on 4 people. TSM, I think, got a little bit too gun-shy, and that was kind of the story the last 15 minutes. They were too afraid to make any moves. SKT took charge of that game.
And it seems they just didn't have any control on Impact in that top lane. He just managed to snowball it away from that very early gank they had on Dyrus with Bengi. Let's go over to Quickshot, though, and the guys to take us through the analysis desk.
Thank you very much, D-Man. That was an incredible game to watch. It was one that I think many people were looking for, and TSM really put on a show. Let's start all the way back at the beginning with the picks and bans. Twitch, Annie, Zed, and Karthus, as well as the Riven, the Jax. So who was to pick this one up?
You know, I really liked TSM's picks and bans that time. Of course, we've seen them run that top lane Karthus in the LCS, but I doubt that SK Telecom had prepared for that eventuality, and having it with such a strong assassin like Zed is always great, and then kind of putting on their best royal impression with the Twitch Annie lane as well. Very exciting, and a very aggressive style of play. I think Freak is absolutely right in that you had these... they were a little bit gun-shy with it in the mid-game. You are all in with that kind of composition, and if you're too late in pulling the trigger, it can really hurt you.
And I'm also really glad that I finally see a good matchup against Corki. People generally play Ezreal, Caitlyn, Vayne. These are not good matchups for those champions. Like maybe Caitlyn a little bit early game, but you finally see Wild Turtle picking Twitch. It's really, and there's TSM chants going on in the background, Twitch is a skill matchup against Corki, where Twitch is in favor because he outscales.
Twitch is Corki is really good at doing very, very short trades, and Twitch is generally better in the longer trades, although with any support, the threat of that stun actually helps them scale into the game, especially when you can have a Requiem to back you up.
Yeah, TSM's plan coming into this was to bring global presence to the bottom lane so they could get their bottom lane rolling. Thought they were going to actually bring more and even go with like the jungle Nocturne that they were thinking about, but when Elisa's up, you're going to take that away.
Yeah, I guess what was great about SK Telecom's composition, though, and the way that they played it out, was the Bengi's level 2 gank with the red buff really caught Dyrus off guard. And this is something new that I haven't seen from SK Telecom before. And they're really picking up cues from, say, the Chinese teams that are more likely to do that here. And so we're already seeing some of these adaptations. And yeah, not only that, but they knew that by getting Jax a snowball, and if they could hold down Zed in the mid lane, the split pushing threat would be unanswerable. And so they basically forced TSM to all in them in a 5v4 situation. If you're watching for that and you can let Jax split push, for me, that's really where the tide turns right here.
There was also something that I really liked from that game. It was pretty clear SKT really wanted to focus, first of all, getting Jax going and rolling, also trying to shut down Dyrus. We've seen a number of ganks. And the very first, or the second dive actually under the tower where Dyrus has managed to throw down that Requiem, pick up a double kill. Wild Turtle got a kill as well in that bottom lane. But one of the other things that stood out for me throughout the game was that in the first 10, 15 minutes of the game, TSM had very good Dragon presence. They secured the first one for a good kill. They won a fight because, Impact simply wasn't there. They managed to pick up a kill onto Piglet and then secure the Dragon. And it was very positive for TSM in that time frame.
And they were dictating the pace of the game right there. Impact decided, SK Telecom was not decisive enough. Should we push down this lane? Should Impact come for this Dragon fight? And that moment of indecision, TSM really capitalized on that well.
That's the danger when you gank Karthus post 6, is that if you get him down and you go low in it, he will just press his R, and then people on the other side of the map can immediately play on that. Even if you don't get kills, you chunk your opponents, and that can transition into a Drake. TSM really reacted well on that Requiem. They knew it was coming, engaged on bottom. Unfortunate crescendo miss from Pumandu, but then they turned it around into a Dragon, and that was a really solid play. Got TSM definitely back in the game, and props to Dyrus for pulling that off under the tower.
And speaking of the other side of the map, I'm actually really concerned as SK Telecom progresses through this tournament. Pumandu has not been impressing me with his laning. Like his mid game and late game warding, crescendos, they've been great. But in lane, I see him getting hooked a lot by Mithy against Lemondogs, getting like backwards crescendo happening right there and getting both of them killed. I feel like Pumandu is going to have a lot of trouble if he ends up playing a more aggressive bot lane. Like you just see right here, Turtle and Special are they're top tier in NA, and they had a lot of trouble.
Well, talking about Turtle, before you carry on.
And now you can go ahead. Turtle.
Well, I was going to talk about Turtle's epic double kill. We've actually got a replay of this one, so let's get this replay up on your screen. It is after one of these sort of team fights, and look, it didn't start very well for TSM. Krepo, talk us through this one.
Yeah, basically what we're going to see here is that what SKT1 does really well. There's almost nothing happening on first glance, but then Jax is going to go for a really good engage on Dyrus, I believe. If we roll the clip, we can see it. Jax will jump in actually in a bit. Jumps in, there's a stun on Dyrus. Dyrus is almost going to get blown up. Then Reggie counters, goes in. Really good crescendo as well. Reggie's now 1v1ing Faker in the back. Faker will outplay him. Everybody has to disengage. You think this fight is over? Reggie managed to get away. Unfortunately, mechanical screw up. Gets into the wall. Done. You think everybody's dead? But here comes Wild Turtle. He says, well, everybody just uses cooldowns. Flashes the Jax E. And this is a hero play. This is why Wild Turtle is really damn good. Anybody on a World Final stage that has as much, confidence to do this it's just amazing. Any other AD carry would be really scared to do that. He says, well, you used all your stuff on Reginald already. I'm just going to outplay you. Flash the Jax E, turn on Spray and Pray, go in, kill Sona. Too bad right after, I think...
Yeah, Odd one chased into the river, kind of spoiled Turtle's happy birthday, but it was regardless a very, very strong play from Wild Turtle. The Flash and Blade of the Ruined King active were essential for them turning that around.
And not only that, but we were all sitting here talking on the desk about the 3 melee champions that SK Telecom had, and that was a huge factor in that play because you could abuse that range in that situation pretty fearlessly that close to the turret.
And that's why this game was so close, because of the mentality that you have when you're with those 3 melee carry champions. We even saw SKT diving a little bit too far because you have to commit with that type of team.
If they didn't shut down Dyrus early, imagine if this game went really stale early to mid game, and then later on, Dyrus could have got the Requiems going to finish off the bot lane. Then late game, they would have had a lot of trouble. Having 3 melee characters having to go through a Karthus, trying to get to a Twitch is really damn hard. So TSM definitely had a shot here.
One of the things that we've been highlighting throughout the build-up of today, talking about the loss that TSM suffered from SKT. I know the phrase that Krepo's been throwing around a lot is the conceptual play from TSM. Stepping back, looking at the compositions, looking at the players, and it shone through. Their comp really worked. They could have done. They were pulling it off on a mechanical level as well, but SKT just made more correct steps.
I mean, they didn't really ever have that answer to the split pushing Jax, though. I mean, we saw that when Faker tried to go in on him in that bottom lane situation.
Reggie.
Oh, Reggie, sorry, yeah, sorry. Reggie went down there on his Zed.
Confusing Reggie with Faker now,
Oh,
honey?
jeez.
Well, quickly, last thoughts, Krepo. Do you have anything to add before we roll on?
I really like their conceptual play, although I think they make the mistake later. The fight that lost them the game, if you remember, Drake was done, moved into mid lane. That's really quick. But then TSM got pushed out of that lane. They got zoned to the left and bottom, and they tried to run, and you can't run from that composition. They should send in Dyrus first. Eventually, in that fight, even Dyrus went out of mana. That means SKT1 was really smart. They just ignored him. They let him go out of mana. If Dyrus would have gone in first, took the hits for his team, then he would have done then it could have possibly turned the fight around.
Yeah, I think Freak really summarized it quite well. They were a little gun shy. They needed to pull that trigger maybe a little more often in order to make that comp work. So, unfortunately for TSM, they have lost. Let's actually take a look at how this affects the Group A standings. OMG and SKT1 share that first place. However, SKT1 with that additional loss puts them one game behind. TSM are now 2 and 3. Gaming Gear and Lemon Dogs running out the table. I also want to add that this is not 100% tickets for TSM. If they win the rest and OMG lose, there is a possibility TSM can go up, but it's very, very slim. Guys, you've seen where the team stands. Let's see how you guys on the desk are faring with your predictions. Everyone, including the fans, have gotten all 3 games right so far today. And while you have all 3 more wins on your record, there's no movement in the standings, which means Krepo, despite your 7-game winning streak, you're still lost. You're 5th in a 5-game horse race. So, let's take a look at the next match of the day. It's going to be Gaming Gear versus Lemon Dogs. Krepo, since you are riding the hot streak, we'll start with you. What is your opinion on Lemon Dogs taking on Gaming Gear in this matchup?
I'll have to go with Lemon Dogs. At least the European team will come out of this matchup. I just think, Gaming Gear is getting outmatched by every other team in this group. That's not necessarily a bad thing. That wasn't expected for them to be on the same level. They're just here to get experience, get their name out there, and do as best as they can. Lemon Dogs will really want to prove that they're definitely a really good team as well. They're the first team coming out of the normal split in the LCS, and compared to Lithuania's Gaming Gear, which is a wildcard team. So definitely Lemon Dogs.
I'm with Lemon Dogs as well. I think it's hard to go against that pick at this point, and I think Krepo said it quite elegantly.
Yep, Lemon Dogs. Not much to add. They're just good.
They're just good.
Kobe?
They're good. I have to take Lemon Dogs. Gaming Gear are happy, though, so they'll return. Even though they have lost all their games, they still walked away with smiles on their faces. Maybe they pull out one here.
Well, we'll have to see how they do. From your position in the standings, it's clear that you, the viewers, know a thing or two about this League of Legends thing. So drop some of that knowledge on us and help us upgrade our broadcast.
Head over to bit.ly/worlds1, answer a couple of questions, and you'll rest easier knowing you did something good for someone else.
Yeah, you're always thinking of others, Kobe. All right, we've got to take a quick break, but when we return, it's time for our 4th match of the day as the wildcard Gaming Gear looks to put the squeeze on the Lemon Dogs. Plus, SKT's top laner Impact will hop on up to the interview lounge. Stick around, the Season 3 World Championship will be right back faster than an Annie Flash Tibbers.
Welcome back to the Season 3 World Championship live from Los Angeles, California. We're just minutes away from the match between Gaming Gear and the Lemon Dogs. But first, I'd like to welcome SKT's top laner, Impact. Welcome to the interview lounge and congratulations on that victory. A rematch versus TSM. Some interesting picks and bans. Talk me through them.
원영 선수 일단 인터뷰 라운지에 오신 거 환영하고요. TSM 경기에서 좀 그 픽앤밴이 되게 재밌었는데 거기에 대해서 좀 말씀해 주세요.
일단 리븐이랑 잭스가 나왔는데 그게 다 제드 카운터로 뽑았고요. 그리고 또 재밌는 게 애니가 나온 게 좀 의외있게 했는데 그거 약간 픽 좋았던 것 같아요. 저는 그렇게 됐어요. 미치겠다.
We picked Riven and Jax as counter to Zed, and Annie pick was surprising to us, and I had something more to say, but my God, I don't remember.
No worries, it's all good. Just coming off a great victory. Tell me then again about your lane matchup versus Darius. You gave him a hard time. Was it Jax versus Karthus matchup? How did that go?
그 잭스랑 카서스랑 그 매치업이 됐었는데 그 다리우스 선수랑 붙으셨잖아요. 그게 어떻게 됐는지 좀 말씀해 주세요.
일단 카스 탑일 줄은 생각도 못했고요. 제드 탑이라 생각했는데 좀 아쉬웠고 카스 탑을 와가지고 좀 당황을 했긴 했는데 그래도 다이러스 선수가 좀 침착하지 못해가지고 그 1렙 때 원래 좀 사르셔야 되는데 좀 공격적으로 해가지고 킬을 따인 게 진짜 큰 것 같아요. 그거 카스 픽은 좋았는데 좀 아쉬웠어요. 그게 플레이가.
I didn't expect Karthus to come to the top lane, so that pick was really surprising. I was caught off guard, and Darius played well, but he was a bit too aggressive in level 1, so he pushed far, and that was a little disappointing for me. But was well played.
Well played by Darius. Now a victory for you guys, and you've got some more matches coming up, almost certainly being qualified for the playoff. But I'd like to focus on the game versus OMG tomorrow, as that's a rematch. You lost the first time around. How do you think it will go this time around?
내일 경기 그 OMG랑 재경기를 하시는데요. 이번에 다시 붙을 때 무슨 생각을 갖고 경기에 임하실 생각이신지요?
일단 저희한테 롤드컵 처음 와가지고 패배를 안겨준 팀이고 그만큼 강력한 팀이라고 생각하고 있고 OMG를 이겨야지 한 번이라도 이겨야지 그나마 강팀이라고 생각을 할 수 있을 것 같아요. 꼭 꺾어야 할 팀인 것 같아요.
OMG was the team that gave us our first defeat when we came to the World Championship. So I believe they're a very strong team, and I think we must, in order to call ourselves a strong team, we must beat OMG.
Talking about being a strong team, coming into the tournament, as you said, suffered some losses. And how do you feel that you've grown? Do you feel that you're on championship form right now?
이 월드 챔피언십에 출전하실 때 굉장히 강력한 우승 후보로 거론되시면서 그 경기를 시작하게 되었는데요. 지금은 그 롤챔 이제 현재의 기량을 좀 회복하신 것 같아요.
저는 아직 회복은 안 했다고 생각하고요. 솔직히 제가 그 1일차 때 구토를 하고 그러긴 했는데 그건 다 제 잘못이라 생각하고요. 컨디션 조절을 못한 점점 회복은 되고 있는 것 같습니다.
I think we are slowly regaining our form. The first day I was sick, but I mean I think that's my fault for not being able to manage myself, and I think my form's recovering slowly, and our form's growing.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Congratulations once again. Now let's send it over to the caster desk for more group stage action.
Thank you very much, Shox. And we have made a caster lane swap here in the League of Legends studio. Joshua Jet Leesman and I will be bringing you the final two games of the day, starting with the rematch between the international wildcard Lithuania's Gaming Gear EU and Europe's Lemon Dogs. And unfortunately for these two teams right now, they are just playing for pride with their hopes of the quarterfinal berth officially extinguished.
Yeah, it's tough times for these guys because Lemon Dogs have to be very disappointed about their performance here at Worlds. I know personally, and a lot of other people expected them to play second or at least very competitively in this group. But just like Gaming Gear, this is their first time at Worlds, and I think the stage and the pressure and the quality of the teams really caught them off guard.
Right.
They're both young squads. they will be able to take this into their experience in the future. So they should still continue playing here. They got plenty of group stage left. There is a difference in prize money as well later throughout the tournament, and the pride is immense. There's still the world watching.
All right, let's get these guys on the riff. Let's check out the starting lineups. On the blue side, it's Gaming Gear EU. NBS in that top lane, Elunir in the jungle, Mazarin in mid, Deadly Brother on AD, and then Spyro looking into your soul on support.
And on the red side, it is Lemondogs with Zoro in the top lane, Dexter in the jungle, Nuke Duck, of course, in mid lane, Tabs on AD, and Mithy on support.
And it's clearly said that obviously mid lane, Mazarin has been huge for his team coming up in all these games. Was for the wildcard tournament, his Gragas play really, he was able to put them on his back there and just carry them through. And we've seen Nuke Duck just back and forth. It's been a roller coaster for him, but he's always bringing out some of those plays that we like to watch.
Yeah, and I think for both of these teams, this is going to be a chance for them to kind of shine again. Lemondogs has already picked up the one victory over Gaming Gear in their first matchup. So Gaming Gear, this is their chance to kind of get the win on the board. We know that them coming in from the International Wildcard Tournament, a win for them now since both these teams have been officially eliminated. The win for Gaming Gear especially would be so, so important for them. And we see some of the Lemondogs guys backstage as well for them. And they were extremely disappointed when they found out that they were eliminated from the quarterfinals, but they're still here to play. I mean, even coming in before the tournament, Lemondogs is always looking towards the future. They are such a young team. So many 17-year-olds on that squad. They were the #1 seed in the regular season for the summer split of the European LCS, so they know they have plenty of potential moving forward, and they're just still looking to win.
And we'll see what they can do as they hop into this game. It was a long road for pretty much every team coming into this. It was kind of like, hey, now we have this chance. We can qualify for Worlds, and we get here. And then you don't see the gap between the skill, but you see what different styles that people play. And that itself creates the gap. It's not that people are far behind in skill set. It's the execution of what they're doing, how fast the rotations are. So it's crazy to see, what was having a long extended run in the EU scene is, not as strong here because of what's happened around the world.
Yeah, the speed of the game so far in this World Championship has definitely kind of surpassed Lemondogs and Gaming Gear both. Gaming Gear in the International Wildcard Tournament was a team that would kind of withstand the laning phase and then come in and win team fights. And Lemondogs, likewise, was one of the most conservative, slow-play teams in the European LCS with excessively strong laning phases, which is why I'm kind of excited for this matchup, because they have somewhat similar styles, and it will be an opportunity for them to kind of not get outpaced and kind of play their game. And the bands coming out here are already showing a little bit of flavor. The Aatrox band, which had previously mainly only been a European pick, it's a rather European affair right here, and they're actually letting Zed through, which has been a pattern today. I really wonder if we're going to see the Riven counterpick. They're at least tooling with it.
It's funny how, I guess, influential or impressionable, as Doublelift said, that players
Everyone
are.
Here is,
exactly, right? We see the Kog'Maw. The Riven obviously isn't getting picked, but, people weighing in on things, they see that works now, so it may be thought to be picked up by somebody else because everything's getting banned out here, and it's going to have to be that spice, that variety that wins it.
The Riven's worked all right in lane so far, but I can't actually say that Faker's played incredibly in either of those Riven games.
This is true.
He was dying a few times, and the picks and bans in this game are kind of crazy when we consider the overall scope of this World Championship. The fact that Zed, Ahri, Corki, and Shen have all been getting through already. I know that Zed and Shen combined were already 100% pick or ban. Zed has been banned in the majority of the games, but they're really just kind of trading power picks with each other.
I like
at this
it.
point.
This is like super comfort coming in for these guys. We'll have to see what Nuke Duck puts in for himself. It looks like everybody's getting their own choice here for Lemondogs on their side. We'll have to see what he decides. Right now, we got tabs on your screen.
Diana is good against Ahri. Yeah. It's something that we haven't seen that much of recently since Diana's kind of fallen off. But back when Diana was big, it was extremely successful. And it would also combo very well if they wanted to do any type of dive buddy or, dive party, because they'd have Shen, Vi, and Diana if they wanted to go in and potentially kill Deadly Brothers Corki. These are going to be very telling next few picks for Lemondogs, because even with the Vi, you're generally expecting an assassin type mid laner from Nuke Duck, and considering that Fizz was banned away and that Zed and Ahri are already on Gaming Gear, Diana's kind of the one that he would have left if they decide to get it with their last pick. All
up to Deadly Brother and Spyro now, rather. We do have that AD carry on the board, so we're looking for support. We're looking for jungle coming out of Gaming Gear.
At least they can still play with the Teemo pick.
At least they can. Teemo plays. We will have to see what they decide to go with. Yeah, like you said, they have an immense amount of high priority picks, which makes me think that everybody is going to be trying to get kills in their lanes. The solo lanes, even if the duo lanes are going up against each other, it's going to be quite deadly. And those are my favorite duo lanes, the ones that'll tell you we'd rather match up 2v2 because we want to fight.
Yeah, those are the power duo lanes, the ones that want to just push extremely quickly. But with the Sona Band...
Playing the crowd.
With the Sona Band, they're incapable of doing the Sona Corki lane that has had so much success so far in the World Championships. I like the fact here that Gaming Gear is going with a double assassin. It's a very similar look that Fnatic had yesterday when they were able to beat Samsung Galaxy Ozone, except Fnatic had Kassadin in the mid lane and a Zed in the top lane. They should still be able, Gaming Gear should still be able to do similar flank strategies here. Two can play that game, says Mithy. I can pick Teemo as well. See,
2 Teemos.
You guys will have fun with this one. But really, to finish the point on the double assassin, Gaming Gear is going to be looking to flank these fights, which means if Lemondogs has strong enough straight-up initiation, they're going to be able to bypass that and not allow the assassin's flanking time.
20 seconds left on the clock. They're deciding here. Nukeduck could play the Zyra, but that's not going to happen. It's going to be the Kassadin mid lane. Looks like he will run teleport on that as well. Something we see from Europe a bit more than really any other region.
Yeah, the Kassadin is definitely a favorite of Xpeke, who Fnatic is first place currently on the other group. And we thought it was going to be an assassin for Nukeduck in the mid lane, basically to combo with Vi. The level 6 gank from Vi plus an assassin in mid lane is generally just instantaneous destruction of the enemy mid laner. It was either that or Diana, and they decided to go with Kassadin, which I think is a much more versatile pick overall for Lemondogs.
Yeah.
And knowing that Gaming Gear is a team that doesn't necessarily have crazy aggression in the early game laning phase, I think it's a better pick overall for Lemondogs.
And you got Zoro, where is he? Going on Shen. So he's really, actually, as they, you hear Krepo say, he's the one that kind of roam whenever he wants to, but now that he's on Shen, maybe he'll be stuck in the top lane on the island. We'll have to see what they can fare for each other. He is going to be up against, again, that Zed picked along with another AP carry, which is Ahri this time.
Yeah.
So we'll have to see.
I want to see that matchup, actually. Zoro Zero versus Zed in the top lane, just the ninja lore battle in a sense. But also because if Zoro Zero can't do his standard push up the lane and fall back, Supremacy in that lane is going to have actually a large impact on the mid lane as well, where, since it's an early game Kassadin, Nukeduck is going to need a lot of help.
Well, Nukeduck usually gets a lot of help from Dexter, though.
Almost always.
Almost always. A bit of an extension of that mid lane. So as the teams are headed onto the Rift, let's quickly check out how the fans voted. According to LOLesports.com, 92% of you think that Lemondogs will win their second match here at Worlds, and the analysts pick Lemondogs as well.
Whenever it gets over 90%, it's always a little daunting to look at that list because having only the single digits on one team's vote means it's a very low percentage.
And this ups Lemondogs' percentage of being voted to win.
That is true, actually.
Yeah.
And in the past when Lemondogs has been getting voted to win, as most teams that are underestimated all the time, as soon, it's this phenomenon I've witnessed across like all sports, as soon as an underdog team or a team that no one believes in gets believed in, they almost instantly disappoint. It's the strangest thing. You need to earn it over time. It can't
Put too much faith in them, and it just puts too much weight on them overall. We'll have to see what these teams have for each other. In the beginning of our fourth game of the day, Lemondogs versus Gaming Gear EU going out. Just wards to start, no fighting, and really nobody has even seen each other just yet, with Lemondogs looking to squeeze into the top part of that jungle soon.
We've seen a surprising amount of level 1 shenanigans so far in the World Championship. Stop spamming that recall. It's noisy. The rest of Lemondogs is going to probably try to move in here. NBS is doing the human scout right now, while the rest of Gaming Gear is kind of scattered amongst their red side. This, to me, actually shows that Gaming Gear is highly disorganized right now at level 1, whereas Lemondogs is actually executing a strategy here as they invade.
They do have 5 strong going in, which means they're pretty much going to hold this spot. Or they decide to go back and get something out of this, they have to choose that within the next few minutes here. They do pick down the pink, and that's going to be all they really wanted.
Yep. That means as well, since MBS saw them going in, Gaming Gear, what is their game here right now? Because Gaming Gear is undermanned in the first invade, so they're blind right now as well. Since they don't have pink wards down, they have no idea if they got spotted coming in here. And they also have no idea whether Lemondogs went back to base or not. This is an extremely dangerous blue buff right now for Gaming Gear. As
the rest of Lemondogs just pushing him back. This could very well set a Lunar really far back in the jungle. They're probably going to fight over this.
And this is going to be hard for him. It appears like they're going to put their solo lanes on the outside unless we see Zed and MBS going towards that mid lane. Right now, they're all kind of huddling together so they can get the aggression on this, but there's a bit of time being wasted here.
Part of me really wants him to just fight right now because it's 4-on-4. They're clearly wanting to fight over this blue buff. No one is getting lane experience.
Well, this is
the dance.
So right now, this is going to force the smite. This is pretty much Gaming Gear's getting out of this.
It's a smite race at this point. Lemondogs can't clear the ward that is in their blue buff right now.
That is one healthy golem.
How long are they going to do this for, Riv?
Quite a bit of time.
Oh, there's one.
Dosido. One of the small ones is down. Mazarin's quite low. We can see Zoro went hard in that top lane.
Hey, guys.
How we doing? Coming in on 3 minutes on the clock. Those standards, the reason why lawn darts are illegal. Oh, a little bit of damage here. Nuke Duck from the bottom lane, but he's got eyes on floating over his head, so they're going to be going in on this one. That blue buff is highly coveted and grabbed away by Dexter, it seems. Mazarin in the top lane. One last key strike, and it goes to Zoro.
How does something like that happen, Riv? Because that's a level 2 Shen, not known for his crazy level 2 kill
level
potential.
2 all in.
Yeah, that's what Shen does. He had the Doran Shield. That is the aggressive item right there. But really,
absolutely,
Lemondogs was able to get the smite away after an extremely extended Starefest at the blue buff right there. That basically gives Lemondogs an incredible start. I feel like what actually happened in the top lane, Mazarin, since he is kind of the leader of Gaming Gear, may have been spending too much attention worrying about what was happening on the other side of the map and not dealing with his own business. And that's why 0-0 was able to kind of
Wondering
kill him
if
and
he needed
surprise
to
him.
be present.
Exactly. He was just thinking too much and probably trying to make calls halfway across the map.
All right, so Alonir now knowing he has the ward on him. Lemondogs placing this chess piece very far ahead, minutes ahead right now. It looks like they'll be able to clean this one up. No, the red buff stops ticking, and it looks like they won't get the slow, but they are going to still aggress. They have gone with the 1-2-1 on the split. Those solo laners in the long lanes. Let's see if the duos here can get this one back. Looks like they are able to grab. No, Dexter. Dexter ran off with it. So he gets everything.
Smited it away because Alunir was out of the business and Dexter had waited long enough from the first blue buff they took to get the steal. It's actually quite rare nowadays that we see a team able to take both blue buffs in the early game. They're also able to get the timer on that blue buff, so they know around 9 minutes and 25 seconds or so that blue buff is going to be up again. And I would actually kind of expect a re-invade, because at that point, 0-0 will actually have his stand united as well, so they're going to be able to have that extra skirmish presence throughout the map.
And we just saw Tabs hitting level 2 in mid lane there. Level 2 at 5 minutes in, which just goes to show the chaotic movement that has already happened in this game. With those AD carry supports middle, it looks like Gaming Gear is going to be pressuring up. Mazarin definitely not running any armor, and you can see the giant health bars there sitting in his HP spot, so he can only take a few shots. Zoro definitely has the 1v1 in this lane.
Yeah, I wonder what 0-0 is going to be rushing here. Probably a Spirit Visage. It is a little strange here how Gaming Gear has decided to go Corki Lulu in the mid lane, and here comes a gang from Dexter.
Oh dear, that's not good. Deadly Brother trying to get out. He may be just that, but it looks like they focus on Inspiro now, and they're able to get out of this one alive. Oh no, he gets the condemn. He walks straight for the turret. Tabs gets the hit up. The Q as well. They trade off on that one.
That exhaust from Inspiro was incredibly timely. It seemed like Deadly Brother was completely dead to rights, and then it kind of baited Tabs to go a little bit too far. Inspiro stuck around after the exhaust because he was honestly a little out of position as he was running away. Allowed him to get killed against the turret, but then obviously Alunir, because that fight was so long, had enough time to close in, pick up a kill back.
Well, it looks like they don't really like what's been happening. Mazarin says there needs to be a change of plans here. I'm going mid. You guys are going to the top lane. So Deadly Brother and Spyro going to start heading up in this face-off against 0-0. I don't think he's going to have too much trouble in that lane. He's already accrued 34 to the 26 CS of the matchup they had before, so he's just got to hold steady.
Yeah, Mazarin was not going to do much against 0-0, especially with that health crystal kind of tipping off that 0-0 was soon going to become even more of a pain for Mazarin's Ahri. And also, if you're playing Ahri, you need to be in the mid lane so you have the ability to roam around the map and make some plays.
is sure as Zoro0 feels about himself, engaging into 2v1 and really not taking too much damage. Dexter now towards the bottom lane, a level 6 NBS here. Does have that escape for himself, but he may try to just poke in Alunir on the side. Dexter sees him, and they go back to safety.
Dexter needs to hit level 6 to have a bigger impact on this game. He's actually shut down Alunar quite substantially, but Alunar's Jarvan got something back when they were able to pick up that kill. We very well may have something here. No, they're going to back away in the side lanes. But this game actually, Riv, is incredibly close. Coming into the game, Gaming Gear has yet to pick up a win, but surprisingly, Lemondogs has only had one win in the entire World Championship. And despite the early advantages that Lemondogs was able to take, with Zoro0 1v1ing Mazarin in the top lane, and with Dexter winning the Smite War at his own blue buff, Gaming Gear is really hanging in there. And if we look at the way Gaming Gear won games during the International Wildcard Tournament, it was actually by sticking around, sometimes even losing the laning phase slightly, and then making plays in team fights. So by those accounts, Gaming Gear is actually on track in this game.
It's not that they know to stop it right away, but they do know how to just kind of clog up what's happening, what's going wrong. With this lane switch, that's kind of how they stalled out the kills going on. They got kind of re-control of their jungle that was being swiped out by Dexter. So we'll have to see if Lemondogs can continue the pressure. NBS still holding on to that red pot in the bottom lane, a little bit for the aggression, a little bit also to save his butt if he gets into a bad situation. But we also have Nukeduck now going back to the mid lane versus Mazarin.
Yeah, I'm very interested to see how that mid lane actually plays out, knowing that Nukeduck and Dexter are both level 6. We already saw one attempted approach where Dexter camped right behind that top left wall in the mid lane, and he actually didn't Vault Breaker into range to land Assault and Battery onto Mazarin. Mazarin didn't even have to burn Ahri's Spirit Rush to escape. That is effectively the guaranteed gank for Lemondogs, and it means Mazarin has to play like extremely scared.
Yes.
There's a word for that, but it is not a friendly place to be in.
You can see him returning to lane. Right now we have Alunir backing in the jungle. Not too much, that's not coordination, but you can see that Gaming Gear is setting themselves up. They're not exactly in the position to start making these impact plays just yet. The wards in the favor of Lemondogs towards Dragon and their side of the jungle. You can see the aggression here from the bottom lane. Lemondogs not having any problem keeping this lane pushed.
No, and there's that gank in the mid lane we talked about.
Ooh, Mazarin holding down to the ulti, making sure he gets out, but they're trying to get some damage in as well. Good offense is also a good defense.
Hey, when that gank doesn't work in mid lane, that's fantastic for Gaming Gear. Once again, Dexter's big ultimate is down. The big thing here, though, is they're trying to get a little bit back, knowing they've taken Mazarin so low. They're trying to steal that blue buff away. It's another Smite War if they get to that. Alunar does not have as much backup. Zed is coming in, though.
He is always invited to a party he doesn't want to be in right now. The blue buff also going very low. Again, taken out there by Dexter, and it looks like they're going to start heading towards Mazarin. The ultimate is canceled. That bottom lane, again, condemned against the wall. Taz is just pinning people up in this lane.
There is still a lot of dancing going around. We saw the repeated blue buff
flash.
Oh, missile just barely grazing the back there. Mythy could not finish him off. But the delayed blue buff and steal from Lemondogs did come through, but that still has to be transitioned into an advantage. It stops Mazarin from getting a blue buff, which should give Nukeduck a little bit of an edge here coming up in the mid lane. But the lead has not actually shown itself yet, knowing the game is still only a couple of hundred gold.
You're right.
Lemondogs.
They're doing the things that affects them. They've stolen Alunir's first blue, the second blue for Mazarin, who had a tough time in the top lane. So they're working on it, but the objective's not there to be grabbed yet. They may try after this one. Can't do it as a dragon, but Inspiro going to take some good damage here. Third bolt is going to be shielded off a bit by the damage. And here from the top lane, Alunir looking like he could go in. 2 shots, the barrier's off. Alunir from the side, low on mana, makes it count with just the Cataclysm. He walks it in for the for sure secured kill.
We'll call that Tabs being a bit of a greed boy right there, because he had no reason to go in for that kill. He went completely past his safety net. They had no pink ward control in the tri-brush where Alunar came through, and he paid for it. That's his second death of the game, and both of his deaths have actually came from him overcommitting.
And Zoro0 is just having a time of his life in this top lane, really not finding anything that's going to push him out, 83 to 70. So good CS kept up by NBS and what happened with the lane swaps earlier and the chaos we've been seeing. 12 minutes in, 2-2 on the kills, and the gold, like we've been saying, is pretty much even. There's a lot happening, but the objectives are not falling after those happenings happen.
Both these teams are playing pretty slow, and this is actually, I think, one of the reasons they've been outpaced so far at the World Championship is because neither Lemon Dogs or Gaming Gear really press the issue on their opponents.
Right.
And we're seeing a very similar play style right here. NBS, though, trying to go in on 0-0. This is going to be an exciting matchup.
He's big. There's quite a minion wave he's got to fight in as well. We got the TP from Nukeduck in. The flash from NBS. He says, I can rift too. Gets himself to safety.
Zippity-doo-dah day. He just gets out of there. Nukeduck burns another teleport. And he kind of needs to make an impact at this point in the game. Yesterday when we saw Xpeke's Kassadin, Peke stood even in the game until about this point where he had the Tear of the Goddess and the Catalyst of the Protector. And then I think he picked up about 6 kills within a 3-minute span because Fnatic was just crazy and all over the map like that. Knowing Nukeduck's teleport is down, I wonder really how crazy he can get here.
And it looks like Lemon Dogs will start to crack this one open in the top lane if they can get that turret. But the bottom lane is being pressured out, and they're more than happy to have that happen. But they're not going to be able to save that turret. Looks like Gaming Gear is going to answer back.
Even push across the board, and it evens out the gold yet again. I really got to hand it to Gaming Gear here. Keeping the gold even against Lemon Dogs, who were looked at as potentially the best team in Europe coming in, knowing that Lemon Dogs was the #2 seed in the European LCS and also had the best record in the regular season, means a lot. This Dragon fight coming up, though, could definitely swing the game in either direction.
This is very big, and it's what needed to happen. Gaming Gear trying to get ahead in this one. Dexter is full force onto Deadly Brother. They've actually gone split side onto him now, and they're forced to watch him go down. Lemon Dogs from the top, rotation to Dragon. Now get that covered.
Lemon Dogs just simply outnumbered Gaming Gear right there. With NBS top lane, Gaming Gear was positioned around the Dragon, hoping that they would be able to sneak it before Lemon Dogs would come in. That's what that pink ward is on top of Dragon for. They were hoping that Lemon Dogs would not come and fight them, because if they did, it would be a 5v4. And you don't necessarily run from Vi and Kassadin when they're chasing you down. That really punishes Gaming Gear. At least, though, NBS was left alone in the top lane and got the majority of that turret.
That one is surely prepped for him to be taking it down to open up the map a little bit more here for Gaming Gear. It's something that they need. It's going to be mid-turret focus after that, which will be good. They can start to squeeze up these lanes because their team fight is actually pretty good for them to come in. They have that pick-off assassination, but they also have to be careful because they're chasing that team of disengage, shields, and you can really get tunneled into chasing a team like that.
Yeah, the team fight phase in this game is actually going to revolve heavily around, it seems silly to say, but who's ahead beforehand. Only because Gaming Gear has only a Lunar as their main tank, and then the rest of it is about flank. When, once again, we saw Fnatic play double assassin yesterday. I'm going to keep referencing this because it's our best point of reference. Soaz was able to sneak around the back of the fight because the rest of the team was strong enough to hold them off. But if Gaming Gear falls behind or Lunar becomes too weak to actually be that tank, NBS will never have the ability or time to go around the sides of fights, because Lemon Dogs will just run straight into Gaming Gear and through them. And if Lemon Dogs can effectively catch Gaming Gear's assassins together, the fights will be over effectively before they start.
I guess it's what makes it such a composition that needs to be ahead early, because if you can't do what you need to and they don't respect your damage of all of those high-impact lanes, they're just going to run into you like they say. Dexter trying to put a little bit of fear into his enemy. Looks like he's just going to stand on the outside here. Thinks may be able to get some damage onto Inspiro, but the team too closely huddled together will be able to stay safe. Nukeduck in the bottom lane. We'll see. Check out some stock on the CS. 107 to 111. Ahri versus Kassadin. Is Nukeduck a little bit behind on that, but he has finished the rod over in Athenes.
Yeah, I mean, if you come into a game and you're in a Kassadin versus Ahri matchup, and you tell the guy it's 16 minutes, you are going to not be dead, and you're going to be 8 minion farm behind Ahri. You take it immediately.
Yeah.
Because that is actually a good start for Kassadin in the overall context of the game. Nukeduck will look to be stronger later on here. The Rod of Ages completion by Nukeduck is extremely normal for a Kassadin build. We have seen times... Oh, this is actually Zoro getting ganked.
Here is Zoro, goes in, the death mark goes down. Can they finish up a little bit of damage on top of that? They do have the red buff. He's able to flash out of that one. The slow has worn off of him. They don't get the extra one there. It looks like he's going to be able to get himself out of this one quite clean. I don't know if they fight. The turret's quite low. They could have gone for that.
That gank at least is going to allow them to secure the turret because
Right.
0-0 is not going to stick around for
true.
another spell rotation from Gaming Gear at that turret. And call me a liar, but he's actually sticking around here. This is trouble. Yeah, he's out. He's not secure.
Getting that HP back from the Vorpal Blades, but he does stay safe in that one. So the turret goes down. They pretty much keep him in lane too, but he's going to be able to soak up that experience. So they really don't hurt him too much. 3-2 on the kills. Nukeduck looking to take away some of the jungle camps here as we may see our first real engagement, or at least Lemondogs trying to pressure that mid lane. Maybe not.
It might be the next. The thing is, these are two teams that throughout the World Championships have not taken initiative, and that's why we're seeing them have this farm out against each other right now. They're really just waiting until they're comfortable, or they're hoping to play a reactive game instead of a proactive game. There's been a few proactive moves that Lemondogs has tried to pull off with Nukeduck teleporting in or with 0-0 Shen ulting on top of Vi, but even all of those have only resulted in very minimal overall gains. I also look at the build path of 0-0 in the top lane here, and the Sunfire Cape being completed was actually extremely key in him staying alive against Alunar and NBS, because initially we were thinking he was going to rush the Spirit Visage, but because Mazarin has completely abandoned that lane, he very quickly and nimbly changed paths to Sunfire Cape, and because he's been able to get the Sunfire Cape, he also provides us a consistent split push threat right now, which is actually one of the big reasons Lemondogs has pulled 1,000 gold ahead.
Nukeduck still happy to sit in the bottom lane. We do have to remember Lemondogs across the map is still a very scary thing. They're Stand United and Teleport. Gaming Gear across the map is them slowing the game down, really trying to farm this one up because they're not going to be able to get to that fight as fast as Lemondogs. So anytime we see Gaming Gear kind of pushing out here, like you said, it's reactive. They're trying to adapt to what Lemondogs is doing. We kind of saw that with the Dragon. You know, Lemondogs went top, so Gaming Gear said, yeah, we got turret and Dragon.
Yeah.
But Lemondogs reacted faster.
I'm actually very curious to see how the rest of this game plays out, because I actually haven't seen Gaming Gear play this well all throughout the World Championship. Even though they're not making big plays necessarily, their counter moves, like when Lemondogs does take the Dragon and kind of catch Gaming Gear off guard, are actually making them some progress. MBS stayed top lane, got the turret. Their mid laner Mazarin has played well to avoid Vi Kassadin ganks, which are probably close to the deadliest ganks in the game. Maybe Vi Zed is a little bit more deadly, as Lemondogs knows very well when TSM played it against them. It's still the closest I've seen Gaming Gear be here at 20 minutes, and now they might actually be looking to make a big play with 4 people stacked in the mid lane.
Gaming Gear feeling that eyes on the map makes them safe here. We may see the third turret go down for Lemondogs. Dexter comes in and right onto MBS. Zed goes in onto Mithy though. The support disengaged who was in the back of the line getting hit up quite hard there. Right back into the fight, and it's going to be Tabs taking down NBS.
And it seemed a little crazy of Dexter to go in there, but the big execution moment there for Lemondogs is Mithy landed an exhaust onto NBS right before he tried to use Deathmark. So Zed did almost no damage, and now this could be Dragon number 2 for Lemondogs. Alunar is in the mid lane, unable to steal.
Ooh, Spyro a little too close for comfort there. 0-0 just on the other side. That is going to be a very dead Lulu. Zoro picking himself up the second kill of the game.
And that's actually fairly typical Lemondogs play here. We're 20 minutes into the game, and their laning has transitioned them into their first core set of items. Of course, Sunfire Cape, Rod of Ages, and Blade of the Ruined King if we go top, mid, 80 carry. Then they're able to get the quick little fight win and immediately transition into an objective or 2. 4,000 gold lead is a big jump ahead in this game that was very close a couple of minutes ago.
Lots of pings going down here. Gaming Gear playing us a song on the mini-map. Will they be able to activate anything out of this, though? Tabs is going to hook himself up here. May get caught by a charm. No, he keeps safe, hip to hip with Mithy.
Cassidy is teleporting in.
There he is. Below it, blue buff. They don't know that he came in. They do not have wards on that. They're going to be walking right into him. Mazarin gets the silence on. Deadly Brother trying to put on the Gatling, and it's going to be all about Alunir with the Cataclysm. Will they be able to turn this around? Mithy falls as Mazarin finds himself a kill. Deadly Brother is the focus, though, and they got perfect lockdown on him. Dexter's over the wall, and they have a 2v2 now on the side of the river. Alunir looks like he's going down as MBS gets 1v1 by Bane. They continue to go on to the fight as Alunir chased by Dexter. They split off once more, knowing it's the safest bet, but both of them look to go down.
This fight, Riv, is chaos. Everyone is so low on mana and resources right now. Lunar is going to try to execute himself, but I don't think it's been long enough.
Oh.
Doesn't matter. 0-0.
That's close.
Flies in. It actually was kind of close.
Very extended fight that we saw in that one. It shows kind of the closeness of the game and where the players are. People now going back to buy are going to have the items that would have zeroed each other out, but there was a lot of, only 25% damage here and there from full spell reels.
Yeah.
It's going to be different now.
It also turned into an extremely scattered fight,
Yeah.
only because the amount of assassins we have in this game. NBS and Mazarin are never going to have a traditional team fight in the sense of clean engaging and comboing together. Especially when they're on the defensive, because everyone on Gaming Gear could just split up into many different ways of running away. And then likewise, Lemondogs expended all of their mana chasing them down. Nuke Duck and Dexter were both completely spent by the end of that. And it was actually very surprising to me when 0-0 still had his flash up at the end of that fight to secure the kill when a Lunar tried to execute himself on that inner turret.
Bit of a swing there in kills. 8-3 now coming up for Lemondogs. They have a for sure hold on these team fights as they come in. Looking at a few core items now as that Archangels is finished up with a Rod of Ages now for Nuke Duck. The Triforce coming out onto 0-0 instead of a build for the Blade of the Rune King that we've seen some Shens building now, that Triforce. It's been good in 3.11 for a lot of people.
I think we're going to see more Triforce Shen instead of Blade of the Rune King if the option happens. And Shens will generally build that offensive item if they're going really far ahead in a game. And since 0-0 is 304, right after that first blood on Mazarin, he's really just taking it from that point on. He's going to continue to build offensive and be a very large threat. That turret's not going to help you, Mazarin.
Don't cast your spells. You're just going to give him Force Pulse. It's more damage. Mazarin, get out of there. Oh, he gets the Assault Battery all the way locked down. Can he break the vault? No, Mazarin gets the Lulu Ultimate. Wild Growth comes on. Dexter back into the fight, but here comes Lemondogs. They've been called in and the cavalry arrives. Tabs onto Elunir. The Tabs rockets going out, and he gets the proc of the Silver Bolt. 10-3 on the kills, a 6,000 gold lead, and Zoro's in the top lane without any pressure.
Yeah, we got to remember, that was a 4v5. Mazarin was caught out of position at the start, and it meant the rest of Gaming Gear was trying to collapse in a round. But like we said, if Lemondogs got ahead, the team fights would not be clean for Gaming Gear. Lemondogs could just go through everywhere they want. NBS was unprotected, the flank did not work. He got focused down, and then the rest of Lemondogs could just push through for more.
Lemondogs looking to really pad their pockets on this one, getting a bit of gold out of this globally for themselves. They pick up the 5th turret now of Gaming Gear's side. If Tabs looks like he does, no, he's going to back off on this one. Deadly Brother can still put out some damage with that Triforce, and it will be respected for now. We get LD to back, and we'll see what they put in their inventories as they go for what could be final push here, as they have quite a strong lead that swayed towards that 20-minute mark.
And how long until Nuke Duck buys boots? Right now, actually. Dan. He didn't have boots 24 minutes into the game.
He heard you.
He had rushed Rod of Ages and Archangel Staff. And I was curious, since Kassadin can hop around so much, and Nuke Duck was actually moving around fairly well, if he'd go for the Magic Penetration. But he decides to be boring. He picks him up real quickly, and now he's back in the base. The boots helping him get there to save the turret.
Oh, right back on a Deadly Brother. Locked out there, the barrier very early, but here comes 0-0 as well. Everybody getting a piece of that one. And Lemondogs working very well together.
Yeah, this is once the Kassadin gets going.
Yep.
7 minutes ago, Nuke Duck didn't have many kills. He was 0-0-1, sitting on a tier and a Rod of Ages. That's the point you don't actually want Kassadin to get to if you haven't pushed him behind at that point in the game yet. It's allowing him to jump around the map, control, and assassinate Gaming Gear.
And it was, from the get-go, like we said, that first chess piece moved into place by Dexter, always pressuring the Blues here, allows them to continuously pressure, They weren't, Elunir wasn't able to come back onto Kassadin, as you would want your jungler to help mid lane. And the swap in the lanes early game, I think, hurt Gaming Gear a little bit.
Yeah, I actually think very early on, 0-0 being able to kill Mazarin and the subsequent lane swapping that created definitely hurt Gaming Gear a little bit. But honestly, Gaming Gear stuck around in this game for quite a long time, and it's actually the mid-game execution here that is mostly to credit Lemondogs with their victory. The way that they countered Gaming Gear's pushes in the mid lane, Dexter initiating time and time again, when Gaming Gear was not able to set up any flank maneuvers with their double assassins, has really swung it at this point. And now, even if Gaming Gear did pull off a successful flank, it still might not be successful just because of the farm advantage the rest of Lemon Dogs is accumulating.
Right, at this point, you can consider the game in almost, time and minutes. It's going to be a few fights. The next 10, 15 minutes have to go by. And that's really hard to do. It's hard to keep your team in that mentality. Keep reminding everybody this is what we need to do. Because when the fight, presents itself, it's kind of what you want to do all the time, and you fall right into it.
And one thing that is actually extremely in Lemon Dog's favor this game, outside of the 10,000 gold, is the experience. We've mentioned a couple times in the past that gold in stats per level is between 400 and 700 gold, depending on what character you're playing. Nukeduck escapes out here as on a level 17 Kassadin. His mid lane matchup, Mazarin, is level 15 on Ahri right now. That could be 1,000 gold right there. You look up and down the board, almost everyone on Gaming Gear, 0-0 versus MBS or Dexter versus Lunar, are 2 levels ahead. That's nearly 1,500 gold, or sorry, about 1,200 gold per person on top of the gold lead that we already have built on Lemon Dogs. It's one of the reasons Gaming Gear is so hopeless and helpless right now, unless they can catch up in the experience as well as the gold.
And it's big, Jat. A lot of those 2-level leads are that level 16, that final click you need of the ulti. Looks like they go to engage but back off. They know when they're a little too in over their head.
Yeah, and all that we just talked about doesn't even take into account the damage you get from skilling up your action.
Yeah.
It's tough times right here. I'm seeing right there MBS was unable to do a 0-0. Surprise!
Stop, drop, and roll.
Didn't do it.
Didn't. He tried to. Well, if you run fast enough, you can kind of put yourself out, but it doesn't work all the time.
Have you tried that before?
No,
I've never been on fire trying to run away personally.
Nope, don't try it at home either. 9,000 in the lead, actually 11, because I can count. We have about 10,500 gold there. 12-3 on the scoreboard as we come up to about 30 minutes on this one. It's been Lemon Dogs in full control after about that 15-minute mark. Gaming Gear was able to hold themselves in. Great play by Nukeduck on Kassadin in middle. The roam they got out of that teleport really swayed a lot of fights. And now the dance for this does not leave Gaming Gear in any position to really contest.
Yeah, this is a very solo dance right here for Lemon Dogs. They're practicing their moves right now. Being able to get the Baron buff down. Nukeduck was not even there. He had his teleport in case anyone came to contest. But Lemon Dogs actually had fairly minimal ward control inside the Gaming Gear jungler just to check if Gaming Gear was coming in. And Inspiro, that's a bad place to be clearing wards.
He throws down the growth. He knows what the plant lady's all about. Tries to get himself out. Oh, against the wall. He gets condemned. Trying to get out of this one, but I don't think it's going to work.
The plant actually got the last hit on that one. And this means the rest of Lemon Dogs is going to be looking, I think, to end this game very quickly. Nukeduck pops his shield and gets another one.
Seraph's Embrace into stand united. 100-0 in just under 2.5 seconds. Mazarin looking to go down here. 15 to 2 level 18s that want to party with him.
And the rest of Lemon Dogs flashing into the base.
There it is, going in on to Corki. They easily take him down. Tabs just throwing out the silver bolts. Alanir trying to do what he can. Gets the Cataclysm on to cheekily get himself back into base and into safety. But the inhibitors taking quite a bit of damage right now for Gaming Gear.
Yeah, and seemingly Lemon Dogs flipped a switch at this point. They were up substantially, and now it looks more than insurmountable. One inhibitor, second on the way, still 3 people dead for Gaming Gear, and a Baron on all 5 people.
I feel like Nukeduck got that Archangels and his boots finally late in the game and told the team felt a lot safer, felt a lot stronger, and their initiations just came full force, one after the other. Right now, still not really respecting what GG has in the base since they're all down and respawning, but they try to get some more damage on these turrets.
And Nukeduck is having a very good game on Kassadin.
Absolutely.
Right now. He's had a very rough World Championships, and it should not reflect badly on him as a player, just knowing the mids he has to be against.
We said this was a mid-oriented tournament.
Yeah, Cool from OMG, as well as Faker, potentially the most hyped up and skilled mid in the world. He's very much living up to a lot of the hype we had given for Faker coming into this. And Nukeduck actually played pretty well in the majority of those games, and Nukeduck is relied on heavily to carry for Lemon Dogs, and just because Lemon Dogs as a team was not able to do that doesn't mean Nukeduck should be getting hatred for it. This is an example of a very good game for Nukeduck. One of the things he does so well is when he's on Assassins, he's able to still out-farm everyone else, and he's done just that on Kassadin. 245
kind of makes those
CS.
matchups work.
Yep.
You don't know how. NBS taking some damage. The charm goes in, but there it is. We were talking about it in Champion Select, the dive buddies, and they go right into the deep end on that one. They have to reconsider for just a quick second, though.
And Lemon Dogs is just kind of going in, maybe a little bit out there, not able to dive all the way because Gaming Gear is just playing so passively right
There's
now.
the end taunt, the dive buddy-esque composition once again. Nuke Duck all the way deep here, throws it down. He's going to Rift Walk out of this one, get that regen from the Baron buff, and he should outlive this. Dexter comes in to be the meat shield. Tabs throwing himself in the fire as well. Zoro almost getting hit up by the fountain. It looks like they got the Nexus in their eyes. Looks like they got the victory as well to go under the belt.
Nuke Duck using all of his active spells right there, including the teleport. Nexus going down. Looks like Lemon Dogs picks up a clean and decisive victory.
Very well played there, very slow in the early game. You could see that both teams giving each other the respect that was required. And once they found that item threshold, the 15 minutes, they got the Triforce on Shen. They got a lot of things in their pocket. They knew they were they're in the lead, and it's not something we see very often, but they took control.
Shen actually ended up building a Blade of the Ruined King.
Finally.
And a Triforce on Shen because he felt happy for the damage, but smiles all around for Gaming Gear as well. They know the situation they're in. They're still trying to get wins, and despite the ending of that game, Gaming Gear did stick around fairly well. The playstyle matchup between Lemon Dogs was very similar between these two teams, and it turned out in the end, Lemon Dogs just played the mid-game better. They executed a couple fights better and took their lead from there. Being so assassin-based on both sides means the game is going to swing like that.
And it was fun to watch, too, because like we said, both teams got pretty high priority
I like
picks
the
going
level
into
one,
that one.
where the four of them just kind of stared at each other
5-minute blue buff.
Yeah.
We're going in and out. Absolutely amazing game. We still have one more to go on the day. It's OMG versus SKT, so pretty sure everybody's hyped for that one.
TSM versus
Or
OMG
TSM,
is
thank
going to
you.
be the
OMG.
big one. Because,
Wow.
I mean,
my brain is in it.
mathematically, TSM is still
Right.
alive, so stick around for that one.
Absolutely. So we're going to send it over to Quickshot and his posse at the analyst desk for a breakdown for Lemon Dogs' win.
Thank you very much, Riff. We'll be thinking about robbing some trains a little bit later.
Sheriff Quickshot.
Let's talk a little bit about this matchup. The first thing that I really want to touch on is the level 2 1v1, where Zara Zero playing Shen was able to take out Mazarine's Ahri. It was something that I did not expect coming, and I know it was a bit unique.
Nobody expects the Doran Shield Shen level 2 kill. That's why it worked. Hey, I wish we got to see more of it, but I think that was just Zoro Zero using creep waves to his advantage.
There's been a lot of kills on that top lane early today. Like a lot
That
of
is
stuff
for
going.
sure.
A lot of people hiding, doing unexpected stuff. So maybe I wonder what Fnatic is gonna do with that. Maybe just put 5 people in that brush. Why not?
Yeah, who knows? You know, it's not like they would do that. You know, they
Ever.
haven't done that before. The one thing that I want to talk on is we've seen Tab sitting in the mid lane for a little while, and in the first 10 to 15 minutes, his greed maybe costing a little. There was a couple of fights that broke out, and Tabs kept chasing when maybe he should have backed off. It gave away a couple of kills and kept Gaming Gear pretty even with him in the early stages of the game.
Yeah, he definitely did get a little bit ahead of himself. He wanted to get those early kills on Vayne to start snowballing, get his blade really early, but it did cost his team early, so they had to wait a bit longer. That being said, I did like the composition of the Shen plus Vi combined with two sort of mobile assassins. When Vi goes in with Shen, she splits apart the other team, and that opens them up for Vayne to be able to chase people down later. Cassidy does pretty similar things, so it did work out really well for them in the end.
And Shen Vi is something I see a lot in Champions, actually, because the combination just makes it so Vi's 100% going to get on a target, and then when Shen ultis onto them, it's a guaranteed like taunt and 2 people on a squishy champion.
Yeah, people talk about the ball delivery systems with Orianna, but a ninja delivery system is even more deadly.
Yep. We always call that a piggyback ride Shen. Whenever it was Shen Nocturne back in the days, it was the same. Like Nocturne ultis, get the Shen, instantly lands, instant taunt. Requires a lot of synergy, but I really like the composition. I think both teams had a really nice composition, though. Jarvan with Zed and Ahri together works really well as well. Although it was up to Lemon Dogs to stay even early and then just scale better into the late game. Cassidy becomes such a threat, back up from Shen. A lot of card control coming out from Shen and Vi, and then you have Vayne just outscaling Corki. You could really notice that in the fights. They would fight in the beginning, fight would disrupt, and then Vayne would clean house.
Well, and once Shen gets tanky enough too, if you can't kill him in a rotation from an assassin, you're in pretty big trouble right there.
Yep. So one of the things I want to touch on before we move on to our next game was that both of these teams, for lack of a better word, lacked a little bit of initiative in this game. We've been seeing that, for many other teams that have beaten Gaming Gear, they have tended to get ahead early and through making plays. Lemon Dogs, they were a slower team in the EU LCS. They had the ability to play early, but we did see them playing patiently and controlled and whatnot. And we've seen it again here. It could be part of the reason they didn't do quite so well against some of the other teams. But what was your take on the slower pace of the game, especially with some focus on the Lemon Dogs side?
Well, I think that's the big difference between like a really great team and just like a good team. Obviously, every team here is world class. That's why they made it here. But like a team like SK Telecom, they don't have hesitation. Like I said before, if they see a play that they can make, they're just going to do it immediately without even thinking about it. And I feel like a team that's willing to make those plays gets in that like the minds of their opponents. And not only that, you can snowball advantages so much quicker and end the game so much faster.
Could be a bit of a mindset issue as well. If you're coming into the group as one of, not favorites, but say dark horses like Lemon Dogs did, comparing to Gaming here, who had nothing to lose and only something to win, you can get a little scared. If you have like a negative winning record already, you probably just want that one win to at least go home with a little bit respect for yourself, and that's why maybe they would slow down the progress and know that they can take it late game 100%, and yeah, that makes the victory be a little less convincing but a lot more secure.
I think that really comes back full circle to the Tabs early plays too. He got slapped down when he went for the early aggression. That will tame pretty much your whole team for the early game, and they'll play a bit slower after that.
Well, we'll have to see how that loss is going to affect the standings after our fourth match of the day. As we've highlighted already, OMG and SKT still sitting at the top of the table. TSM, Lemon Dogs in third and fourth with Gaming Gear at 0 and 6. And as we have already highlighted, TSM still have a chance, but we'll have to see how they do against OMG as their first step along the way. And so far today, all four of you have gone a perfect 4 for 4 in predicting the winners. Let's see if any of you can go a perfect 5 out of 5 and correctly pick the winner of our last match. It is going to be OMG versus Team SolarMid. And before I get your opinion, keep in mind TSM's performance against SKT1, because it was definitely a step up from what many people were expecting. So Kobe, who's going to win this game?
It was a step up, but I'm still going to have to choose OMG here. Still going against TSM. It does break my heart, but I think that OMG, just their play is so crisp, I don't think they're going to have the openings that TSM are looking for, even in the early game, to get ahead. And without the early game, TSM not going to be able to finish it.
I'm also going with OMG, and like you can't deny that TSM played really, really well against SK Telecom. I just feel like OMG is really overwhelming right now. I mean, there's a reason why they're undefeated in the group.
I agree. OMG here as well. Although I do hope that they get some apple pie back in the oven, and hopefully TSM can get it. Although I think the strength of TSM was their conceptual play, and that was lacking in SKT1, and that's why TSM had a seemingly a possibility to beat them. But OMG has not dropped the conceptual ball, so to say. So they've been playing really well, really solid. They understand the dives a lot better.
They understand dives, that's for sure.
Apple pie is dead, dude.
Apple pie is dead. What about Cloud9 Double Lift?
Well, that's like a different pie altogether.
that oven is still preheating.
That one's still
Blueberry
cooking.
pie?
It'll be done in a couple
Blueberry
days.
pie, I think. Monty, what's your prediction for the game?
I got to go with these gents, OMG as well. They have looked the most crisp, the most complete team so far in the group stages in either group that we've seen so far in my mind. And they look extremely comfortable. No jitters. I think that they're the team to beat right now.
So we're all in agreement at the desk that OMG is the favorite for this matchup. Before we talk a little bit more about the specifics of the game, I've got a question for Krepo that I want to throw quite directly at you. We've been highlighting the idea of conceptual play, and I would like it if you could expand on that. You know, some of the basics. What is it that TSM is doing well in their conceptual play? And also for some of the viewers who may be not 100% familiar with the terminology or what exactly it means. You know, just break it down a little bit for the guys so they can also think about the games that they're playing in this light.
So in League of Legends, you need two things. You need to plan out your plays, and then you need to execute them. A lot of these top world teams have really, really good mechanics. That's what's keeping back a lot of the newer players. They might have a good idea, but they may not be able to execute it. The difference between good players and the best players on top level, when everybody has really solid mechanics, gets made on conceptual play. What are you going to do? You need to plan out your moves. You cannot play reactively. If something happens, sure, you will react to it, but you need to have a plan. TSM is really good on that, and in using, say, how the team comp works together. They send Dyrus top with Cardus. They would use the Requiem with their kill bot lane, which then they could transition into a Drake, which they do really well. Every game they play, they almost get a Drake around 8 minutes.
Yeah, and having one thing I want to add is that like having a strategy in your head, anticipation will increase your reaction time by like tenfold. And the reason that the top level players, like for example Faker, have really strong mechanics is because they've seen these situations, they know what's going to happen. It's not like Faker has just insanely higher reaction time than his opponents. He knows what's going to happen before it happens. That's why he reacts and has no hesitation.
Game reads. Yeah.
And, you know, I can talk about this too with Peter about how we operate on CLG. And when we come into a game, I really encourage the players to take time to break down what the enemy composition is good at, what their composition is good at, where they think those flaws are. And if we look at the last game as well, we had that Jax that once he got big enough, there was no answer to that split push. And I think that's what really pushed SK Telecom over the top there and kind of basically was the last nail in the coffin. But if you go into a game talking about trying to form plans already, then you have a much stronger ability to make active strategic decisions as opposed to becoming a victim of your opponent's strategy.
That's actually really something interesting how League of Legends has changed throughout the past year. If you go back to the last World Finals, that's about 1 month before that, World Elite was introducing a 2v1 top lane, which was unheard of. Basically changed the entire metagame around, and even right now we're still seeing some issues on some teams with that 2v1 lane because it evolved into a 3v1 dive, or whether the jungle goes to hold it, mirrors it or not. And there's so much depth that's coming to League of Legends because Season 2 was all about team fights. That's where we were really good at. Like it took us a really long time to realize, hey, this game is no longer all about team fights. Yes, sure, we could beat some teams in a straight up team fight, but they just won't do it. They will do such things as split push.
The other thing now is that the strategies that teams are coming out with now take 15 minutes, 20 minutes even to set up. Before, North American teams especially, I know, would just prep a level 1, would prep a team comp, we're going to go in. That's our plan. That's our prep for a match. Now, you have to say, what are we doing at 10 minutes? What are we doing at 20 minutes? What are we doing at the second dragon, the third blue spawn? There's so much planning that goes into these games now.
And you can tell different regions have different kind of conceptual ideas about how you're supposed to play the game. You see Koreans, generally, not all of them, but generally when they're ahead, they want to control a side of the jungle, and they're looking to get picks into it because they're forcing the enemy team into saying like, oh my god, they could be on Baron, we need to face check. And that's what always happens. And if you look at Chinese, the way they handle the game, generally they're just going to dive you. They don't care if there's a tower there at all. If they're ahead, they will tower dive you.
Well, we've got just enough time for Monty and Kreber to give you final thoughts before we move on. Anything to add?
Oh, well, just talking about the development, it's really brought out a certain flavor of teams, a certain style, and like the development of the game has made each team kind of have their own strengths and weaknesses to a much greater degree. We're talking about TSM. They're the team of the 8-minute dragon, always, 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 and they're very good about how they take it. They have plans, and that's become one of their hallmarks, right? And that's what's so fun to see these teams, for me at least, to see these teams going up against each other because you can really get into it when you talk about the different styles.
Waiting for that Meteos jungle, huh? I know that's a big controversy.
I'm waiting for it.
Krepo, closing thoughts?
I just wanted to point out, like, as Kobe said, level 1s, if you go back more than a year and a half ago, people would just stand and get ready to lane. Yeah. So the game is constantly evolving, and I don't even know, like, now every time you think, yeah, we've seen it all. There's nothing they can, no more curveballs.
I've never thought we've seen it all, Krepo.
Well, maybe that's why I'm not at both finals.
Well, thank you very much. This was an awesome discussion. It's something that I think many people will be thinking about in the time to come. And we're going to take a very quick break, guys. But when we come back, the undefeated OMG and Cool look to crush Team Solo's mid's quarter-final dreams. So stay where you are. We'll be right back with more from the World Championships in Los Angeles, California.
Welcome back to the Season 3 World Championship live from Los Angeles, California. It's time for our 5th and final match of the day. China's OMG versus North America's Team Solo Mid. And if OMG can pull off the win against TSM, they would lock down a spot in the quarterfinals for themselves and SKT.
Yeah, OMG already has a convincing victory over TSM here at Worlds. And I'm really excited for this rematch. I mean, that last game was action-packed. OMG came out slightly on top in a bunch of bloody team fights and ended up in a very convincing victory by the end of it.
Yeah.
But Cool and San in that game were huge. You know, they just completely wrecked 11-2-8, 11-2-12. That was the result of many bloody team fights. And, you know, with TSM still being mathematically in this one, I'm very excited for the rematch.
It's going to be huge for them. Heading into this match, we do have a piece of breaking news. Even though they've gone 5-0 so far in the tournament, OMG is swapping out their support. Coma will start this game in place of Big Pomelo.
Yeah, I mean, we spoke with the team, and it's actually not a performance-based substitution. Big Pomelo has performed very well this week. But, you know, OMG said they're making the change to try out some strategies that make use of Kama's champion pool so far. And for those of you who don't know, they do these swaps frequently. In fact, in the Chinese regionals where they're actually trying to qualify for Worlds, they ran Koma in every single one of those games. It's definitely something OMG is comfortable with, and they're just trying to keep this element of surprise as they try and move on throughout the rest of the
They're
Worlds.
no stranger, but no matter who OMG starts at support, the odd one and Team Solo Mid know that coming into this fight for their World Championship lives, they're the underdogs against the undefeated Chinese squad.
OMG is playing really well. They've basically demolished everyone else in the group right now. Right now, we just have to play really good against them and fix all our mistakes from the first game, because if we don't beat OMG, it's highly probable that we won't get out of groups.
他们整体的风格感觉比较保守吧。
OMG is surprisingly good. We thought that SKT is going to be a toughest opponent, but so far OMG has shown that, you know, these guys are the real deal. They're top of the group, and everyone's looking at them as being a favorite getting out of the group stage, which is pretty decided at this point.
因为我们在这个比赛里面也觉得我们越打越强了。
我觉得我们只要保持好的状态，然后不犯什么失误，就应该能拿下比赛。
So I think that's kind of been the whole entire thought from every team. Less mistakes, more winning. But it's kind of hard to make mistakes in such a high-pressure game.
Yeah, especially with how quickly OMG plays. They force mistakes more often than not.
Absolutely. So with that, let's force the starting lineups. On the blue side, in the top lane, it's in the blue side, it's OMG. In the top lane is Going. Jungle is Loveland. Cool in mid. San at AD. And Koma on support.
And on the red side here, it is the crowd favorites, Team Solo Mid. Darius in the top lane, Odd One in the jungle, Reginald, of course, in mid lane, Wild Turtle on AD carry. His Corki has been amazing this tournament, and Special, of course, on support.
I think really the baseline Triforce grab for Corki is that 13 minutes. We've seen a few people do it. Wild Turtle was one of them, and with that, it just adds the burst you're looking for from the Triforce and on Corki so much earlier than you usually get it, and really was the reason TSM has been able to win. Some of their games here, we'll have to see if they can stop, OMG from allowing them to do that.
I mean, to be fair, TSM and the analysts have shown this very clearly, have been playing strategically very strong in this tournament, but they continually make mistakes, and it's kind of the Achilles heel for them here, which is strange because TSM actually used to be the team in North America back in Season 2 who made the fewest mistakes, and they prided themselves on that, and that was the reason that they were so dominant. But I really just feel like the accelerated pace of play here at the World Championships has forced them into a few too many tough decisions.
So we know that Koma is a bit of a Sona player. What else does he bring to the table?
Koma, I've seen him on Sona. And a whole
so
little
pretty
bit more
much
Sona.
Just rocking it.
His crescendos, I saw a couple of his games when they were playing against Royal, or no, it was actually IG in the Chinese regionals. And they were running, IG was running 2 assassins against them, and there were multiple times where Koma would actually catch both Fizz and Zed in a crescendo. And there's been other people that say Koma's actually not a very strong Sona. I disagree with that. I think he's actually a very strong Sona.
Well, Sona has actually been one of the champions that will go in as a neutral pick we've seen, and Team Solo Mid has been a team to do it as well. They are on last ban, so it's first pick here coming in for the blue side, OMG, and they're taking their time with this.
Yeah, Ari probably has to be banned, if we're going to be completely honest with this one. Knowing that Reginald generally plays Fizz against Ari, and knowing the result of those matchups, they did not ban it. Will Cool just played against them? Cool has had a little bit of success on Ari.
just a tad. We have seen him as one of the strength and impact players of the mid lane here. We've said it over and over again. It is a primary focus in these tournaments. A lot of these teams and regions focus around the strength of their mid laners right now and the ability to make impacts off of that. But Shen, the first one on the board, looks like it's going to stay in the hands of GoGoing.
You know, I'm personally surprised by this, but OMG picked Shen mainly to take it away from Dyrus. If we look at TSM's comfort team compositions, oftentimes that has Dyrus on Shen. And of course, TSM's going to pick up Ahri. Reginald was actually undefeated on Ahri during the regular LCS season. They lock it up with picks 2 and 3.
And they do put Sona right in that grab. Fiddlestick's been played quite a lot, especially against Corgis, and especially with Corgis. We've seen it quite a few times. Wild Turtle, I believe, and Xpecial were the first ones to go with that lane. So we'll have to see what Loveland has for everybody. The Lee Sin is still on the board, but so is a lot of the jungle here. Actually, all of the jungle besides the Lee and Vi.
Yeah, I really wonder if they're going to be going with that Fiddlesticks pick for sure. They do it.
Wow.
So Koma's most
Fast
likely
AD.
going to be playing that Fiddlesticks with Caitlyn. That is a fast push and poke composition so far from there. If they decide to lock up the rest of the team to fit that style, we'll have to wait and see though.
I remember, I believe I was casting the game with you and we just saw, I forgot what fiddle it was, just continuously poking with crows behind the turret, behind the turret.
Those crows are so deadly and devastating if you're not able to counter
So
with enough
hurtful.
harass. TSM does have Sona though, so they will have a
sustain.
little bit of sustain to deal with
They'll
that.
They'll
And
help
I
a bit.
just think that in team fights at that point, Koma's Fiddlesticks will generally be relegated to fearing Reginald's Ahri the instant he jumps in, so he can't pull off any funny business with Ahri.
Jarvan locked in as well. The jungle coming out for the odd one. It's going to allow him to pretty much get everywhere he needs to be. Jarvan can be very mobile and omnipresent within the jungle and not have to focus on too much of one thing. OMG looking to show a bit of their hands. They have quite a bit of time to pick as they hover it out here.
Wouldn't it be awesome if they just locked those 2 picks in?
It would be, Chad.
We've seen a lot. I would love it. But oh yes!
Oh! I was gonna say yes, Dream Chat, but now we are in Dreamland.
This is real Drat, actually, Riv. Just pinch yourself.
Do you
and be like,
taste those
"Is this
strawberries?"
real? I love strawberries sometimes, especially when they're fresh off the vine. But really, this Syndra
man.
is something so many of the world's top mids play the crap out of, but very rarely bring out in competitive play, because even though Syndra can absolutely destroy the laning phase, surprisingly, she actually falls off fairly heavily if she does not win the laning phase. But all right, this is game time right now.
This is nice. We just got 53 and 54 as well on our champions played. Syndra and Volibear making their appearance for the first time. Vlad being picked up again. Dyrus has played quite a bit of Vlad. Hasn't shown us too much of it in the NALCS.
All right.
But these teams, what actually is OMG formulating with this? Because we haven't seen Volley and Syndra.
OMG is basically just trying, it's a common strategy to win all the lanes, but especially so. Only because Syndra, he's looking to just straight up counter Reginald right now. If Reginald looks to jump towards Syndra, he's looking to have enough power to press R. And just, those are heat-seeking balls at that point. They're just going to finish him off. It's a very skill-based matchup because Ahri's dashing around everywhere, and he's trying to shoot the E stun off and get Ahri in the middle of something. The mid lane matchup is incredibly exciting. The Volibear is completely unexpected. Loveland, a former support for OMG, moved to jungler. I know Kobe called him potentially the best jungler in the world coming into this tournament, and you know, Volibear is all about positioning.
Yep.
Ever since his Q at early ranks got nerfed from 45% move speed, I believe, to 30%, and then it ranks up to 50 as he maxes it, he hasn't seen as much play. But if he continues with strong positioning in here, he could still try and make some pretty big plays on that. Those are 2 picks we really have to watch out for from OMG.
Well, the people think that it's going to be 61% in favor of OMG here from LOLesports.com. Big votes coming in, but they give TSM quite a bit of percentage on this with, you know, historical statistics in this tournament.
Yeah, and TSM always has a high percentage of the fan vote. Even against SKT, I believe their percentage was, I think, in the 40s. I think they had 41 against SKT1. But OMG is the #1 in this. They're the only undefeated team still left in either group of the World Championships. And they're taking some risks here, Riv. New support and 2 new picks that have not been seen so far in the World Championship.
Well, I believe we are about to be entertained here as we are our final match of the day. It's going to be Team Solo Mid versus OMG, defeated in the group, and we are on to the Rift. We'll see what these two teams have for each other as we start out. All of the analysts also win the side of OMG. Jat, there's damage on Cool already.
It's not a good start.
That's not cool.
Not very. Right there, Wild Turtle and X Special, feigning like they could go mid lane. Also something we didn't get to touch on as OMG is invading is Dyrus' Vladimir has been an incredibly strong pick for him in the past. Cloud9 actually banned it out against TSM in all 3 games at the North American Regionals.
We've seen this more than once. You just go up to the to the Wraiths, and then you just diagonally cut down and hope to catch that team off, and they almost did it, forcing Team Solo Mid to go a long way around, but they get all the wards that they wanted into that bottom side jungle. So we'll see if that pays off for them. They did spend quite a bit of gold to the 2 wards right now that OMG has placed.
Yeah, they're lighting up OMG's red jungle.
Or 3.
With the red wards on the minimap right now. They got the triple ward to completely track where Loveland is going, and at this point, this will also give TSM choice of what lane their duo wants to go.
They're like, yeah, that's not a good idea.
Now they're tracking a late invade here, actually, from OMG, because that's what Loveland, San, and Koma are looking to do right here, is potentially stop the odd one from getting blue. They're thinking better of that, though, right now. There's a lot of people hitting each other early on, even before the minions are
The small advantages must be taken now. There's no time later. 2 minutes in, Loveland getting nice. There we go, headshots on it. I was hoping Sand didn't take it. They're getting pressure from everywhere without any minions being in lane. Turtle tries to get himself a bit of an HP advantage, but it looks like they trade evenly. No aggression towards the junglers, as we saw both teams last game going quite crazy.
Yeah, but look how much faster Loveland was on that buff compared to the odd one. The odd one had no help because Wild Turtle and X Special were trying to be annoying, but they're really just setting the odd one back. It's, I want to call it 4 furlongs ahead right now for Volibear.
All the furlongs, and these Mystic shots definitely hitting in for Wild Turtle. Didn't get his Corki this game, but he still sticks with the Triforce. Or maybe he'll go blue build, but I'm guessing Triforce is.
It's got to be Triforce at this point for Wild Turtle because he's fallen in love with the Trinity Force on Corki.
Holy crap!
And the early lane on Koma's got to back out of there.
That's not what you want on the end of that. But so far, this slight push, the wards that they got in are paying off, completely controlling that lane. Not too much an advantage, just pushing the other guy back to the lane. Dyrus getting a little bit of aggression there. Looks like he will not take that into consideration
Dyrus doesn't
enough.
have his blood pool right now. And he died very early on in the last game against SKT. He does have flash, but if Loveland gets the flip, he just leveled. He's got the pool. Loveland did not go in time.
There's the taunt going down with a flip come right after. They didn't allow it to fully go, but it looks like they're going to get Dyrus at 20% of the HP on already not enough health, and he locks down the W. Loveland picks up first blood.
All right, maybe he went in time.
Yeah.
I feel like he waited appropriate amount of time right there to finish off Dyrus. But even though he got the blood pool, because they got the taunt into the flip before Dyrus could dodge it, the flash away did not matter since he was already going to be slowed by the red buff from Volibear anyway, and they just executed Dyrus. Another late lane start for Dyrus is detrimental to TSM in the worst way.
Well, we gotta focus on that. He has been the one teams have gone after. Now 3 games in a row for first blood.
And it's got to be throwing him off because he is so used to teams thinking that the key to beating TSM was to shut down Reginald. But if you shut down Dyrus hard enough, that also works.
Yep. So 1-0 here, 4 minutes in. It's only a 600 gold lead. That was a kill assist that they were able to pick up. Odd one getting aggressed on in his own jungle, and you can see Loveland just completely trying to get a kill. Oh my god, no, he takes it with a power chord, unfortunately. That's Turtle's assist. That gold could have gone better, but they do get good aggression in this bottom lane.
Yeah, and ever since, you know, we talked about the difference between the odd one and Loveland. Loveland's trying to get back what TSM gained in the bottom lane.
Dyrus has that pool. This should be safe. He waits it out perfectly. Boom, pull down.
Yep,
the
just
flip,
like that.
The flip was actually used, which was, no, it wasn't! He gets back up, and it didn't actually allow the flip to cast out. So he gets taunted and flipped. The persistence stays in the top lane.
Yeah, so until that flip actually casts, Volibear doesn't lose it. It has a duration on it. Unless the duration is expired, he's going to get it on you. He's also maxing his W right now for Volibear, so his Frenzy is execute-based damage, so it is crushing Dyrus when he gets low. Old Volibear junglers like Diamond Prox would max the E, the Majestic Roar, on Volibear, so they could farm faster in the jungle and have a higher percentage slow. Loveland doesn't care about that. He wants to kill people.
Not going to lie, I like the E. I like going for the E.
Yeah.
You just bite people.
Loveland disagrees.
Loveland.
He goes for the W.
I mean, yes, that's what I meant.
You like the W.
You're getting me crazy now.
All right.
Reginald's getting some aggression here, but it looks like he did draw Cool into what he wanted. The Ignite goes down, and so does Cool.
So we have a completely different thing happening in all of the lanes here in this TSM OMG game. The bottom lane and the mid lane for TSM are working, but the top lane is a disaster.
Cool here, and the pressure of the fans there, smile on his face. It's kind of just like Faker knows there. It's not over when you get killed once. There's still a game to go on, so he knows he needs to get back into this lane, bolster himself up. At 6 minutes in, the gold has become pretty much even there, 7.7 to 7.8. And here comes the Crows from Coma. We'll see if he can start to harass.
Yeah, and now that we have a second, this bottom lane for TSM has pulled so far
They got that
ahead
Phage.
right now. The Phage early on is going to continue to allow them to snowball ahead in this one. Even with the fear, Coma can't seem to deal with Wild Turtle.
They're just standing right in front of him. Unless they're drawing anybody down, and that's not Loveland yet. He is in the mid lane still. That's the vision they have on him. Wild Turtle feels great going in on this.
And from the very start of this game, because Wild Turtle Next Special got level 2 first, since they pushed San and Coma back while they were helping Loveland with the red buff, that was effectively the trade-off TSM made for having a strong Volibear.
Once again on to Cool. They did the same thing to Dyrus. This is going to be the Stand United from Go-Going. Is it enough? The Ottawa just on the outside pressures himself in. Loveland was still halfway between river and mid, and they knew that they could take the pressure off the bottom lane with the mid.
Shen barely was in there long enough, and the burst damage just ran out for TSM near the end of that gank. Loveland is becoming incredibly strong on Volibear. He's all about roaming and killing right now. Look at his build. Doran's Blade, Boots of Mobility on Volibear. So he is all about the death right now, and he's fast.
They're still going in for this fight. Special tries to get it out. They go for him. He was the one that got the kill. They want the money from him. They flash forward. He gets the roar down, and it goes to San.
Oh, it's passive.
Now into Turtle. Turtle trying to get up. No, Turtle baited into the Volibear passive. He looks like to fight this one out chin to chin, but he goes down with double uppercut.
Volibear's passive, Chosen of the Storm. When Volibear drops below 30% health, he heals for 30% of his max health over 6 seconds, and that is something Wild Turtle did not account for properly. He flashed in to get the Frenzy Bite, thinking it would kill, and then he took a no turret shot there, actually.
Close.
It was so close, and Wild Turtle ran out of mana, thinking he'd get the last hit. It's so difficult to judge that passive when you haven't played against Volibear for a very long time. That's the surprise factor coming in. Another thing OMG gains, you know, surprise factor having Coma in there instead of Big Pomelo. All of it's working out for OMG right now. 1,500 gold lead.
Take stock of the inventories here as it slows down a bit in our bot lane action. Now 6-3. We see a quick Negatron Cloak for Go-Going. Looks like Spirit Visage is in his near future against this Dyrus Vladimir. Dyrus himself looks like he's going to go for Spell Vamp on this one. Or maybe Peace That Haunting. I don't
Looks like he's going towards the split push Vladimir because he needs to get an advantage, at least on Gogo and Shen, so he can become a factor. And like we've seen so many times when the split push Shen is in the game, OMG is going to want to form as 5 as quickly as possible and force team fights because Spirit of the Spectral Raids Vladimir is not very strong in those 5v5 engagements, and OMG has no problems forcing team fights. So Dyrus needs to get that split push going very quickly so he can stop OMG from grouping as 5.
And we'll take into consideration, you know, what people have come to be known about Team Solo Mid. If Reginald's doing well, the team is doing well, and they are keeping their heads in the game. That first Dragon can usually make or break what really happens in that communication. Loveland looking to show some pressure mid just on the outside of that. Looks like they get out safely. Odd One always on the backside of Reginald.
They got the ultimate out from Reginald, though, and did not burn it for themselves. Cool's Ignite on Cinder will be up very quickly as well. And this Loveland, man, level 7 right now on Volibear. It's so much experience for him because as a jungler, Loveland is typically someone who only looks for fights. It's actually very rare when so many of his ganks work and he is this far up in experience. It just means hell for the rest of TSM.
Coma forgot to invite everyone to the party, and it looks like they didn't arrive on time. So at 10 minutes in here, a little bit of the bot lane aggression has been relieved, and we'll see if they try to activate anything objective-wise off of this, because Jarvan is there now.
Yeah, I gotta say, it's really unfortunate for TSM how they had such a great start in that bottom lane, even able to 2v2 turret dive and get a kill at one point.
Oh, dear.
And then just to have it turned around for San to have 2 kills and effectively an advantage on Wild Turtle.
1v1 not going too well in the top lane with that first Negatron Cloak buy for Go-Going. He is even in CS, but that kill and 3 assists on To Go Going is going to make that lane a little bit of a troublesome thing for Dyrus. We see Cool versus Reginald 78-66. Not too bad in CS there. Looks like they're just going for the regular items of Athene. And Reggie's actually pushed back pretty hard. He's got the Dorans, but he's not been able to really recipe into anything yet.
Double Dorans right now. I'm thinking he's going to try and rush a Deathfire Grasp, but
He's got 1,000.
He might actually have to go a little bit defensive here, just knowing the single target damage output of Cool Syndra ult when that happens. Reginald's got to make some very difficult choices with his items this game.
I know Monty's always saying Expeke is the one who would be the one to build something else other than that Deathfire Grasp on Ahri. We'll see
here
what
comes
Reginald
Volibear.
tries to path into. They still have sight from that Kate trap, and that was great by Loveland, weighting it down, making sure Turtle had nowhere to go.
Dead to rights. You could tell that Wild Turtle did not want to use his Arcane Shift because Volibear would just chase after him. But he waited too long. He got slowed and feared and just died before he was able to use that or the flash. That was actually one of those times as an AD carry there for Wild Turtle where he just froze because he had almost too many options to escape and he didn't want to burn all of them just because of Volibear had arrived.
So the Dragon goes down in favor of OMG. That will get hit up. So we got a 1746 Dragon. The turret going down in the top lane here for Team Solo Mid, or against OMG, I should say, for Team Solo Mid. So the gold not evened on that one because the kills have been coming in so heavily, and that's really Loveland making things happen in the lanes.
Yeah, his Volibear has been tremendous right from the very start because he got the first gank to work on Dyrus. And as a Volibear, when that happens, especially if he's starting Doran's Blade, it just gives him so much power for the rest of the game. Level advantage, specifically move speed advantage as he was able to rush those boots of mobility, and he's just traveled across the rest of the map. Think of how many ganks Loveland's actually executed in this game. His percentage of conversion isn't even that high. It's just his frequency is so incredible that he's 3-0-2.
He's also been twice in the jungle, giving the odd one a hard time. We saw that happen towards the red buff, and then again towards the bottom side. His camps are clear, but it's almost like he's never been in his jungle. It's being all taken by Cool, it's being taken by everybody else.
They're just sharing the love throughout. Loveland is the fighter, everyone else is the farmer.
Go figure. 13 minutes on this one, Wild Turtle staying quite far back. Only 300 gold in that pocket. Won't be getting the Triforce. He got that Triforce now in that previous game on Corki. Quite far from that, so you can just see how this game is swaying.
Loveland roaring right now with the odd one. He's really had the upper hand on him, and we're seeing a bunch of grouping right now. There's no Shen ult ultimate, so this could be a 4v4 or just a Dead X special.
Team Solo Mid is getting caught out constantly in these 1-for-4 kills. And by 4, I mean 4 people getting assist every time one person gets killed.
Well, that was all forced once again by Loveland, sucking people up towards the blue buff.
Looks like a little bit of vision will be held. The pink ward not fully cleared out there, but the wards are really in the favor of OMG in that bot lane. They already have Dragon, so they don't have to contest anything here. They just have lanes to push, figure out where they want to go after. A responsive game now to come out of Team Solo Mid.
And OMG is very close to running away with this game right now. They dive down onto Wild Turtle. Coleman picks up a kill.
He's going to go down himself.
All right.
That's all right. Sometimes you got to party hard.
Fair trade, fair trade.
Sand just on the outside, dodging those turrets out. Dyrus again! Like I'm saying, why is there so many 1 kills going on for nothing happening here?
So Reggie's actually trying to go down and get another one. Sun has both summoner spells up. Let's see if he can escape the Fox.
Coming in, Sand gets hit up. Where is the charm? It goes towards the turret. You can't charm a structure. Reginald's out of this one. Odd One trying to walk his way out. The flash taunt just on the outside. Odd One, uh-oh, Cool coming in now.
There's nice stun, blind in the brush.
Knocks it in, cleans it up, secured by Cool, making sure he is everywhere on the map. And they're doing everything with this without teleport.
Yeah, and the chasing may continue here for OMG because they have the ability to start fights in so many places, mainly just because Loveland's Volibear has been so omnipresent on the map. Wild Turtle cannot get the shot down, and he's not going to be able to fight that bear.
Oh, no! Crescendo just misses! They're trying to hit the skill shot still. This should be a kill on Hassan. That cooldown for the roar is up. Will he be able to get it? He gets the slow on the Turtle. The fear comes out now. Turtle gets himself way too deep here. The exhaust goes down. It was unnecessary, but they just put it on top of the icing.
I mean, if you think about it logically, a bear should be able to destroy a turtle. And that's actually happening a lot this game. I mean, Loveland has been everywhere. The exhaust was burned there by X Special. Loveland is now level 5 rank in his Frenzy. So he is just executing TSM whenever he wants. And this is turning into a very lopsided affair.
OMG definitely starting to run free with this game. 3-0-4 in the bottom lane. Loveland completely within 8 kills, so he's only missed 4 participation here. Reginald getting damaged. The fear goes down. Another assist from Kama just for coming in from the right side.
So what happened right there to Reginald is why I said he had some very difficult choices to make itemization-wise. Because if he doesn't build Magic Resist, he gets hit by 1 stun and he's dead. Cool hit level 11, got his ult up.
Oh, there's that passive.
Oh!
Yeah, got him! Took him
Bullseye.
down. Wild Turtle definitely cheered for himself on that one.
Hey, that counts.
That passive is something that he wanted to get through that time. Got a little revenge for himself. Here we got a kill on Dyrus in the top lane. A nice build over Peacemaker. Will they follow the odd one? No red buff. It is his. So they won't be able to get that continuous slowdown. And every lane is showing aggression right now. It's hard to play against the team that you fear in every aspect.
TSM is just not keeping up with OMG right now. 14 kills for OMG, 16 minutes into the game is an unsustainable pace. If I have ever seen one right now. OMG taking down now their 4th turret of the game. You cannot die that much as TSM. They're trying to play a reactive game to what OMG is doing, but OMG is just making too many moves that have not been pressured back by TSM, especially if Dyrus is on a split push Vladimir, or if Reginald is trying to make roaming plays with mid lane Ahri. If they're both getting 1v1 or just killed by Volibear from their lane opponents, it's not going to work out.
San's getting some crushes. Can the odd one get that passive to come up a little bit more? Turtle's going to help. They weren't able to get the kills out. So San goes down for 30 seconds. Can Team Solo Mid make something out of this one? Loveland goes in onto Reggie. Very big damage there as Cool enters the fight as well. They have vision on this one, but it looks like OMG is going to make it out in time with a Retribution kill.
Yeah, Reginald had his Spirit Rush up during all that, but he was just getting flipped around too much and killed so quickly. He got like maybe one activation of it off, and then he was dead. So this is a very bad sign for TSM.
Absolutely. I recall back to a video of Dyrus at All-Stars, and he was telling about how much more difficult it is to play against laners that are this good. People that, when they get 3 CS above you, you know there's almost an 80% chance you're going to lose lane because they're going to level before you every time. That happens with the entire team when you're playing against OMG on the championship stage. No mistakes can be made, and we say it a lot, but it stands true. A few mistakes in each lane has really snowballed this game in the favor of OMG.
Yeah, it's a tough mindset to be in too, because Dyrus got killed so quickly in lane by Loveland, and Dyrus has had an extremely rough World Championships. If we think back to not even the earlier game today, but the game they had before that, he had a very rough game on Rumble. Then his top lane Karthus got killed early on. He got killed early on in this game as well. And if he's in that mindset that an early advantage in a lane is detrimental and you can't come back for it, that's a losing mindset to be in. Because you look at the rest of TSM, they actually won mid and bottom lane early, but OMG was okay with it. Loveland helped them back in those lanes, and now Loveland has a huge advantage for the rest of his team, regardless of OMG losing the early bottom and mid lanes.
So Reginald using out his flash there. He does get his ultimate up now, so he's kind of trading off of that, even though the times don't exactly match up. See Turtle getting himself a bit of extra CS. As we look at that, 165 for Cool, to Reginald's 116. He's been given a hard time in that lane, which reflects on the CS, reflects on his KDA right now. 49 to 66. You can see how much laning these junglers have been doing. Not lane taxing, but being in the lanes, helping people. It's very low farm for the junglers.
Yeah, this lane tax does not exist for OMG at this point. They have lane happy time. Look out, Wild Turtle. Here comes Loveland.
Turtle on the side. He's going to fully shell for this one. He's going, gets the Q out. Oh, he puts it around. That was pretty nice. Pie in the face for Cool. Tries to get himself back with a meat shield coming in of Loveland. And it was just so back and forth. Even Turtle didn't know it.
Yeah, that was no escape for Wild Turtle. Loveland was too fast and Cinder did too much damage.
Ooh. So going, trying to put himself in the bush to give himself an upper hand there on the fight. Dyrus doesn't choose to go in. Looks like he will be able to pressure this lane, possibly picking up that bottom turret. TSM able to grab the first turret, not early in the game, but for the dragon that OMG grabbed. OMG has since then grabbed dragons and 4 turrets to answer back. So Team Solo Mid is keeping the wards up, and they're trying to get back into this one.
OMG is still undefeated in the group stage, and they seem to be getting stronger as the group stage commences, because even though TSM is one game away from elimination, look out, Dyrus.
Dyrus gets into this one. It looks like they brought him an extra big glass for the drink, and this one's going to put him out for the night. Goes down. Coma picking up the kill on that one. It looks like they get the blue buff for themselves. That was not a steal.
Dyrus is just too far behind to be a realistic split push threat, but because he's built split push items, he's forced into making bad decisions right now. Loveland also fighting in the jungle.
This is a good catch, but that is a big Shen shield as well. Loveland, that passive is going to start coming up for him. You can see it revolving around him, but he goes down. Reginald's able to get the kill there. Going with huge damage towards the back line is San really not being affected. Now the focus is on to San. They are forcing OMG to flash away here. 7,000 gold down. This catch equals good, but Cool's on the backside. Will Cool be able to close in fast enough?
Syndra is not a very quick champion right now, but she is behind them. I don't even know if they're strong enough to take on TSM here, because there's a lot of health bars on TSM right now.
Coma's in a perfect spot to get those crows out to really push this one over the edge. Going very low, but with the unity of his team, they can easily take out one by one. They have to be careful, though.
I wonder if Cool's going to get someone here, because he has the damage to just blow
someone.
Turtle gets Coma!
No, he didn't finish it! The fear! Oh, he did! The red buff is there!
He's dead!
It might be too much damage. Exploded out on that one. Going comes over the wall. This is the unity here. They may be able to take out one after the other. Dyrus enters. Hemoplague is going to be taking down Shen. Going falls to this. No, he puts the feint on! Where'd he get the HP from? Dyrus now running from Loveland. Should not poke the bear. Cool just on the backside. Looking to drag this one and continue the fight. Throwing back Dyrus. Dyrus tried to get in for the kill for Cool, and I think might have baited himself into death here. Reginald says, wait a minute, I got your back, bro. Pay life on this one.
Spellvamp and the Q right there. This fight's been going on for a while, Riv. I'll give you a break there. I can't even talk about that fight. It's still an 8,000 gold lead for TSM. They caught OMG in a tough spot. They need to fight for this one, but they're fighting from a really deep hole. Nearly mathematically eliminated right here for TSM. Even if they win, they need a lot of help. And winning against an undefeated group stage team down 8,000 gold is a daunting task, but you know, you got to give it to them. They're going for plays now, and that's what they need to do to get back into it.
Yeah, I got to say, Jad, it's been a short amount of time since OMG was really just in the driver's seat in this game. It was only a few minutes ago, so that was a good move, and it was necessary for Team Solo Mid, but it's a short step in the long race that they have here. 9,000 gold down now. We'll say 8,000. They're about to reach 31. Those turrets have been stalled, which is really allowing them to clean back up their map and get back into this one. Hopefully in their minds to win this next fight as well. That is some big damage. 100-0. Pretty quick.
Thing Cinder does right there. One-shot turtles, because it's just the single target burst damage from Cinder is some of the highest in the game. Maybe Veigar can add higher damage, but the repeatability of that right now. Cool has a 69-second cooldown on Unleashed Power at this point. That's without a blue buff. He has got 400 plus ability power right now, 409. And because of the map control that OMG has, in small part because Coma's Oracles, anytime TSM tries to get farmed, they go down.
Boom, right on a Coma. Orb of Deception to come back. No, the Shen shield comes out. The fear goes down. And they get the cookie to crumble in the right direction here for OMG. Taking down Reggie. They need to try to make those picks, though. It's just unfortunate.
Yeah, it's just OMG being one step ahead and using their gold advantage. Reginald doesn't have the itemization to one-shot supports.
One after the other. OMG knows to continue the control, to continue to move on to something else after you get those kills and not let them go to waste. Looks like they may be grabbing a 6th turret here, the 2nd tier top.
And there are too many people dead on TSM for them to be out here.
Dyrus is in a bad spot. There's that pool going down. He's going to try to get in for some more transfusion, but cannot. And OMG takes over the 2nd tier turrets of the game.
Yeah, they're just going to continue this push in. Cool didn't even get his ultimate off. It fizzled onto the pool of blood from Dyrus, but that's how much damage the rest of OMG was doing. They still bursted him down. 0-6-0 for Dyrus, an incredibly rough game. Everyone on OMG, they've actually picked up the pace of their kills. They have 25 kills, 25 minutes in. A kill a minute is absolutely incredible, and it kind of goes to show why OMG is first place in the group stage here, the only team that has not dropped a game yet in the group stage at the World Championships. and with the unconventional picks, and with the sub.
Coming into this, we see, teams from China, OMG, teams from Korea as well. Coming in with these different picks, able to put in new players as they come in and still thwart teams out of this one. And the main thing is the game completely sways in the mid game. The first item completion seems to be all they need. The first tower seems to be all they need. Coming back from these seems to be almost impossible once one of these teams gets a lead.
Yeah, OMG definitely works on a different clock than a lot of teams, and it could potentially be a weakness, but it hasn't been exposed quite yet because no one... Whoa,
there you go.
There we go. Get a nice little Golem buff back. But no one has actually been able to overcome OMG in the early game, and even the little edges the TSM is able to grab, like when Wild Turtleneck Special got the kill bottom lane, or when Reginald and Odd1 were able to convert an early kill onto Cruel. It just got turned around back on them because Loveland had so much presence. Ganking so frequently is something that we actually haven't seen in a while because generally in the past, if people put up heavy warding, they're able to stop that. But there's something about the way that OMG is doing this the teams just haven't figured out yet, and it's why they're able to pick off so many kills.
They're giving themselves a little advantages as well, taking Dragon, making sure everything on the map is in their favor before they really press forward. Reginald, not in a super dangerous spot, but he's sitting on a ward right there. They have vision of him, and they can pinch like this whenever they want. So you can see how much Team Solomid is trying to push themselves over the limit to get back in this game, being out of position.
Yeah, TSM has to do something rather crazy right here, but they're kind of trapped because Dyrus has the split push Vladimir build. He is 0-6-0, and it's basically a 4v4 in the jungle against people that are substantially stronger than them. Cool is level 17, and look at X Special explode.
A huge burst there. The True Shot Barrage not really hitting its target. The Crow's going to go out, so there's no reaction for TSM to come back in here as they're all silenced, 25-9. Big gold leads coming in on the side just to break it apart. Cool right now sitting on 11,500 gold as they go into the fight. This is going to be where you see that damage come in. Coma on the outside. It's not going to hit. Dyrus is the first one to go down. They can still disengage this fight. That is exactly what they're trying to do. Going with the taunt onto Special. Turtle's actually on not the side he wants to be on, and they will have eyes on. Reginald is trying to bait them into another side of the fight, and it's been TSM trying to draw them away from the fight. But Reggie goes back in. One kill as Kama actually gets out alive here, and they may be able to take down Reginald to finish this one off. The persistence of OMG is winning the extended fights.
Reggie's got a big smile on his face, though, because he took out Cool. Wild Turtle did get Coma right there. All in all, a 3-for-2 is not the worst thing TSM could be involved with, but it does leave them vulnerable to this mid lane push from OMG.
These have to be the most chaotic fights with running, tunneling that we've seen, going back and forth, coast to coast. This one leaves OMG with 3 strong, but TSM is spawning as well, starting to grab the home guards on their side. Is going to help them with a little bit of this defense. And we see an inhibitor turret possibly going down, not showing respect here. They don't have enough to engage.
The rest of OMG needs to do well to run away right now because they are outnumbered. If X Special can get a slow onto Loveland, it would go a long way.
He's got it. Oh, he stopped the Moby Boots.
There's
the
the
slow.
slow.
Have this. That's going to be big. He throws down the Storm. Odd1 in there. Dyrus is there as well. We got to remember, Reginald not in this fight yet. He's all the way in base, so they're doing this with 4 people trying to go strong. The Odd1 goes down. That means there's 3 to count. Sam very low, under 100 HP, and they are going to be able to pressure them out. But what are they going to do with this?
Not much. I feel like the rest of TSM is unable to chase any farther. Reginald is their main chaser, and TSM had a very split push focused team composition. They ran something like this against Lemon Dogs when they had Zed in the mid lane and Dyrus on Vladimir as well. And they pulled very far ahead, and Dyrus was able to 1v1 and be a threat split pushing. But as we see here, with Dyrus being 0-7, when he tries to do that against this OMG team, they just kill him. And then they kill the rest of TSM. And because TSM doesn't have the team fight tools for chasing down OMG, those extended long chaotic fights continually go in the favor of OMG. That and the giant gold lead contribute to that fact.
And when you have a ton of glass cannons coming in, nobody building really anything to extra protect themselves. Reggie getting in, puts himself right by the Baron though. Gets himself a little bit out, nice True Shot Barrage. Now Loveland taking Baron damage, microing it very well, giving the double kill to Wild Turtle. This is going to be big. That was definitely a Reginald call.
The alley-oop there from the Odd One. I don't know the block, I'd have to say. That was a perfect block right there from the Odd One. Cataclysming him in to take the ace in the hole for Reginald. That was a very nice play by TSM, getting the crescendo over the wall of the Baron. They definitely caught Loveland and Coma completely off guard there. Just getting both of them in the crescendo, and then also pissing off the Baron a little bit so that he would hit for them. Loveland took a bit of damage from the Baron as well. Odd One hopped in front of the ace in the hole. And they get the double for Wild Turtle. Very well played.
So, TSM playing more of a cohesive unit now, staying together. Dyrus could be in a bad spot here. There is 50% of his HP, the taunt to come out, but he actually has drawn them out a little bit. That was interesting that he chose to come out instead of draw them towards the team.
And you could see Dyrus was only worth 90 gold for that kill on the going.
That taunt was coming out.
Yeah. That kill is hardly worth it at this point for OMG, aside from the death timer of Dyrus. It allows them to take the blue buff, and it means TSM has to wait another 30 seconds to make their next move. But this pacing, 43 kills in this game, 30 minutes in, ever-increasing lead by OMG, despite the few mishaps that have happened for OMG. Thanks to actually a couple of nice risks that TSM has taken, OMG is in complete control. And this is actually a very normal type of OMG game. They will actually give a couple kills back here and there because they put themselves in so many awkward situations.
It looks good, for OMG. Whoa, could be going for this again.
There's another
Looks
one.
like they're going to pressure it out. Knowing Dyrus is down, that is a lot of area of effect damage you missed from Hemoplague. Wouldn't even have it if they were in this fight, since his ultimate itself is down.
Yeah, I don't think OMG is going to take a
Very
risk of getting
pressured.
caught there.
Where?
Instead, they're just going to try and catch kills around here. They're going to continue doing this, I think. They do not want to get into a smite war with the Odd One, so someone has to push Jarvan back before OMG takes this Baron safely. They don't have as many wall hoppers as we've seen from other OMG compositions, but they're definitely looking for some type of fight.
Reginald goes down instantly. They have everything covered that they need right now. The true shot barrage was very close, but it goes to Loveland. The Odd One tries to get it himself in, goes down as well. Two members of TSM here to guard the base.
Yeah, Odd One had some big smiles there as well. He knows he went in a little too early. OMG stopped damage on the Baron, and that's why this might actually happen for Loveland. Wild Turtle.
Slow and steady wins the race. Nope, they're not going to pursue. Looks like he'll be able to get out of this one. Nope, he won't. So they're going to chase him, eventually take him down. We got Dyrus in the bottom lane pushing. Turtle here is going to run them for their money. A little ring around the rosy, cat and mouse game, but OMG is going to be pushing this mid inhibitor.
This is not going to help the stat book of TSM in this game. They've done 33 times in 33 minutes, and now the middle inhibitor getting pushed down by OMG. Wild Turtle is running a marathon right now.
Dyrus going deep, trying to get that minion farm down so they can't get out. Oh, Turtle! Turtle gets himself in a bad spot. He is forced to go this way. He's like, Dyrus, I thought you were going to help me. He flashes over the wall. He says, do that again. And Going says, all right, I will. Here it comes. He stands tall, stands true with a smile on his face and eats that one.
Got to take it like a man afterwards. He ran halfway across the map, and when he knew his day was done, he just stopped on it. Dyrus, I think he's going to go down here, Rip.
Yeah, he throws down the Hemoplague. He gets silenced up there. If you're going to go down, why not do it at a party with your friends?
Yeah, fair enough. 72 gold now.
70, yeah.
Dyrus ticker. His market value is dropping rapidly.
Stocks are going up.
Yeah.
34 minutes into this one. Looks like OMG looking to put the last and final stranglehold here on TSM. They have pretty much control of the game as Team Solo Mid still doing what they can to stop any type of a huge final push. They will have a single valiant fight. But the gold lead now so much in favor of OMG. They played an immaculate game, to say the least. Coming into this one, it's like, wow, that was a great play. That was a great play. It's kind of because they don't do anything unless they know it's going to work. They don't go in unless they're going to get something out of it.
Yeah, and they've gotten a whole bunch out of it. This has got to be the most kills the team's had in a game so far in the group stage. 35 kills.
They're
TSM
slightly Fnatic pushing.
At this point, you can see the smiles on Reginald's face right now. They only want kills at this point. They might get one. Coma, look out!
Oh, Coma pulls him out, but he's like, check out this shield. Whoa, Reginald gets zeroed out. The Adra goes down behind him. Double kill coming in, and that was cool.
To say it lightly, that did not work.
No, I'd say it heavily.
They got counter-trapped right there. Going, saving, and then the chase continues. Cool is blowing people
definitely
up.
going right now, right into the base. Cool, dodging out a Mystic shot there. Turtle on the backside. Smiles really on the faces. Team Solo Mid here. They played a great game. They came out very strong. They didn't really set out the goal that they wanted to with the wins against Korean teams in their favor, with the wins here in the group stages, but they're having a good time doing it.
Well, TSM's still going to have 2 more games.
Yep.
Maybe 1. My math is weird. Coming up in the group stage.
Right.
I believe it's 2 more games.
Absolutely.
And this one looks to be over. OMG 38 kills, maybe more. Coming on to the Nexus.
OMG, very strong and definitive game here, rounding out nearly at 36 minutes. They take down the last few members here. Reginald spawning into the map. The Nexus turrets go down. The Nexus will soon follow after. Reginald will meet it up in the sky here. They have a full health Nexus to take down.
They want to get him.
They're going to pad these stats just a little. Oh! He gets the crescendo land, but also goes down himself. They pad the KDAs 15, 3, and 12. Cool in the mid lane on Syndra.
Wow. TSM really wanted a couple kills at the end there, but this means OMG clinches a spot, I believe, in the quarterfinals. They're still undefeated. That means they are 6-0 now in the group stage. And this was probably their best game so far in the groups. Maybe their game against SK Telecom early on was more impressive, but they really showed their play style in this game, forcing kills and fights all the time and really punishing TSM. 43 kills is a lot, Rip.
43 kills is up there in the game. More than a kill a minute, as we said before. In an immaculate game. I said it, it's really the word that can be used. I'm still just kind of baffled at how these teams in the mid-game just surge. Such a huge surge, and nobody is stopping it.
And this game, even if we go back to the start, was really about Loveland and his Volibear. They had the Volibear and Syndra coming in at the end. We're just like, they wouldn't really. But the Chinese scene, like they said, they're confident, especially OMG, is confident in their individual ability to innovate. They don't necessarily take influence from other regions. Syndra, Volibear, other regions say Volibear is dead. OMG has other ideas.
Maybe it's on us to not recognize that. I mean, they pulled out Coma, so why wouldn't they pull out different? That's why they did it. It wasn't because Big Pomelo had performance issues. It's because they just wanted to try it out.
Exactly. And OMG, they're free to keep trying this stuff out because it's all successful so far for them.
All right, so let's head over to Quickshot and the gang for their take on OMG's 6th win of the group stage.
Boom! Thank you very much, Riv. Welcome back to the Analyst Desk for the last time today. First and foremost, picks and bans. OMG pulling out some new champions.
This game was all about MobiBear. It just, if there was any apple pie left for TSM, MobiBear ate it all. He just came, I think after his first base, he came back with mobility boots and a Doran's blade, and he just ravaged.
Yeah. People keep asking me why I keep talking about Loveland and why is he so impressive to me. He was a support 2 months ago. Yes, he was a top maybe 3 support, 4 support in the world. Now he's a top jungler in the world. He performed on Lee Sin. He performed on Aatrox, bringing out the Volibear, the MobiBear. He really took advantage of TSM. And I have to say, TSM also lacked a lot of wards in the mid game there. So it was kind of the perfect situation for him to run around with that MobiBear.
Well, TSM, to me, I mean, they didn't look like they had the as cohesive of a plan coming into this game, and they were taking it a little lighter, looked like both sides. But, yeah, Loveland, for me, is really the standout player of OMG. The amount that he is able to help his lanes from the get-go is pretty extraordinary.
Yeah, like, just everyone on OMG played well this game. You can't deny that, but definitely the early game was carried by Loveland. This guy's really good. You know how in Russia they have like the dancing bear shows? Like in China they have like the killer bear, and that's Loveland.
Although I don't think that their bot lane, while still playing okay too well, I don't think they really impressed.
Oh yeah, I was about to touch on the fact that Son and Coma definitely didn't play well in the early game. You saw them get bullied around.
Everybody played well, except
well, in the early game they didn't. Like later on they did their job. But yeah, as they face aggressive bot lanes like Turtle and Xpecial, they seem to have a lot of trouble. And the only reason that the bot lane turned around was because the killer bear showed up. You know, like early game they got bullied around, they had a base. In fact, they got towered over at like level 3. So that's the power of aggressive bot lane.
Yeah, I wanted to mention, too, it's not just OMG that's locked a slot in the quarterfinals now. With that win, also SK Telecom T1 is there. So we have our quarterfinalists from this group all sewn up.
The one thing I want to talk about, the last thing about this game was Cool Syndra. Now, it's a pick that we do see every now and again. It's a fringe pick. Not necessarily the fact that he played Syndra, but just how well he was in complete control of that matchup. Is it something that other teams are going to need to consider? Because we've talked about just how stacked the mid lanes were in this Group A.
Syndra relies a lot on synergy with the other champions, so you need lockdown for Syndra to work, to get a few spells out and then pop the ultimate. Shen interacts really well. Shen taunt with the base damage of Shen. On top of that, a Syndra ulti generally is enough to take down the squishy targets. Really good taunt flashes as well this game. He's playing really, really well on that as well. And yeah, Syndra together with Volibear and Shen was just really sweet synergy. I think in a 1v1 matchup, Ahri can still beat Syndra, to my knowledge. I might be wrong there, but I think that's pretty much a skill matchup with the slight edge to Ahri being so mobile. But definitely having the backup from a Shen is so vital when you're playing against assassins. I think this game was all about Shen and Volibear.
And Syndra to me is a champion where you have to be really confident in your ability to outplay your opponents. Like the barrier of skill or whatever. If your opponent is Ezreal and Ahri like this game and they're better than you, you're not going to land anything. But Cool seems so confident that he can land his skill shots. And against a Vlad and a Jarvan too, these are all champions that are really hard to hit with skill shots. And he managed to land almost every one.
Because he had lockdown though from Shen and Volibear.
Yeah, he did set up a lot of his own stuns though. You have to shout out Cool.
It's not like he underperformed and all he got the kills when he had lockdown. It all came together in the end.
Absolute ball control, some might say. And I don't know about you four, but I can't believe that tomorrow's going to be the final day of the group stage here. It's been an absolute blur over the last 5 days. So to bring all of these things into focus, let's take a peek at the Group A standings heading into Saturday's games. OMG and SKT are sitting in the 2 top positions, and like we've already mentioned, they are guaranteed a spot in the quarterfinals thanks to OMG's win over TSM. While Team Solo Mid, the Lemon Dogs, and Gaming Gear round out the table. So while we know the 2 teams that will be coming out of Group A, the race for the top spot here at the analyst desk is far from over, and I'd like to congratulate you guys because all 4 of you win a perfect 5 for 5 today. But because the viewers also win 5 for 5, that means they're still in first place. And Crepo, I know I've picked on you a little bit over the last few days.
Just a little bit.
But I want to point out that you really turn it around, and you're currently in the midst of a 9-game winning streak. So well played.
Thank you.
I can see this is truly major.
Just wait. If I ever come back now, oh my god. You guys are gonna get some, but I won't.
It would be a hell of a comeback. I think Moby Bear is the crowning achievement of the day.
I think
best term yet. Tomorrow, guys, the group stage goes out with a bang as all 10 teams take to the Rift for 2 more games.
The day starts with a battle between Group B's top 2 teams, Gambit and Fnatic.
Then 4 matches later, it's Group A's turn on the Rift, starting with Europe's Lemon Dogs facing off against Team Solo Mid. Our huge day of League of Legends starts Saturday at 12 p.m. Pacific and 9 p.m. Central European Summertime. Crep, I can see you making fun of me on the side there.
That's fine.
While you guys take a moment to let all of that information sink in, I'm going to send it over to Shox, who's ready for her close-up on the main stage.
Thanks, Quickshot. And that does it for Day 5 of the Season 3 World Championship. If you missed any of the action or you just need to see it again, you can find all of today's stats and matches on lolesports.com. And while you're there, head over to lolesports.com/tickets and grab your seats for the semifinals at the Galen Center to watch the final 4 teams fight for their shot at the Summoners Cup. That does it from all of us here in Los Angeles, our guests at the analyst desk, and the entire live broadcast crew. Thanks for watching.
Cleaning up here. This is going to be the 4th kill, and wow, they just dominated. And it's SK Telecom taking away their first game of the day here on Day 5. The turret itself is low. Oh, perfectly timed true shot barrage. It's OMG that pick up themselves the 2nd win of the day. It is Day 5, and they are now 5-0.
TSM! 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 TSM!
Requiem's going to come down. Yes, he does. Oh! Gets the double down the bottom. Picks up the double, can turn it into a triple. Yes, he will. And that will be the game for SK Telecom T1.
Here comes Lemon Dogs. They've been called in and the cavalry arrives. Tabs onto Leonir. The Tabs rockets.
Yeah, buddy.
Was the one that got the kill. They want the money from him. They flash forward, he gets the roar down, and it goes to San.
The Nexus turrets go down. The Nexus will soon follow after.